We are streaming, but I'm just sitting down and doing my best to try and organize my existence. We seem to be connecting. Okay, so with that, we're going to start the call, right? Yes, that's normally what we do. Okay, we're calling. Oh my God. And let's hope someone answers. In the meantime, I'm going to check my email and see if we're getting acknowledgments here. Now live on our channel. We is live. We're live. How are you?
Yes, we're live.
Yes, yes.
I'm all right. How are you?
Much the better for speaking with you, I assure you. As a matter of fact, I'm going to completely depend on you to keep talking while I get my head together. Now, yesterday was a convergence of holidays once again in the Asian culture. So I've been, well, I mean, it feels like yesterday. It's actually today. So I'm just sitting down. We are here, and we're going to try and get my head screwed on so I can go into monologue. You sound like you're, oh God, let's make certain you're registering. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, make certain.
Yeah.
Am I
You're
registering?
great. You're great.
Okay.
Voice sounds a little hoarse. Maybe you'll get better, or you
Yeah.
know.
I don't know.
It sounds better.
Sounds fine here.
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. You were hoping I would talk while you get your head screwed on straight. You know,
By the way,
same
T-Tank Berry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. And T-Tank, let us know if our man sounds good, Mr. Aristides. Let me go over to the YouTube channel and see if we're going to get an echo. I'm going to get an echo first. Let's check that echo.
You know,
by the way, we got the echo. We got the echo. Excellent. So we got echo. Sammy says we sound clear. And okay, now you can cut loose.
Okay, so yeah, you were hoping I would talk so you can get your head screwed on straight. And I was hoping the same thing, but kidding.
That's just forlorn. A forlorn hope indeed.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know, it's what is it? Yeah, it's I don't know what we can call it.
Yeah.
You know.
He says Aristides is crystal. Sammy Romero is on with us. Let's see if you're registering, Sammy, before Aristides talks. See if you register. Say hi, Sammy. See if Sammy.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Errol.
Hey,
how you guys doing?
You're sounding great, Sammy. And so do me a favor, just be patient. And Aristides is going to do the blurb. And then Sammy and I will hold conversation with Aristides.
Yeah.
And that will give me chances, a chance to get my head together. How's that?
Yes.
No
yep. I will. Yes. Commencing blurb. So as soon as you get here, please hit the thumbs up, upvote, like directly under the program window. Very important to do that as soon as you show up, not just to show your support, but for the algorithm purposes. And that is important because there are those that do unbelievably hit the downvote or assign bots to hit the downvote. And what that does is it skews the algorithm down and makes Douglas less likely to appear high up in search results or in suggested content, etc., and therefore to reach people and not only give them information that can't be had anywhere else, but to gain their support and financial support, which is ever more important as challenges to that mount, such as comments being turned off below the window that normally appear after the program. I believe Douglas cannot put links in his own live chat here.
That's right.
So yeah, et cetera, et cetera. So, and while we are talking about that, all that, why not just put the PayPal link straight away, and then we'll explain more about that. But first, before you sign into your PayPal and open your wallet, so to speak, do hit the thumbs up, upvote. To do that on YouTube and to really do anything on YouTube, you do have to be signed in. So if it says I can't, you're not signed in. You'll have to be signed in. If you've never signed in, it's not that daunting. If you have a Gmail, I believe that gets you in free, or if you'd like to make one, it's super easy. And then I believe that will let you sign in because they're the same, tech overlord, and so that'll be good for that. There's no big hoop, bar to jump over there to get signed into YouTube. So if you already have one, or especially if you have multiple, well, once you're signed in, you can look at your little account menu up in the corner. You can make yourself a little avatar or something like that if you haven't. If you click on that, there's a thing that says switch account. With that, you can switch either between accounts you have, or even if you only have one lone account. Amazingly, you can under that account, you can create sub channels, various publication channels intended for different content, but you don't have to put anything there. They can be dummy channels, and all of these things, all these entities can upvote separately on their own. So the amount of upvotes you can cast in the Douglas Dietrich democracy is limited only by your ambition or patience. So I've already thrown 2 on there. You can do
By
that
the way,
too.
remind people the enemy fights a very dirty war, and
Yes.
this is simply fighting fire with fire. We have to do what we have to do.
Yeah, it's not dishonest at all, or it's less, it's not at all when they do, things even more, it's not, but even if you thought so, right, fighting fire with much more honest fire, right?
Yes, that's right. Oh, no, we're using explosives to contain the fire as a fire break. Let's put it that way.
There you go. So you can do that, and if that even that sounds like too much, just please hit that upvote. Just once, we'll take it, but consider all what I said. Once you've done that, and as you're logging into your PayPal or etc., or checking your fundage, the other things you can do on YouTube. Once you're logged in there's a button there likely that says share. Do click that. It'll generate a link to share the program. That link is good for both the live and the replay afterwards when it becomes a regular old video on YouTube. Well, regular, it's not, well, there's nothing regular about this, but when it becomes a non-live video, it'll work for that too. The link stays the same. So you can save that now, record it, put it in the chat, email it to your mom, whatever you're going to do. And it'll work for all time, or as long as the program persists, assuming Doug doesn't get himself into any more trouble. Which he's bound to do, because even doing the right thing is trouble these days. So.
Well, doing the right thing is the only thing that gets you in trouble these days. That's
right.
I mean, if I were fucking around with Epstein, nothing would happen to me.
Yeah,
I'd be scot-free.
Yeah. Right. If you were extolling the virtues of child porn, so they'd be like, oh yeah, you'd be like appearing like right up at the top.
They'd vote me into presidency. Yeah.
Yeah, or at least right at the top of the suggested content.
Yeah, that's true. That's how it starts. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Right. So, yes. Be all that as it may. Yeah. You can click to share, generate a link. You could grab it out of the browser bar, but I think YouTube seeing you click, all the little clicks, all the little interactions amount to a better algorithm, juju, so to speak. There's like a save button there. There's a clip button. You can clip a minute teaser out of a program, even during a live. If I click it, it'll let me, but I feel like that could get a little weird as you're trying to listen to go back. I don't know how I never tried it during a live, but I would suggest during a replay, if you want to do that, you can do that to send somebody a 1-minute clip. Also during the replay, at least if you're on a PC, which some people still do that these days, you can right click and generate a link during the replay as you're listening, that it goes right to that point in time in the program, because everybody is bound to listen and hear something being talked about. I'm like, oh my God, I got to send this to so-and-so. And that is the easy way to do that. No muss, no fuss. All you have to do is click on it. Brings them right to that time. So those are all things you can do. Oh, additionally, up in the menu, I forgot to say, do check that it says, where it says restricted mode, that should be off. That's for age restricted content, which we assume you don't want that filter on, because programs such as this can be automatically screened and labeled such, even if Douglas doesn't designate it that way, which, why would he when, they might do it for you and it's only going to hurt him. But make sure that is also your ability to view or listen to all of her programs is not impeded. Many of the ones back historically, maybe not in the live, but if you go over to the main channel page, which you should, that would be the blue, Douglas's name in blue there underneath. Don't click on it and leave the window. If you can right click with a PC or just get there later on a phone, if you don't know how to multitask, do go there. And there are different tabs: home, videos, live. Live is all of these transmissions that he does live that then get stored there. Videos is other things that I believe he's uploaded or done that are not live, that where he would just be uploading it, not streaming. So and a lot of those actually are age restricted, I found out.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. Yes, but many of them do contain a lot of what would you say, requisite base material, Satan's Crusaders, etc., all this there. So do check that out. Don't just listen to the live and think that's all that's available. There's many of these fascinating and often smaller little clips. If you just have time, you're like, oh, I don't have time to sit down for hours of listening, but there's clips there. Some of them are only a few minutes, but very important information in that few minutes. So do check that out. That is under the videos tab. And while you're there, at the top, make sure it says subscribed, because if you even so much as see a button that says subscribe without the D at the end, of course, do hit it and subscribe. And then always make sure your notification bell is turned on. It's a little bell icon. If you click it, there's an option at the very top. The most highest option says all, and that for me, that puts little emphasis marks around the bell, and that means you'll be notified of all new uploads or transmissions. If you don't, it's up to them when they want to notify you. So do that, and do check you are subscribed, because referring to the aforementioned dirty tricks, many people have become unsubscribed, even though they had in the past. So do check that.
Excellent point. Thank you so much for that.
All right. So of course, all this being important, sending money these days is more important than ever. This is Douglas's rightful legal job on his basically like a working disabled program, and he is rightly very affected by his experiences and considered to be disabled by the various trauma inflicted upon him, but yet he perseveres and does this to not only inform but to earn money. So he has no other job, and whatever else he has, is maybe enough for him to not die, but not enjoy life or do things like eat or drink anything decent. Very important.
True.
Very important in his situation, due to lack of potable water, lack of heat. The food, you get the food deliveries, but I mean, this isn't the 5-star cuisine here. Talking about.
It's Meals on Wheels.
So no, he needs things, and so and he needs your support. So the PayPal is the easiest way. Link is in the chat. If you ever can't find a link, it's not an excuse. The words are even bigger. That's good. It's good. Words are. I feel like that could be missed if you have them just kind of up in the corner, right on the middle of the screen. PayPal.me, or if you just search PayPal and go there, type Douglas D. Dietrich, you will get there. That's his personal account where they don't take the little tax out. Usually try to send the money there. If you're logged into PayPal, send it there. If you are not going to be able to log in, you don't have a PayPal, you object in principle to having one. If you have some kind of card you can use, you can go to the website, which is right above that, douglasdietrich.com, and the button up in the corner, not in the middle. Do not look at the button in the middle. Right? Up in the corner, the yellow button there, it says donate. If you click on that, it gives you options. The first one being PayPal again, but if you're logged in, try to send it to the Douglas D. Diedrich. But if you will not be logged in, there's a couple options there to just use a card or a Venmo, as they're now linked together. So it really couldn't be easier. And if you're just that off grid, you don't have any of these things, you don't have a card, you don't have a PayPal, you can go down hopefully to your post office, get a postal money order, and you could send that in the regular old mail. Douglas will be happy to supply his address to you. If you're going to do that, you should probably get in touch with him, personally at the email right there, douglasdwayne@gmail, and not just send it, so that he knows too that it would be on its way. So shoot him an email there, or give you his address, which he's happy to give here, but you should check in with him there, so he knows to look out. And he'll be happy to take payment that way, and any other way you can think of. Yes. So, and if you can't distribute, then of course you have to work extra hard at distributing.
You mean if you can't contribute, work extra?
Yeah, if you can't contribute. Sorry,
No,
you can't contribute. If you can't give up any money, then you can work extra hard at distributing, telling people, sharing the link, etc. So, and one more note on since the comments have been turned off on the last several episodes, you can comment on previous episodes that were before that point, and that begins with the green hair episode. If you go to the live tab, that one, and anyone prior, I believe it's February 4th.
Yes.
But the first thing you'll see is green hair. So just aim for the green hair, go there, or anywhere before that. I don't know if it's better to put them all there or spread them out. Anywhere before, leave a comment that you want to. Douglas will see it the same as if you were leaving it below this program. That will help the algorithm and help this whole process along. So I'll also, if you're on this page, like any other comments that are there, basically, that will help the algorithm also.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't even matter if they're negative. They don't care what words are said. Just keep hitting like and everything.
Yes.
Right.
And spread, of course, the links of the Douglas Teacher
Yes.
channel wherever you can. Yeah. Bathroom
Yes.
walls. Toilet stalls.
Yes. You can go all you type. If you just search QR code generator, you'll get right to one. Generate a QR code. You could print something. You use your work's printing supplies without shame, and print out some QR codes, like 8 on a sheet or something, and just take some of their tape and just tape it up everywhere like crazy. People will be so curious, they'll just, what the heck is that? I gotta know, and they'll scan it, and then off we go. So be creative.
Footnotes as well. Don't forget footnotes.
Yes. Yep. Finally, what we like to cover is the title bar underneath the program. Douglas always fills up the 100, I believe, characters available, and always has much more he wants to indicate that is of importance for the program. Historical anniversaries, holidays, other social topics, whatnot. So he'll have a description there. Please hit the see more and open that up. And if there are footnotes designated by the asterisk, they will refer down to you will see them separated down below there in an itemized fashion. So do check all that out.
Fabulous. That was beautiful, as always. Now, and I want to thank you so much for that video you provided of Putin in St. Petersburg several years ago, saying why I've just hearted it now. I couldn't review it until I came home, and I reviewed it just while I was sitting down. And so thank you for that. That is, and explain to people what that video is before we bring Sammy on. Explain to people what Putin was saying.
Now I have not verified basically the captioning against what was he's saying in Russian, but assuming that's accurate, here, let me I should I'm trying to find it, but basically it was
Yeah, if you scroll up, you'll find it quickly. Yeah, it's it's definitely
better if I find it my own thing, because the Teams is awkward. I hope to find it. I'll find it.
No worries, take your time, because the entire thing is clunky. Yeah, all Microsoft
Okay,
Teams.
so so apparently the caption to it says Putin was asked why he is not assisting Iran. And this is in June 2025, so I guess that was during the primer to this, right? That brief exchange that happened.
When the Israelis and the Americans together basically blasted a bunch of so-called nuclear sites and said they obliterated all threat. They obliterated all threat.
Yeah. But then didn't they say now that they have to address that threat that they supposedly obliterated? Wait till we get to the U.S. bombing. They drew pictures of the planes on the runways, and then they hid the planes away, right? And they were bombing the pictures of the planes on the run. Yeah, that's there's video of that where it's like, the bomb goes off, and then you see the images. It's still right there. You wouldn't see it, and it's funny. Yeah, so same thing, sort of. Anyway, Putin said why he did not assist Iran. His response: Israel today is almost a Russian-speaking country. 2 million people from the Soviet Union and Russia live there. We take that into account. So it's very well known that it's a bilingual country, and the other language is Russian, and there's a reason for that. Signs are in Russian. People are Russian. Russian Jewish people. And strange bedfellows all around the world.
With that, thank you so much. We bring on Sammy Romero. I do want our dear friend Stephen Myers to know that I've received his contribution of 70 United States dollars. It's profoundly appreciated. I want that to inspire others. I will credit him again when I dive into monologue. My head's a bit better together now, and here we are from T-Tank Berry. Something was entered, a meme or a little bit of news, photo news we'll call it. Russian President Putin warns Israel not to dare attack Russian nuclear experts working in Iran. Whatever. That's what a joke. Okay, yeah. Well, we'll comment on that later. My immediate temptation is to say there are no Russian nuclear experts. So, whatever ignorant schmoes that poor bastard sent down there, he won't miss them if he loses them. Okay, dear Sammy, feel free to vent, catch us up first on how things are going with yourself. Obviously, we've had a lot of action down in Los Angeles. Your area has a very large Iranian community as well. Right. So, yeah, but talk about whatever you want. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, well, hey, how you guys doing? Honestly, just wanted to see how you're doing, and just your listeners tonight. As far as the armed conflict that we're experiencing, it's almost like the script being pretty much played out.
Yes.
I'm not really surprised. It's mostly the incompetence of this administration of really not being prepared. Yeah. Our intelligence is really, it's just very much flawed in the sense of how much they underestimated Iran. Iran's literally handing our ass to us on a plate. They're very much prepared, and almost like a nation that's been waiting for the day. So,
well, they certainly had enough forewarning. But go on, yes.
Absolutely. The thing is, it's like it's almost like they've been telling them, we're gonna get you, we're gonna bomb you, and they've been ready. So the fact that this administration is that incompetent to not at least stockpile and armament and protect our bases that we have, whether it's with, you know, foreign bodies or at least weapons or, you know, ammunition, maybe, you know, get our enslaved people that, you know, led us in their country and, you know, put them on the front lines. I don't know. You know, I'm being facetious, but it's one of these things where it's just, you know, to the point of that our president is already asking for ceasefire multiple times, for ceasefire, and doesn't realize that Iran doesn't care. You know, we killed their cleric leader, the supreme leader. Not that it mattered because,
Yeah,
you know,
continue. I was going to say, along with much of their
but
leadership, as a matter of fact, but please continue. Yes, it wasn't just
I mean,
him, it
that's
was everyone around him, but go on. Yeah.
absolutely. But, you know, you're doing them a favor
Yes,
in a lot of ways
it's true.
because you're bringing in pretty much a much worse administration, that it's not a good thing. They really thought this pretty much, this is not Venezuela. This is not, you know, this is not the cartel. Okay, you're talking about an entire nation who doesn't care. They pretty much have been waiting for this day, and obviously, you know, then, you know, the leader or the so-called leader of Israel, Netanyahu or whatever his name is,
Yes.
is pretty much a de facto, you know, president of the United States.
Yes.
I mean, he's pretty much bribed Trump to attack an enemy that he himself should have known not to attack, because obviously it's showing now and it's affecting the area. Obviously, the whole Arab world is pretty much turned upside down. This is pretty much, and we're just really in the beginning stages, you know.
Yes.
You know, and somebody's making money off of this. There's people profiting off of this, and people also are buying their time to strike as well. I really do believe this is pretty much going to cause a continuation of World War II.
Yes.
And I have to say that because it's technically the truth.
Yes.
This is pretty much, you know, continuation of World War II. And you know, that's just pretty much it as far as how I'm looking at this. And I kind of have to view it in a sense of I'm not necessarily emotionally tied in this. It's just the fact that I really do believe most of our politicians, especially our Congress and senators, are perfectly possessed.
Yeah.
How you say it? They're perfectly possessed in either they are too cowardly to be adults and actually do their job, or they're too cowardly to not just pretty much take the reins, like, you know, something like January 6th.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't mean, you know, insurrection as in bad, as in, I would almost say a citizen's arrest of our own president,
Yeah.
citizen's arrest of our own vice president, a citizen's arrest of an entire cabinet. Okay.
Yeah.
Really, you know,
Yes.
and hell, throw in our military in there too.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
They are all perfectly possessed in that cowardly spirit of not, you know, get down or lay down. And they're laying down. This is just really basic
With their
ABC
asses
1,
in
2,
the air,
3.
no less. Yes, but go on.
Right. Including Bernie Sanders. You know, that
Oh yeah.
what does he have to live for? You know, you're old. You might as well try to do a citizen's arrest. And if they billy club you or they beat you up, then that's just comedy for us. You know, they'll you know, they'll give you some communist, you know, love. Or you'll get a, you know, you'll get a well-distributed beating. But, you know, I'm being facetious. You know what I mean. But
Oh.
at a certain point, all our elected officials they're perfectly possessed with that cowardly spirit. Okay, it is not about it's not really about politics. They really decided to burn the church, to put it that way.
Yes.
They love the church's money. They like the corruption's there, and it's part of the culture of politics. But they have really decided to take the whole bus and drive it off the Grand Canyon.
Yes.
And
good analogy.
That's
It's
pretty
a
much
perfect vision.
that is. Go ahead.
Yeah, go on. No, that's a perfect vision, and I want to thank you for your astuteness as well in comparing this to World War II as a continuity, not even a comparison of World War II as in parallelization. This is really continuity.
Absolutely.
But please continue with what you're saying, and don't be by the way, obviously our listeners like to know more about people in a personal sense. We know that our man Aristides keeps very close to his vest, and poor Brendan, as he's been exposed so far out there that we know about him in ways that most people probably wouldn't want to know. But he's of course, we look forward to his joining us whenever he can, once if he wishes. In your case, of course, we want to maintain a personal security for your family, but
Absolutely.
it's known that you have a family. And how in
Of
general
course.
are things going in your community? Let's put it that way. In your general community, how are things going?
To be honest with you,
Mm-hmm.
one of the things that people now have the privilege and also curse is alternative news.
Yes.
As far as the community, ICE is pretty much, something that is just, prevalent. Okay.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We're living in a world where it's, we're having our own version of Iranian strikes, but it's,
Yes.
it's the enemy within. And I have to say this in a sense of kind of, this is going to be a prelude to what's going to go on in about a year when, there are going to be investigations. They're going to lose, midterms. Midterms is going to be a sweep.
Yeah.
If not, Donald Trump declaring martial law, then that's a totally different conversation,
Right.
which is very possible.
All
He
too
is that
possible.
insane.
Yes. Yeah.
In
Continue.
fact, I might even give it till the summer, right before the summer, because I did not think he was. I mean, I did kind of anticipate him striking Iran. I just didn't anticipate them not being prepared to, wake up that sleeping, that sleeping ghoul, because
Yes.
it's pretty
Good
much
word for it.
that area.
Yes.
Okay. Which I'm sure the ghouls right now are feasting off of bodies.
Oh, they
And
are.
if anybody's wondering what the hell am I talking about, you're gonna have to go back about, maybe 10 years, because, this is, we're edging on the crypto, but Doug is a very diverse individual. He's lived life. He's even changed my life in the sense of how the world is. The world is definitely, there is a surface world and there's quote unquote the underworld, which it shouldn't be no quotes, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
But that
Understood.
being said, I did find it very interesting what I believe somebody commented last transmission about the US or Israel wanting to awake whatever magical entities or whatever,
Oh yes, that's
ancient.
Ms. Meow.
Ancient.
Meow. I'll have to look her
Oh,
comment up, but that was in the chat.
right.
Continue. Yes. As in
And
powers and
it's very
principalities, as referencing
absolutely
biblically the Prince of Persia, which was an entity confronted over
right.
Iran biblically. Yes, please continue. Yes.
And that's very much true. It's just because of my evangelical background in which I grew up in. Obviously I've learned to, I've learned a lot. Okay, I can't say I'm Christian, but I'm not to that extent in a sense of translation. My translation of Christianity has changed a lot. Nevertheless, I kind of have to say this in the sense that the military hierarchy is telling our men and women that they want to bring forth the apocalypse, bring forth the coming of, Yeshua, Jesus, Yahweh, or
You've
maybe
heard say,
mastering.
hey, by the way, Hegseth did say this effectively. This is is
Well,
literally, we're not misquoting here. Please continue. Yeah.
right. Unfortunately, this is an inversion. This is literally a satanic, diabolic inversion of what they're doing. The reason why is because what they really, this is just my point of view. This is not Doug's, but really what they're doing is feeding entities, these bodies of these men and women that are going to fly over there and die.
Yes.
That's all they're doing. They're not bringing forth anything. They're bringing forth chaos. God is love. Okay. God is love. And I'm talking about the second, Testament God. I'm not talking about,
Thank you. Yes.
the First Testament. I'm talking about the Second Testament God. Maybe they do refer to the First Testament, but it's not the Second Testament. God did not come, Jesus Christ, Yahshua did not come with an M16 and say, convert to me. No, he's a God of love. He's a God of order. He was a messenger of peace, of love, right?
Yes.
Obviously he's not talking about that messenger or prophet or God, whatever, translation any of your listeners are listening to. He's talking about a different type of God. And it's really an anti-God.
Yes.
All these GIs are going to be fed just like 35 years ago in the Gulf War.
Yes.
Obviously, someone that knows about that firsthand.
Thank you.
All this is just that they want to just feed these entities, just like Aquino did, feed them to victory. Okay, would not be surprised if they called up, good old, Temple of Set. Hey, you guys know any other guys' wizardy to help us with this fight? I mean, we have to understand too that, I'm obviously now I'm going into this type of realm, and this is nothing new. Obviously, Dick Cheney said, we if we have to go into, the
dark
darkness, we
side.
will.
Yes.
The dark side. And he was dead serious. This is a man that was not kidding. This wasn't satire. This wasn't, comedic jokes. He was dead serious.
Yeah.
And people that, and this is the thing about it, and what I'm trying to make sense of this is, even now, there's a huge difference in the sense that this is not necessarily even any mission per se, like 9/11. 9/11, we were all gassed up to be patriotic, and we're gonna get those damn Afghanistan Talibans. Everybody was gassed up on this idea that we're gonna stop those terrorists. This was, well, to a certain extent, it was well calculated at the time. Obviously, we all know this. This also was
Conspired.
inspired. Unfortunately, now it's complete chaos. Now it's just because this very insane man does not want to be outed on something that everybody else knows. Everybody knows. He is literally like a scared rat. You do not go from inciting violence in Mexico, Sinaloa to be exact, 1 week, and then by the following week, you go and try the same thing in Iran and realize you just walked into a bear's den with, you know, I don't know, a smoked salmon suit, you know, glazed in honey. Okay. And now our armed forces are seeing the repercussions. In fact, the whole entire Middle East, these financial institutions, you know, the UAE, Dubai, all these Abu Dhabi, all these, you know, all these financial enterprises that we rely on now.
Yes.
We literally are enslaved by them.
Yes.
They are now feeling it, and they know it's that time. And here we are, you know, we're literally now going to see in the next couple weeks whether this even, you know, is even a fight. In my opinion, we've already lost. All these bases that have been hit. We're going to make a deal with Iran pretty soon. This is just my opinion.
Mhm.
I'm not saying it's going to happen,
Well,
but I've said a
myself,
lot.
yeah, I myself
I've
have
said a lot on
always,
transmission.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I myself have always said that this is the chicken taco presidency, taco being the acronym for Trump always
Right.
chickens out. Believe me, what you're saying is nothing I'm going to argue with at all.
Right.
And certainly, you know, that having been said, of course, how about in terms of your geopolitical observations? Obviously, they're very astute. Oh, and we're joined by Melissa Mayao, or Melissa Mayao. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let me know, honey. And Melissa Mayao is in the chat room, and she says that this is the young lady whose comment you remembered from the chat
Right.
last episode, who spoke about
Right.
what they're trying to raise in Persia.
Right.
And she says, as I understand it, Maga means magician in many different languages. Quite so, it means mage, and it's simply
Right.
mage in the ancient language. In fact, it's in the ancient Assyriac and Babylonian languages of Sumeric that Maga means what later became mage
Right.
or magician. It's literally the mark of the beast on everyone's forehead that dons that stupid fucking red ass cap to proudly display their mark of the beast, that they've accepted the rubber stamp. And it's what's brought us to this point. This is the age of
Right.
Antichrist. Now, you were mentioning something about Trump's health that you noticed. Certainly, you know by now about the rash on his neck, and basically, you would agree his body is essentially decaying, and the entity can no longer control the meat sack or the meat sock puppet in that sense. It takes a lot of. Effectively, they've been embalming
I
him.
wouldn't.
Go
Yeah.
on. Yeah, please take it from there.
I wouldn't be surprised if his shingles.
Yeah.
I kind
Okay.
of think it's his shingles, as far as his immune system pretty much crumbling. You know, he's had a lot of venereal diseases, obviously from his you know,
Yes.
his
Well, rape of 13-year-old girls, which
well, you
are
know,
essentially exposed in the Epstein files, and those are only the ones they've released.
right.
You can imagine the ones they've hid, but continue.
Well, here's the thing that I really do think that's I don't and you know, this might happen, okay? This is what I'm about to say. The Iranians might just release the files themselves just to spite him.
Oh, that would be delightful.
Um,
That would be
you
wonderful.
know, and that's one of the things that I don't understand. I'm sure they know. It's just what boggles my mind is they this won't really do anything. There are people that are perfectly possessed to just follow him to pretty much the chopping block.
Yes.
And this is part of the insanity. This is one of the things the Bible says is, you know, people's uh love, people's sense of humanity will wax cold. And this is one of the things. Obviously, you know, the word of God is written in parables. The word of God speaks to you, whoever reads to it, like any book, it speaks to you directly. And this is one of the things I say this because, you know, the the American evangelical Christian world is literally infested with this.
Oh,
It's
pervasive. It's yeah.
infested.
Yeah.
It's infested with the idea of not acknowledging what's going on. What they do is they walk around it, and one of the reasons they walk around it, it's because it's tied into pretty much the milking of finances that they get from that political party. They get money.
That's true.
And
Yes.
unfortunately, that right there is what, and there's many things, but that particular it's a very dirty little, it's not even a secret, it's just disgusting. And one of the things that we're not getting, even from our religious institutions, is a sense of, how can I say this? A sense of calm. And obviously that also comes from within. Everybody's responsible for their own peace. You have to find peace in something. But because our leader does not give us at least a sense of, look, guys, we're doing this for this. We can't even lie to us correctly. Okay. Lie to me in a way where I believe you. Obama was great at this. In fact, I almost laughed my ass off if you saw, Bubba Clinton, good old Bubba. Okay. Bubba only got two things, bubble gum and the other one. Did you see him look at the deposition in Congress at the Epstein, the file? Did you see how he looked at it? He looked at it like he's looking at baby pictures. Okay. But Bubba, and I have to give it to Bubba. He is very charismatic. He's very charismatic. He's evil. Like this is who I call evil. He's evil in the sense that he's guilty. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But you can't help it because he's likable.
Yes.
And it is what it is. My point is, in this administration, this is just it's not the same type of evil. This is chaos. This has chaos written all over it. I can understand. I can't believe I'm saying this. This is just our administration is not evil. This is just straight chaos. And at the end of the day, this is one of the things that we are, our country's going to have to overhaul, or whatever's left of it. A lot of things have to change, and we go on for days, but yeah, it's just this is where we're at. I mean, what's next, really? I mean, we're in Ecuador already.
Yes.
Somehow we've managed to scrape a couple of resources to be in Ecuador. I mean, who are we raping and pillaging there? I mean, who knows, right?
Yeah,
But,
your question is well taken. That isn't really been specified. It's pretty nebulous concept what they've given us, but go on.
I guess we need a new fresh supply of meat, right? Who knows? I mean, it's just at a certain extent. I mean, we are up shit's creek, and I hate to use that French. I'm really trying to respect your platform.
Understood. The swearing doesn't bother them, really. The swearing doesn't bother them.
I mean, I can go after and by the way, too, I'm being facetious, but I really hope the J people, lace up their boots and their yarmulkes and, protect Israel, I mean, that's what they want us to do, right?
Yes.
I wish I can go to the west side of LA and, Beverly Hills and all the places there, and tell them to sign up. I hope they're going to be in the recruiting depot. This is the Holy Land they gotta protect, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. I've had to sit around people in the evangelical community that have really just, and I want to throw up in my mouth in the sense of, oh, I just got back from Israel. And all of a sudden now, somehow, they think they're going to turn Super Saiyan. I'm referencing manga, but Dragon Ball Z, but it's like, and all of a sudden now that, they found some type of enlightenment, now they might as well be circumcised, right? Quote unquote. I'm being facetious. You have to laugh. You have to find some type of humor in this, and there is a lot of humor. It's just,
it's black as pitch. Yeah.
Yeah, it's black, right? But it is what it is. It's just at this point, I am convinced, like I said in the beginning, there is perfect possession in the sense of that cowardly spirit in our politicians. Okay, our cowardly spirit. It's not even about good and evil. It's just, and really, this is also, has to happen also too. I think a lot of things force this for the camel back to pretty much shatter.
Yes.
And it's been that way. It's like it's been for like this for almost 400 years. A vertebrae every time is being cracked until no more.
Yes.
Excellent
and point. Yes.
It's one of these things where we are going to probably take a deal with Iran that is not going to be favorable. Not that it matters. I mean, we rape and pillage and we do all these things. So in a lot of ways, Iran right now is the good guy.
They're sadly, very much yes. Guy. Perversely, yes.
I mean, they are. They're defending their region in an unprovoked attack. And it's just, this is the politics of armed conflict. I can't even say war yet.
And by the way, I'm proud of you for that. I'm proud of you. War would dignify this.
Well, it's not. This is a terrorist attack. And really, if we're going to say war, that's going to be really when the cat's out the bag.
Well,
and, what I mean by that is the American people realizing we've been at war for nearly 90 years. We just, we've been in denial.
Yes.
But I'll leave you with that, and give me your thoughts.
Before you leave, of course, while you're here, because I understand that you're already outraged enough, and I'm not trying to provoke outrage. I'm not trying to draw something out of you that's incendiary or inflammable either. There's no need for any inflammatory remarks. But
of course,
what was your impression of the fact that obviously I'll address it in brief through arc of narrative tonight, but the fact that the first thing that the Israelis directed the Americans to attack, they wanted them to take out Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. For those of you who do not know, and I don't expect Sammy Romero to even know who this character is, but Mahmoud Ahmadinejad is this guy who looks kind of like think of how Mel Gibson looked when he grew his beard out, when he was rejected by Hollywood. That's this Iranian guy who was infamous forever. And the funny thing is, he's not ethnically Iranian. He's actually ethnically Azeri, meaning from Azerbaijan. But people in Iran didn't even like this guy. He was really unpopular at home. But everyone in the Arab world, they loved him because they felt he was sticking it to the man. And he was the guy who used to go all over the place and basically talk about Zionist conspiracy, all over the world, and he stood up in the
their version of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, that would be insulting to him, but no.
Well, I gotta throw a little white trash in there. Come on.
Yeah, understood. And Char Kirk still has his taint upon this entire affair. I'll get to that tonight in brief, but in terms of Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the Israelis wanted him fucking dead. Now, bear in mind, this guy's been retired forever now, and he's been retired like since before I started even going public. But he was just teaching at this girls' school, and the Israelis were convinced in his retirement he was teaching at this girls' school, And whether he survived or not is controversial. People are saying he showed up at some other people's funerals of some other leaders, so he may have
Right.
survived the attack. But the Israelis were convinced he was teaching at this all-girls school, and they directed the Americans to attack it. And the Americans attacked it without question and killed
Right.
168 young girls. I
Right.
mean, just the insanity of this is such that so your own perspective on this before I kind of contextualize it myself. What's your first thoughts when you learned of this?
Not surprised. I think I'm not surprised at all. In fact, they probably relieved themselves. And what I mean relieved is, they probably jacked off right before they did it. Trump was partying. Trump was partying right before those attacks last week in Mar-a-Lago.
He was.
So,
Yeah.
no, this does not surprise me at all. All this, and this is the thing about it is it's the reason why I say they're perfectly possessed is this sacrifice of young children, these young school girls. It's the feminine energy, the young feminine energy, the intelligence, the mental power of a young, astute young girl being killed just empowers that type of, that's the type of energy. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's perfect for them. That's what they want. They want that. So it does not whatsoever. It does not surprise me. In fact, I would not be surprised. So it's not that I don't feel horrible and wrong. It's just this is definitely the MO. This is definitely the United States. We do this all the time.
Yes.
Unfortunately, because we're so desensitized now, people don't care. Even if they did, our own government doesn't want to acknowledge this. They've never have. I saw for some reason I was watching a documentary of Pat Tillman,
Mhm.
where
Yes.
he got killed friendly fire, obviously, but one
Well,
of the reasons
more
he
than
got
friendly
taken out.
fire, he was assassinated by
Well,
his own squad. But go on.
well, I say friendly fire with quotations, right?
Yes.
He got taken out. Why? Because he was going to go public. He was going to say what they were doing there: raping, killing, eating brains. Probably seeing Aquino there doing his
Yes.
rituals
Yes.
there.
That's very
Obviously,
true.
he had his own battalion. Aquino had. I'm sure you've talked about that.
Yes. Absolutely.
He was seeing witness to all this. By the way, I don't know. That's my kids in the background, so
No worries.
they're
It's fine.
playing. So it's just not. It's none of this surprises me. It's just at this point, things are done so incompetently right now, with literally no excuse. What this administration's done is literally not acknowledge anything except their narrative.
Yes.
Okay,
Which is constantly
Do-
shifting, but go on.
it's constantly yes. Donald Trump can be, taking his hand and putting it up his rectum and eating his own waste in front of you, and they'll say no, he's not.
Yes.
Okay, and frankly, he might as well be. He's at that mental state. If you see his picture in that war room in Mar-a-Lago, if you see him, he looks high off of coke. He's coked out. You know what I'm talking about, Doug? Come on.
Oh, no, he gets it mainlined. He gets
Absolutely. He gets coked out. It is what it is. It's just he looks terrible. He looks like a drug fiend. Okay, he looks like he knows he's gonna die. He feels the pits of hell. He feels his father grasping at him to come join him. Yes, he feels Christopher Columbus as well, wanting to rape him. All these assholes.
By the way, when Sammy Romero referred to this going on for 400 years, this really does trace back to the Colombian genocide. And
Absolutely.
yes, and it's a
Yes.
continuity of that. We can ultimately say, beyond being a continuity of the Second World War, this is ultimately a continuity of the Colombian genocide.
Absolutely.
Such having been said, the Netanyahu's strategy, I believe, in terms of bombing the girls' school at a more mundane level, while
Right.
acknowledging with all respect and agreement, while acknowledging with all respect and agreement the supernatural element, which I would be the first to be the proponent of in terms of why this happened. Netanyahu is also manipulating the reality of his own war criminal status, which, if Netanyahu is ever taken before The Hague, and believe me, the potential for that is still out there. It's not impossible that
Right.
Netanyahu may stand trial before The Hague. And if he does stand, he wants Trump in the criminal docket with him. He wants Trump on trial beside him
Right.
by ordering through Israeli intelligence the Americans, oh, this is where Ahmadinejad is, get him, and the Americans taken out an elementary girls' school.
Right.
They've just made Trump a war criminal, and that's now Trump is bonded in that sense. He is a co-conspirator and co-criminal with
Right.
Netanyahu. I don't know if he consciously even appreciates that or recognizes that. I don't think he has the mental capacity to understand or
Right.
comprehend that, but you get what I'm saying. So this also
Yeah.
makes all of America a co-criminal with Israel as basically an aggressor in war. The
Right.
other pattern here that is undeniable. The last attacks that took place when they bombed the Iranian nuclear centrifuges and claimed that they had eliminated all threats, they did that while they were negotiating with the Iranians in peace talks, literally drawdown processes for, okay, we want to see a guarantee that this is only for civilian use, and just used that to launch a attack under ceasefire, under conditions of ceasefire, under conditions of peace talk, and that's what happened again this time. The Iranians were back at the table with them negotiating when they attacked again. This is how long can you pull this off? You see, the smaller nations have
Doug.
no choice; they have to
Yeah.
negotiate. But
Yeah.
what happens next when they try it on somebody, say, like Germany or Japan, and you can't just pull this off on people whose economies are some of the largest in the world.
Right.
But your thoughts as well on that. By the
Well,
way,
Doug, this is the problem is we're talking about a small country relatively that's heavily armed.
yes,
This is even worse because they have nothing to lose.
yes,
This is the country that's been pretty much in, I want to say they're North Korea, but there's a lot of similarities in the sense of the
actually, they're on
isolation.
par. They're on par. It's a good
Okay.
comparison. Yes,
They're heavily armed. They're shooting rockets at all their neighbors
yes,
to stay out.
yes.
They sent one to Dubai. Dubai is pretty much the Vegas of that region. Okay.
Yeah, a good
Um.
comparison. It's actually well beyond that. I'll explain later,
Okay.
but good start. Yes, continue.
Well, all the rappers and all the singers, and it's entertainment hub, I guess. But
Yes,
my point is, this is not a good thing. People are going to die. More people are going to die, and it's because this country is heavily armed, extremely heavily armed, and this administration's tactics are very much, they're not honorable. There's no seriousness to this. This is not Venezuela. We're not dealing with the cartels. It's not like you have these people on your payroll like the cartels. No, we're dealing with a religious cleric country that's run by clerics who are very much upset. Yes, is there factions of that country that want to be progressive, that want to maybe bring in the Shah, maybe at some point, some type of monarchy,
Hopefully.
or just,
Yes.
just to integrate themselves to the Arab world as far as in that region, and obviously that's very far-fetched, but at least a remnants of that, right?
Oh yeah, it's not far-fetched. It's hopefully the objective
Right.
of ourselves after all of this is over, for all humanity to render that vision possible. But
Right.
yes, continue. Yeah.
I don't take this very lightly, and I'm not saying you're not. It's just this is going to be Trump's Waterloo.
Yes,
Okay.
excellent. I love that. I'll actually
Okay.
expound upon that. Continue.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay. And, you put your flavor on that.
Yes, later. Yes, continue.
But this is going to be his Waterloo. Any, especially on the Republican side. Hell, I might even say Democrat. Nobody is safe now from the midterms. It's going to get that bad. If things go the way I think they're going to turn, we're looking at $6 gas.
Yes.
We're looking at a lot of our infrastructure is going to suffer. It's already suffering as it is, okay? But especially in these shithole states that, things somehow, don't California my state, right?
Yeah, don't Californicate my Texas and that shit. Yes, go on.
Well, Texas, Iowa, Kansas, or South Carolina. Hi, Brooke.
Oh, by the way, she's
all
doing.
these-
She's doing. She got rid of.
I know.
I called her. I actually called her the other night, and
Send my love to her.
yeah, Meth Head Larry is finally been evicted by the police after, but she's pretty much lost her voice with all the screaming. But go on.
Oh, love. Anyways, let me. My point is, I really do think, and this is really just my message to Trump. Okay. He's shit out of luck. This is not going to go very well for him. This is going to be his Waterloo. My advice to him is, we're already broke as it is. Inflation is going to be up the ass. If he wants to at least have a some type of sympathy, he needs to pay the American public.
Good
I'm
idea.
talking
Yeah.
some type of SNAP, not only money, but SNAP, expand SNAP, take all the ICE money from ICE, or just somehow we're gonna need assistance. The American public's gonna need this. Is literally going to be, in my opinion, he should treat it like COVID. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the best way, in my opinion. The American people are very easy. We're very easy to get bought. It's just this administration is doing a terrible job of not buying us. And it's true.
It's true.
I mean,
yes.
we're easily bought. Okay, give us our health care. Just concede. You concede to everything else that really should be our enemies. He needs to concede to American public. But go ahead, Doug.
No, that was beautiful and certainly necessary to say. And I want to thank you for helping me get to this point. By the way, Mr. Brendan Zogit says in the text box, apparently the Patriot dividends got taxed. A laugh out loud. So much for $1776. Yes. Brendan will have to explain to us a bit more about these these so-called Patriot dividends that were supposed to come to us through tariffs.
Yes, Brendan.
And I don't believe he's on with us right now, but he's certainly welcome to join us whenever he wishes. But it's just so lame. The fact that Trump even suggested this a few times, everybody should get a check, and then just doesn't do it. It's like it's so. Yeah, it's just so fucking lame.
Well, that's my and everybody tells me, well, you just want a handout. Well, what do you think congressmen and senators do?
Thank you.
Do you think their service are free? Look, I'm easy. I'm just not cheap.
Yes.
You
Yes.
can buy me. I'll be a Republican. Just give me money. Give me the tax breaks. Give me all those things. But my point is this. The American people, and this is what's going to happen, in my opinion, if anybody would ever try to run for presidency, their first thing is the American people need assistance. Every American, U.S., and undocumented, we're going to need some type of mental resurgence, some type of, how can you, like you talked about, we're going to need to feel loved, quote unquote.
Yes.
In a sense of assistance financially. We're going to need to have the illusion of the American dream. There's going to be some type of incentive to feel, part of this country, because this is going to be a lot of abuse that we're going to take,
Yes.
in a lot of ways. But, that's just my two thoughts, because there's only so much you can criticize this administration. They're pretty much all clowns. It's like, come on. It's like, at this point, okay, if you bombed Iran, I'm waiting for him to declare martial law. The senators already giving them the powers for war.
That's
Okay. I'm waiting for them to say, well, I'm going to take over I'm going to nationalize the election. I'm going to be in charge of the elections, yada, 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 at that point. Okay. Because the Republicans really they don't care no more. They're possessed. They're possessed.
True. They're owned.
As well
They're
as
truly owned.
they're
Yes,
owned.
Yeah.
And as well as the Democrats, they're owned as well, because somebody should have done a citizen's arrest.
Yes.
Including
seriously.
the military. But
thank you. Well, especially the military. But go on.
Especially. Yes. But they're too busy graping graping children.
Yes, pretty much.
That's either here or there.
By the way, when I brought up that about the young girl who was 13 being raped by Trump, that is it's based on evidence from multiple FBI interviews of this female as an adult who was raped between the ages of 13 and 16 years of age, after which, when she turned 16, Trump said she was too old for him. And at one point, she bit his penis in response to his orally raping her, and he beat her half to death. That's in the interview. So this is so these are FBI records. It's not something based on rumor. Just so people understand, whenever they complain about my bringing these things up. But yes, this is what I have called in the last episode before tonight. I call we've referred to the power elite in Russia as the oligarchy, and but in the United States, I think a better term would be the Epstein class. This is the Epstein class of the United States that is effectively
the Rothschilds, all these assholes that that are pretty much in a different class. They need to somehow understand that the donkeys, the American people, we need help. We're going to need help even after him. There's going to have to be it's almost our morale is what I'm trying to say. You're going to have to build the morale of the country, because it doesn't, as far as party lines, it's going to get so bad, it's not going to matter. People are going to disconnect from the illusion of these two-party systems. And you're going to get chaos. You're going to get anarchy. And it's already starting. It's going to be more mainstream and more mainstream. Go ahead.
Yes, wonderful. And let's welcome Holly aboard. By the way, I want to thank the young lady, Melissa Mayau, in the chat, who said, I'm honored to be here with you. The honor is ours, Melissa Mayau. And the honor is ours to have Holly grace us with her presence as well. Shout out, by the way, to Heather Holman, who came into the chat to say hi. Kisses to you and hugs to Vin, your husband. And, well, dear Holly, let us know how you're doing. People want to know about you personally, too, and you don't need to share much, but we do want to know if you're doing okay.
A couple of things I want to on here while Sammy was here, especially.
Please.
Because everything you just said, Sammy, was totally got me in the heart. And over my course of life, I've watched the social contract be broken. So the poor people get surly and the rich people get frightened, and you get chaos. It's just such a simple equation. If I can work hard and afford a place to live and gasoline and a TV and a phone and a car, I'll do what, I need to do. But when that got broken, this is what we're feeling now. That you said so well, But for me, I think of it as the social contract that kind of did exist. I mean, for white people or whatever.
Good qualifier there.
Yeah, there was something. I mean, the white people are the biggest problem today and always
Oh,
for
comment
hundreds
withheld
of
for the
years.
moment. Yeah, comment withheld.
So, all right. But a couple
Well, it had to be
points.
said. Has to be said. But go on, yes.
Well,
Yeah, you break the social
by the way,
contract, you got.
Holly, thank you for expressing that. I'm not saying, I'm proud to know somebody who's, you're very conscious of history, and obviously you're one of the you're one of the exceptions to that. It's just this is one of the things that I think, if you ever paid attention to Doug's platform, anybody that looks like you that says this is targeted.
Right.
So you're very brave. You're very brave, because coming out of a person like you says a lot, and
Well,
I very much commend you.
I'm kind of judgment proof. I'm judgment proof.
Right.
I'm that poor. But
Go ahead.
it's only what I've witnessed firsthand in my life. So I heard something interesting about Khomeini today, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
The first round when they, supposedly obliterated the nuclear facility,
Mm-hmm.
he evacuated to a secure bunker.
Mm-hmm.
But a couple days ago, he sat down in the middle of there. He sat on the X.
Yes. Yeah. Intentionally.
And
Yes. Go on.
yeah, and martyred himself.
Yes.
So that was just kind of interesting. Now, he was 87 or something and dying of cancer.
Essentially, yes.
But
that's true.
yeah.
Yes. So
But
I figured,
this
why the hell
time,
not?
he
Yeah.
He
Why not go
played
out with a
the
bang?
martyr ticket.
Yes.
And this question is for both of you, because it bugs me lately. Does your average rank and file person who says they're Christian, whether or not they go to church, know the difference between when they're quoting Yahweh scripture and Jesus scripture? Because that's two different gods.
Yes.
And I think they kind of get smushed together.
To say the least. Yes.
And that's a big mistake.
No, they don't. Doug has.
All right,
has
that's my
pointed-
worry.
Yeah, Doug has pointed out that most Christians, they're not knowledgeable. And I have to throw myself in the bunch. I've just recently, through Doug's helped me out a lot to understand a lot of my misinterpretations. It's not that I didn't know. It's just you just get stuck in the idea that you are, and when you start really breaking down things, yeah, there are there's huge differences, but no.
Well,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's quite disturbing.
And well, thank
because
you.
there's such a gulf of difference between the two, hundreds of years,
Oh,
and
yeah.
two different gods that were coming from entirely different places,
Very
politically
much so.
and everything.
No, definitely.
So
please continue.
it's something I keep in mind and make sure I'm knowing the difference.
Yes. Well,
okay, so now we're getting into. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to essentially work on that for a second. I want to thank Holly for broaching that topic, and it's very important to.
I got more after that.
Oh, of course. I mean, we'll return to Holly immediately, but I just wanted to, take that and run with it for a moment. Yes, my father, who was, of course, a sailor, and even though he was raised a Roman Catholic, he was by no means someone who was narrow-minded. And for that reason, I was never baptized into Catholicism when I was born. It was something that he wanted me
circumcised.
Oh, nor circumcised. Well, that, thank God, was, yes, yes, thank God for that.
Oh, man, imagine.
Yeah, I can't, so,
No.
but such having been articulate it. My father, of course, was a victim of circumcision because, yes, our medical industrial complex has been dominated by essentially a Jewish medical cabal in all fact, not in some sense of conspiracy or some sense of racial stereotype. It simply was their culture produced a lot of MDs that tended to dominate the medical industrial complex for many generations and is still such today. So Americans, well, the Jews leave their mark upon you quite literally, and Americans are literally born into that without a choice, simply because their culture has taken that path. Many Americans come into awareness of this far too late in their lives for anything to be done. But all that being said, hopefully that will change with time, and that having been articulated. As a sailor, my father often emphasized two books that were his favorite, books that he loved and read repeatedly, were Moby Dick and The Mutiny on the Bounty. And understanding, of course, that Moby Dick is a dramatization, or rather a novelization, of a very real historical incident, but novelized and dramatized to the point where it became archetypal and symbolic through the book, through the work of the book, by the author of Moby Dick. Somebody help me out here, Melvin. I remember Melvin. Herman Melville. Herman Melville.
Yeah.
And but such having been said, everybody who does not know this, that's a monumental work of American literature. It's specifically American piece of literature. Then that having been stated, Mutiny on the Bounty was about a very real historical incident. And it was about a British ship that was working on behalf of the expansion of the Greater British Empire, with a captain who was deemed cruel enough. Of course, this has been contested, and his character has been rehabilitated by the film, where the actor, who was the guy who played Hannibal Lecter again, plays Captain Bligh.
And that was
Anthony
Captain
Hopkins.
Bligh, right?
Yes,
Captain
Anthony
Bligh.
Hopkins portrayed Captain Bligh, and they rehabilitated. In all fairness, what I felt, my father took me to see that film, and I saw it multiple times. We felt that was a justifiable rehabilitation of the Captain Bligh character. Such having been articulated, my father would compare the Bible, the melding of the New Testament and the Old Testament. He compared that to taking the Moby Dick as the Old Testament and Mutiny on the Bounty as the New Testament, and binding them together in a single volume and telling people to read everything in Mutiny on the Bounty, a known historical incident, while taking the preceding novel in the in that single binding, the Old Testament of Moby Dick, as the literal word of God, to be taken as the foundation for interpretation of everything you read in Mutiny on the Bounty. That's how unconnected.
Leviathan.
Yes, that's
amazing.
That's
Leviathan.
Yes, but that's how unconnected the Old and New Testaments are. They're strictly connected by binding, people. they're bound together, and they are
books, two different gods.
Yeah, they're loosely connected by a thematic, but the thematic is such that you cannot or should not be taking it the way you do. But that having been articulated, I also, before returning to Holly, want to emphasize on behalf of what Sammy brought up. Yeah, when Sammy brought up that, Christ is a God of love, that he is. But Christ, not being the maniacal God of the Old Testament, Yahweh, who demands entire peoples to be ethnically sacrificed en masse in what was deemed a Holocaust. Yes. That's the God of the desert. That's the God of the Jewish people, who so hated his own people that he would basically claim credit for their persecutions, who so hated his own main representative, Moses, that God deformed him, made him grow horns. Quite literally, that's actually scriptural if you read the old Judaic
That's where the
words.
horns came from.
Yes, that's Talmudic. And not
Yeah.
only deformed him, but scarred him so horrifically that he had to wear a mask. So this is like this is obviously a god with issues. Now, but that psychotic, warmongering god of the desert and Christ, while being extraordinarily different beings and extraordinarily different entities, it is important to remember that Christ could anger. Christ would anger at
Mm-hmm.
the cowardice of our government because he said,
Mm-hmm.
"Be thee either hot or cold. If thou art lukewarm, I will spit thee out." And that same Christ would chase the moneylenders out of the temple. Believe me, that Christ was capable of violence. He said, "I bring you not peace but a sword. I'm here to turn son against father and father against son." So do understand
The
Christ
sword
was...
to break the Old Testament law.
Yes, but understand that
Okay.
Christ was to be taken as just wrath, just anger. His anger was based on a greater love, but he could be called to violence when he felt there was a need. So do understand that Christ does exist, that warrior Christ.
And the
yes.
Romans obliterated that by making their sacred icon, this handsome white guy all cut, wriggling on a fishhook.
Well,
Crucifixion.
let's put it this way.
That's crazy.
Well, the crucified Christ is important. It's important because
Important.
it's important because of the resurrection. It brings us inescapably to the
Killer
resurrection.
important. Yeah.
I would rather have
But
the
France?
crucifix. I would rather have the crucifix than the fish as the Christian symbol. I
Ooh.
assure you. Because the fish was often a Christian symbol for the underground church. In the very early days of the church, the fish was used as the symbol. But these days, if you go to
Right.
Muslim nations, you will see their bumper stickers show a fish being eaten by a shark, and that's their idea of
Yeah.
that. It just goes to show a
Yeah.
vulnerable Christianity that we don't need right now. We do need a Christianity that is prepared for war and the struggle in the age of the Antichrist. So let us
I
not...
hear that.
Yes. So let us
I
not
hear that.
render Christianity impotent by turning the other cheek. Rather, we need to face...
And all crucified and shit.
Well, the crucifixion is still an important... It's a militant symbol.
It is
It's a militant symbol.
crucial.
Yeah, and
But it shouldn't be front line.
well,
France worships Mary and John the Baptist front line.
well, I've always admired that about the Roman Catholic Church, is that it retains the feminine element by the literal worship of the Mother of God.
At all. Yeah.
The fact that
At all. But grudgingly.
Well, hey,
even
she's up there
compared.
with Christ. It's not grudgingly. Mary's up there with God, honey.
All right.
So yeah,
all right.
that's Catholicism. So appreciate that much. Acknowledge that.
Okay.
At least. Yeah.
Well, I do, and I've always said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get to worship a lady.
But by the way,
Protestants get
in my
nothing.
own opinion, this is my opinion, of course. I always spank Holly about this. I feel that she's the product of some liberation theology, which is borderline communist. But that's my own trip with her. So it's just so that
Yeah, but if it's if it's just over the border from communism, can't we
I can see the rationale. by
maybe
the
do
way.
communism right?
Well, I see the rationale. See, the old argument for very leftist liberation
You
Roman
gave me a
Catholic.
borderline,
Yeah,
at least a
yeah,
wall.
The Roman Catholic theology priests, which were loose all over Central America for a while before the CIA slaughtered a bunch of they essentially
Oh, yeah.
were people who were saying that. They were saying that, well, early Christianity is communalism, is very communalist.
Of course.
But I
Of
think there
fucking course.
was just too much of an overlap with the way they presented it and communism that that didn't sit right with myself. But we can go into that another time.
Yeah, I mean, dusty villages, give them a break.
So Heather
Let
and
them group
Brendan
up
have joined us, but before Brendan they can just say hi. But Holly needs to complete her thoughts. She still has more thoughts to share. But Heather and Brendan both say hi.
Not much of.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. Just a couple quick ones.
Yeah.
You
Heather.
know that right after the whole El Paso balloon flap.
Yes. Oh yeah, and
they
shot down a drone. They shot down one of their own drones.
Just the whole flap, closed the airport, all that. Just like 2 or 3 days later,
yeah,
the fancy Defense Department laser got in a panic and shot down a border control drone.
Yes.
Yeah, and that caused a big flap. But let me just, a couple quick things here, I think. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Just talking about the administration and Trump and everything. It just fits the bill exactly of the insane clown posse.
Yes.
They're all juggalos.
Yes.
It's an insane clown posse.
Yeah.
Come to life. And on the sacrifice, the ritual aspect of this awful war, I just don't get, Trump and Netanyahu holding hands and skipping into this bloodbath. So proud the people are just going to have to die. I don't think that's going to help in the midterms on either side, because that's, half of MAGA hates Jews. So what the hell?
Oh.
But these juggalos, go ahead.
No, continue. I was just laughing.
I guess that's it. But that's my how I see these people. They're juggalos of the insane clown posse. And now there's a big meme effort to enlist Barron.
Oh, Barron Trump?
Yes,
that's right, to draft him. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
get him in there.
Well, we're a long way from
Okay, carry on, you guys.
No. I mean,
I know, but
he
should do his duty.
Oh, well, no argument here. I'm not gonna. You'll certainly get no protest.
I'm just saying. And we know Kushner's over there laying out the plans for Trump-branded Golden Arches Casino Resort.
Well, he just got a lot of his shit taken down, so I'll talk about that in Arc of Narrative tonight in terms of...
Okay.
Just so that Sammy understands when it comes to Iran. Iran isn't, knowing that they cannot directly strike back at the United States, except through terrorism, which obviously the United States is scared shitless about. The Iranians are attacking their neighbors because they know they can't hit Israel with the Iron Dome. And America's putting all of its defenses around Israel, as well as a number of other Western nations. So what Iran is taking down is the global economy. One of the ways of doing that is through Dubai, which I'll explain later in Arc of Narrative tonight, that Dubai is far more than just a center of entertainment or some Tinseltown. Dubai is
the new Switzerland.
It's a financial hub at this point. So when it comes to Brendan and I, there's one young lady we're actually following in Dubai. And hopefully nothing happens to her. We're both hoping her husband is killed or taken out, but yeah, aside from that, dear Heather and Brendan, say hi. Heather, say hi, ladies first. Say hi.
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 How are things going?
Hello, everybody.
How are things going, honey?
It's okay.
Yeah.
How are you, Brendan?
Yeah, Brendan. Let's hope.
Hey, the last thing I wanted to slip in. Let me slip in one
please.
final thing.
Sure.
In terms of any kind of ritual of this awful war, for the first 3 days, the highest casualties were little girls.
Yes.
Hundreds of little girls.
Yes.
They were the leading casualty. So how's that for a blood sacrifice?
It's
right up front.
It's breathtaking. There's no words.
First fucking thing they did.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's unspeakable. Literally unspeakable. Under the eclipse, as Brendan points out, under the shadow of
Lord.
eclipse. Yes.
Oh my Lord! In the Ramadan.
Yeah.
I tell
It was
you what,
also
if I had any
Chaitanya
doubts,
Mahaprabhu's birthday yesterday.
What's that, honey?
wow.
Who?
It
What?
was Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's birthday. He's Hare Krishna.
Oh, thank you.
Man,
Appreciate that. Do you see a
it
connection,
was someone's. Yeah, go ahead.
honey?
No, he's one of the people that we say our prayers to in Krishna consciousness. We
Yeah.
don't say our prayers to him. We just we celebrate him.
No, with all respect to that, but do you feel that there was some connection between what the Americans are doing and that fact?
No,
Oh, okay.
I just think it's Ramadan. It's like the planet parade. It's all the, like you guys were
Yeah.
mentioning, the lunar eclipse and full moon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and big birthdays and death days.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And we just got okay, and so I want to thank Brendan for this, but Brendan, you're going to have to read this. I won't read it, Brendan. If you come on, please read this for us. I would appreciate that. He entered some text, but I think
It was the goddamn headline.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
think
can read it.
sure, honey. Go ahead.
The eclipse in Berserk is a rare apocalyptic demonic ritual occurring every 216 years that elevates a chosen human to godhead by sacrificing their loved ones. Triggered by a crimson behelit during immense despair, it transports the target and their comrades to a hellish dimension where apostles devour them to fuel the leader's transformation into a new demonic member of the God Hand. Not Godhead, God Hand.
Yes.
God
Yes.
Hand.
God hand. Yeah, the hand
Whoa.
of God. The so-called hand of God.
Well, you know, that's
Read the
funny.
very first headline again, very first sentence again.
Well,
It
I'll just
garbled on
continue.
me.
The key details
okay.
of the eclipse
Yeah,
ritual
this
purpose.
basically my point was that this was some berserk level evil fucking deed.
Yes.
So it's one of the darkest mangas ever written for a reason. But they decided they wanted to do a world level apocalypse initiating event in this manner. So in the manga Berserk, this is one of the biggest betrayals in the whole series, and it, destroys the main character. And basically his best friend betrays him and performs this eclipse ritual. And it ushers in, basically the anti-gods into their realm. So that's what they did in this latest situation.
Right.
So the God Hand are inverted disciples that serve this, basically, what was that one creature, Doug? It was like the leader of all the other the unnamed, unspecification.
Oh, yes, the
Yabaldal.
It's believe it or not, my mind is going blank. Maybe that's for the best.
Thank God. Thank God. Yeah.
Well, is this something? Yeah. Did I understand it can only happen every 216 years?
Well, this was in the manga.
I heard that number.
So
but
is
in
it?
the case
So are
of
the
what's going
planets
on now, it can only
becoming
happen every
people?
5,000 years. That's why they're taking their chance to do it now.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because they live for a long time.
Brendan.
I mean, not on Earth, but other beings, they have long lifespans. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like personification. I'm trying to
No,
understand.
in the lower realms, they can live longer. That's all.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, you weren't referring to the solipsist when you were talking about that. No, you're speaking.
No, I was talking about the leader of the anti-gods. So in the Berserk manga, it was the God Hand were like the disciples of that being.
I see.
And then every once in a while, every 200 years, a human can do it and get all these power ups.
Right.
But they have to be pure evil and do these sacrifices of their closest allies and shit.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of the While there's not exactly a leader of the anti-gods, I'm trying to actually remember. I'm going completely blank about the god that is known as the core of chaos, or the chaos at the center of uncreation, or the like. The other anti-god also.
Yeah, it starts with a Y, doesn't it? Or
Well,
both.
that's only going to confuse me, because then I'll think of Yog-Sothoth, but which is not bad. Yog-Sothoth.
Well, we
is
don't need to. We don't need to even go there. We'll get to see them pretty soon. You know, but,
Oh, I hope not.
you know, you want to see tentacles coming out of the ground? It's coming.
Uh,
Guys.
well, we will, but we already are, actually. We've been seeing that for a while. They're doing their best to try and control the chaos, or harness it in their own mad way, or in a sense unleash it even further. They fight among themselves, the cabals that have led us to this point. But
Of course.
all of that.
Yeah, I'm obviously being facetious.
Well, not really. No,
they
no,
can't-
you're not.
I mean, they can't best divine itself, so they just have to do all these desperate fucking bullshit.
Yes.
Trip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Most
very
of it's fake, anyways. It's like an internet war, but we'll leave that aside.
Yeah, there's an element of truth to that. That's for certain. Now, such having been said, we want to say to Sammy, thank you so much for joining us earlier, and feel free to come back whenever you wish. He's off the call for now because he checked out. And Heather Holman has brought us some wonderful little papers that she is using to explain some of what would you call these meditations, Heather?
No, I would call this part 2. I don't know if I'll try to make this really as brief as I can,
Well, you
but I
don't need
just
to.
do
You're
want
fine.
to have it documented because it gets a lot off my chest, to get these things off my chest publicly.
Mhm.
And so do you remember, like, when I was kind of obsessed with the statue mansion a couple years ago when I first started talking to you again? A mansion that was abandoned that had statues in it in Japan.
In your neighborhood?
No, in
In your
Japan.
neighborhood? Oh, in
Vaguely.
Japan. Okay.
Vaguely.
I saw it on a YouTube video. So I started watching all the YouTube videos about it.
Mhm.
And back then, it was when it was first being explored by the urban explorers. And so everything was like respected and nobody really touched anything or broke anything. And it was nice, So I always knew, I was obsessed with it. I'm like, what is going on with this place? And I watched every single video I could find about it. And I just like lost sleep and everything. So today I was going through YouTube and I just happened to stumble upon like the follow-up. Some guy recently went there, a few years later,
no.
and the place was just wrecked. And it just everything is just like everything's gone, and just like all the statues were practically broken except for some of the statues,
Man.
which had changed a strange color. And I could never prove anything before because it was so outrageous for me to say they're trafficking people and making them into statue lamps, because that sounded crazy. But then this guy, his video was really hard to follow because he just zoomed around a lot. He was kind of freaking out. But I got a few screenshots, and the fastest way, that letter is actually something that he held up to the camera, and I took a picture of it. And you can see that it's in English, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
And they're in Japan, and it says something about screening, or it says something about it's like a movie script or something. So I don't know. I can go back and read the questions, and they're really.
So was it some American tourist or what?
No, it was this person. I think the fastest way for me to go through it is just to go through the pictures and show you guys as I go along. He would traffic people, and he had this one picture in a frame of this girl who it looks like her comp card, like she's an actress, model, she just wants to get discovered. And it's in a frame. And then, so that's the picture that really gave me the vibe, because.
But I mean, was he the one that smashed up the temple?
No, it's a guy's house. It's a billionaire's mansion, and they're connected by 2 different mansions. And the script, it says page, imagine script. Imagine you put your heart in a washing machine and you watch it spin. Imagine you're sleeping, your heart in hot water, and you will drink it like tea. Imagine your heart feels like metal and it tastes like metal too. Now imagine your heart doesn't feel anything at all, which is better than feeling too much.
Mm.
And
And I think
Okay.
that was the script that he gave the people before he, electroplated them or whatever he did to make them into statues. You
Oh.
could see the statues that didn't get broken are probably the ones that didn't break, and they have like turned into this other type of statue. Like they have spots on them, and they're not
Oh.
statues anymore. They've changed colors.
No,
You
no.
could
So you
see.
think there's
W-
people in them?
Well,
Yeah,
now
I know.
were you the one who was asking me about the bones found in the clay soldiers in China?
No,
Mm.
That must have been you, wasn't it you? That was that
no,
you. It was the
I know
terracotta
about that.
soldiers. Okay,
That's interesting. Also,
yeah,
yeah.
that the terracotta soldiers had human remains inside of them. That there were
Ah,
that there were
Am
people
I still
who.
audible?
Yes, thank God. Now you are
Yeah,
audible.
they're golems. They're just
Sacrifices.
golems. This
Yes,
is
there
okay.
were.
differentiating.
So I'm
Ah.
going to share them and explain them.
Oh,
There are
oh,
so many. And then in one of the pictures, there's a bunch of Home Depot boxes. And I thought it was weird to have Home Depot boxes in Japan
What?
from that say Home Depot on them. And this guy like went into
Yeah, the
um,
closest Home Depot's in Hawaii. So
yeah, and
Yeah.
this guy had properties in
Drones.
Hawaii. He owned like neighborhoods in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
oh, so
Well,
that's how it got over there. There you
yeah,
go.
that
Yeah.
makes sense.
I
Yes.
mean, this
Yeah.
guy was really, he was reading all the stuff that he would find, which the other people didn't do that. And he's like, this stuff is coming from, all over the world.
Oh.
And then he has this catalog of furniture that he'd put the people in when he'd traffic them.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's some pictures of the statues that Heather is providing in the text box. And
Okay.
okay. So there we are. We can.
Yeah, and you could see how some of them don't look like statues because they were all white or like a different color the first time I saw them.
Mhm. Okay.
Fascinating.
Food for thought. Yeah, thank you. I will put the thoughtful emoji here. Abandoned billionaire's mansion in Japan, or so we're told. So yeah, thank you for sharing this. Later on at my
Well,
leisure,
yeah,
I'll.
it just gets
Yeah.
gets a lot off my chest. So hopefully
Definitely
somebody's
creepy.
listening in a state of authority, because I've called Interpol before about these things and they don't do anything.
I would imagine it'd be hard to get them to respond to something like that. Yes.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
a hard sell.
yeah, yeah. But you can't say you didn't try, Heather. You tried.
It looks like kryptonite or whatever that. Or not kryptonite. What was that stuff called? Carbonite.
Carbonite. Oh,
Yeah,
you mean
this
from
guy,
yeah.
this guy
From
that did
Star
it, he
Wars.
goes into
Yeah.
the wall and he traces the wall to where he thinks is a secret place. None of these other people did that, so you couldn't really see what was really going
Mm.
on.
Mhm. Fascinating. I mean,
So do
well,
they know who destroyed it?
Oh, a bunch of vandals, probably. Maybe the guy when he, I don't know if the guy is the one that was doing this, the
Okay.
billionaire. I think it was probably his lover or something.
mhm.
Oh boy.
But yeah, you can
But
see
they don't know.
the statues that have taken a strange deformed color. They have like bands around their arms, so that's where he's like put the copper wires around him when he electroplated him.
Ah,
I
that's them leaking out. Yeah.
And he took
Fascinating.
all the chandeliers and all the Home Depot boxes. What's in it is light equipment to make lights and packing equipment.
Mm.
Right. It's well. Okay.
I'm glad you stayed out of there.
Yeah, it's in Japan.
But she couldn't.
Yeah.
She couldn't get there.
Well, I'm glad.
I'm glad for that too. Yes. Well, Heather, that's it's pretty.
I'm gonna make a TikTok about it just in case anybody really has any authority and wants to do anything about it. But it's very it makes me feel better to talk about these things publicly, and then I don't have to think about them anymore.
Right on.
That's probably healthy. Yes.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I think that
All
that's
because of you. Thank you.
well, thank you. I mean, I thank you for well, I mean, it's not without
Once again, you're a burden on people.
yeah.
We blame you.
That's all I ever am.
No, he's talking to me.
Oh shit! I was supposed
No,
to be on
he's
mute.
talking about Doug.
Sorry.
It's his fault.
Oh,
Disregard that last.
He stimulates our
Mhm.
curiosity.
yeah. Well, Brendan. Now, let's get you back off mute. And now that Heather shared that, which is fascinating,
you.
and it's on record. Well, thank you, Heather. That was. I don't know what to say about that. It's certainly interesting. It's
Well, I
interesting.
I finally, because I've waited years and I just stumbled across it, and I finally got to figure it out, and it was really morbid, but at least I knew that I was onto something, and it was something, you know.
I don't know enough about it to comment. Have you considered the possibility that there might be hoaxery involved in terms of the individual with the letters, even though it seems to look like the same place that you encountered videographically a number of years ago?
No, this guy had no idea what he was doing. He was just picking shit up and recording it. He had no idea.
Interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe. Well, yeah, I mean,
It was a
let's.
hard video to watch because he wouldn't keep the phone still, you know, and he was doing it in the dark.
Well, that makes
So
it
it's like,
suspect. That
yeah,
does.
no, he was just trying to get through the whole thing.
Well, possibly. I mean, all I can say is that let's maintain a healthy sense of skepticism here.
That's
Well,
what my AI says.
I hate to sound like your AI, I really do. But let's put it this way: I'm not denying that something like this, the way you have articulated it, did not happen. It's conceivable. It's conceivable, but that
Well,
let's
thank you,
put
Douglas. I appreciate it. It was
yeah.
not conceivable before.
I
You know, it was
well,
only imaginary. Seemed
I
like, you know, too much.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but it's it's without. I'm not saying it's not the way you articulated it. I'm just saying I would need to know a lot more about it, and I'll tell you the truth. It's certainly interesting, but it's not necessarily something that I'm going to follow up on.
No, I know. I
Myself.
didn't expect you to, but if you realize, I mean, how many people that they turn into statues, it might be important. I don't know, to the Japanese government, perhaps.
Well, by that you mean that this phenomenon might be some kind of industry?
Yeah.
Well,
More of a billionaire thing.
In
uh,
1886, they presented this as a form of memorialization, but it didn't go through.
no,
You know,
no.
so it's
Oh, by the way,
Ah,
that is quite true. These things have been presented as a of alternative to conventional burial. That's it's
got it.
yeah. So that's it could be somebody maintaining the art, so to speak. This is not inconceivable. I'm just okay. Thank you, Heather.
If you got enough money. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank you, Douglas.
yeah. That's right. Thank you, honey. That I love you dearly. Share that love with Vin, and yeah. So Brendan, you still there? Well, your Heather just took off, and we love you, Heather. Have a blessed night, and feel free to jump back on whenever you wish, and uh, and regale us with other strange things going on in the world that will leave us wondering about our sanity and that of others. Okay, she's really good at that. She's really good at data dumping, and okay, that's cool. So it's yeah. So, Bren, you there? You able to come off mute, or well, you're welcome to interject whenever you feel like it. I'll just take it into overdrive from this point. Okay. I want to thank Stephen.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch over, Douglas.
Well,
Last time was so flaming hot. Oh my
oh bless you, honey.
God,
Oh, I love you too.
scorching.
I'm not
Well,
a
So
data
I'm gonna step
dumper. I
aside to
just didn't want to
YouTube
bother
and
you guys or take any more of your time.
no, don't take that as a negative. That wasn't meant as a negative.
no, not at all.
No,
It's
Not at all. It
okay.
was
honey,
fascinating.
honey, that was fine. Honey, that was
It was
adorable.
fascinating
I mean, that was fascinating. It was
I've been waiting all day for that.
yeah, no,
and
that was
very plausible.
yeah,
Yeah.
no. As Holly says, it's when I say it's not inconceivable. I mean what Holly is saying. Look, I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot. So what you say, it's odd looking enough where one wonders. One really
I'm
does.
looking for my missing daughter, and in that picture is somebody's missing daughter, you know?
Yes,
That's right.
yes, yes.
And it sounds like an awful creepy mansion. Jeez.
It sounds yeah.
And
So
now is there just a fence around the whole place?
No, it's all
Or
the
just
windows are
that
broken.
part
You
of
can
it?
go in. It's weird.
But it's all abandoned.
It's like scumbags, and people are just going through there. There's cigarettes everywhere and just graffiti.
Wow.
well, this is what puzzles me is that apparently they're saying it's in Japan, but it doesn't sound like Japan. It's very few places.
Yeah, I
in
didn't think you
Japan
could
that
get
are like
away
that.
with
From the
that.
Yeah.
window, you can see an island. Like it looks across the ocean, and you can see an island. I think is Okisakawa.
Okay, interesting.
Huh.
So if there are landmarks that are actually verifiable, that would change the story.
Yes, when
That
Steve Ronan he shows the map of the land, so it
oh,
does
okay, he
verify.
calls himself Ronan. This guy.
Yeah, Steve Ronan. He's the first one that went in there that made the first video.
Okay, Ronan as in Ronin.
Correct.
Okay, he's obviously under an assumed name. He's
No,
under,
Steve Ronan, he's an urban explorer. He's pretty popular.
yes, he's under an assumed name. There's no white
Oh,
guy naturally named Ronin. That's a
he's
Japanese one.
Asian.
Yeah, go on. I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah,
Honey?
he's Asian.
Oh, he's Asian. Well, it's still an assumed name. It's not a natural name. Whether one's Asian or white, you're not born with the name Ronin. It's a very specific. Yeah, it
Yeah,
means
Ronan
Yeah.
is just like a stage name. It's
yeah,
just his channel name.
yeah.
So
Okay.
Thank you.
it's
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you, Brendan.
So who the
it's
hell owned the whole place?
This guy, this
there's
rich
abandoned
billionaire.
properties all over Japan because these people have so much money, especially the business
Yeah,
owners. They just buy a whole
yeah.
new property. They just
It's
have a
true.
new one
And they
built.
bought up neighborhoods in Hawaii just to let them go into depreciation.
Got it. Got
Yeah.
it. Got
So that's
asset
just how they
protection, baby.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
that
Understood.
having been said, the first stereotype that would come to my mind is that if it is in Japan, that Japanese would not be going anywhere near it due to its reputation, and the only people that are
Mm.
trashing it are a bunch of white tourists who are
Yeah.
going there and doing all the damage. That's the first
Or
thing.
Well,
people
there's a
that
lot
don't
of
want
Yeah.
there's
yeah,
a lot
the
of
information
otaku
to
that
come
look
out.
for paranormal shit like out here.
Okay, true.
Like little like kind of like they're
Oh, they're glitching you, Bren. They're glitching you. So, oh my God.
like can you
Say
hear
it.
me?
Yeah, well, now we can. Say
I
it.
said they're not like gangs, but they're like outcasts and like
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
punks and kids and goths that
Mm-hmm.
do
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
urbex.
Got it.
It's
Mm-hmm.
kind of like out here. I
Yes.
guess
Yeah.
in every country, like it's just
Well,
Yeah.
when they
there's
don't have money or jobs, yeah,
well,
they
there's a
spread
profound
out.
difference. In Japan, it's not because of no money or jobs. It's simply that these kids are privileged and they have loads of time on their hands, in the sense
Yeah,
that it's not that poverty does not exist in Japan, but poverty in Japan is like, it's like nothing compared to your concept of poverty anywhere else. Let's put it that
Mm-hmm.
way.
yeah.
So it's like kids who like, they're just like ghost hunters. They're just like, this is fun.
Yeah.
They're having, yeah. But it's more like that. But
And
in
on social.
right, yeah,
And
and
they're usually like color gangs.
interesting.
Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yes.
So that's
Yes.
why they're vandalizing.
Yeah. Color gangs. Got it. And the color gangs
Or
again in
used to
Japan.
be color gangs. They used to
Right.
be color gangs.
Right. Yeah. It's very different in Japan than any concept you have of it here, and by that we mean that they have gang colors. But here's the difference.
I
For
mean, they
instance,
still had greasers in Tokyo in the 90s. So
yeah. But the first thing you'll notice that it'd be very rare that if you went to a place like that in Japan, you might find cigarette butts, you might find like some hint of people being there, but you're not going to find what you would find in almost anywhere else. Like in America, if you go into an abandoned property like that, you're going to find human waste, like literally shit and piss, puddles of piss, piles of
needles.
excrement. Yeah, needles. Okay, yeah, you're not going to find that in abandoned property in Japan. Or
Cigarette
yeah.
butt's a big deal.
Yeah, cigarette butt alone's a big deal. So
Really
here,
rad.
here we are. She's got the shared Google thing, so I'm going to put like a okay, so thank you for this link, and that helps to put it into further perspective. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, and by the way, so tell people about what happened in the wake of this latest eclipse, Brendan, or anything else you want to talk about. By all means. First off, how are you? Are you okay? Yeah.
I mean, no, but it's like,
Okay, we found further backup for what's been said here. Yeah, so thank you, Heather. These are important links. Thank you, Heather. They really do put this into perspective. Okay, Japanese, 3 deserted mansions owned by one Japanese billionaire, probably the most spectacular abandoned place in all of Japan.
Whoa,
Yeah,
that's a magnet.
yeah, the opulence and incredibly kitsch nature of a Japanese billionaire's abandoned mansion. Okay, fascinating. This is just fascinating. Yes.
Hmm.
And So, that having been said,
I'll
thanks.
put those links in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Mwah. And yeah, well, how about it, Brendan? How about a little situational update aside from the fact that, life is hell, which is kind of like a given for everybody in Dietrich world. We're all living on the ragged edge of disaster, and we're all hanging on by our fingernails. But yeah, Brendan, what else comes to mind? Let's see if he responds.
Yeah, I mean, nothing new.
Uh-huh. We'll tell people
Same
about
old.
the eclipse then. Jesus Christ. I mean, there's been a lot going on. You can tell people about planetary alignments, the eclipse. I mean, a lot's been going on lately. And what does it mean for us?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone can see.
Yeah.
It's a portal for change, as the Babylonians would consider eclipses. A portal for negative influences to affect. There are positive aspects of it, but you have to be in a really high mode, and the current state of things is not like that,
No.
obviously. So they take advantage of these dark moments to do different things.
Mm-hmm. I think this is important. Thank you so much for expressing that. And but what else comes to your mind? Certainly, there must be other things happening domestically or internationally that you feel we should be paying some attention to, or what? Or perhaps, like any little adventures you personally have had you'd like to share. I mean, by all means, come on. Want to give you a chance for some therapeutic catharsis.
Same. Everything's same.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sorry to hear that.
I have nothing to add.
It's let's put it this way. Brendan's life is pretty much an adventure, and our adventures have been taking on a new dimension lately. No need to share anything publicly right now, but yeah. Well, Brendan,
I mean, calling it dimensional is almost giving it too much credit. It's definitely not dimensional.
Lower dimensions.
Yeah, to say the least.
Oh, well, we're in the 3 dimensions so far. We're in 3 dimensions, and at any rate, I'm just glad
tough enough.
Yeah,
Tough enough.
yeah, I'm just glad you're alive. Let's put it that way. That's
Yeah, I hate to keep being negative, but I mean, whatever you call this, it could be better. Anyways, I appreciate the sentiment. It's like everything's good.
Good. You are in our thoughts and prayers, and certainly I'll be speaking.
And I curse vampires for the rest of eternity just because of you, your whole species.
Oh my goodness! And,
how could anyone like those things? It's just horrible. Like, are there like?
Yeah, but just imagine,
like, who's in charge of the movie side of it? Because you guys are being made to look too good.
Yeah, but remember, he's not MAGA.
Yeah, whatever
Imagine,
else. Yeah.
If only,
They transcend politics.
Yeah, I know, but what if Douglas was all flaming?
Oh God, that would be awful.
Can
wouldn't
you
it?
imagine it? I never want to even think about this. It's your fault again. But imagine if he was
at
all
this
red
point, it
hat.
should be. I don't know why we're wasting our time with this.
No. We gotta have a counterbalance, please, for my mental health scales.
Oh, that's delightful. And
Oh, jeez.
we always appreciate.
I mean, it ain't gonna last. It ain't gonna last.
What ain't gonna last?
Oh,
What ain't gonna last?
yeah. But the consequences, that was
Manga
one of
Lord,
the most
Orange Lord.
important.
Thank God.
Important.
Did you not see the neck wound?
Yes.
Yeah.
Our man Sammy assumes that that's simply shingles. What do you think? No vampire
Very
would want to bite.
plausible.
Well, no
No,
vampire
it's just
would want to bite that. No vampire would want to
No.
bite
Fuck
that
no.
neck.
Okay. No, according to David Icke, it's his reptilian ness coming out.
Oh, thanks.
Breaking
David.
through.
Yeah, thanks, David Icke. Yeah, Jesus Christ, what a goober.
There's a bunch of cosmic energy coming in, and they can't keep their cloaks up anymore.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's when it came to our man Brendan, he and I were personally discussing the other day literature on a number of fronts. We were discussing not only Wuthering Heights, but we were also discussing Itai Dorfa and various other literary works that I provided him all
Oh, shit,
kinds
was
of
that on air?
insight into. No, it wasn't. We
Oh,
we
okay.
we should say it on air though, because of just a matter of fact. Why don't you tell people how you first learned of Itai Dorfa and asked me about it?
Oh, I just heard someone talking about it. That was all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I appreciate the fact.
Well, we won't push. We won't push.
We won't push the
person.
son of a bitch. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. But by the way, Heather Holman has the
Because
answer.
Mr. Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Ayn Rand, he's like, I am against collectivism, but then he's backing MAGA all the way. You know?
Oh, what a piece of shit! What a piece
So
of
it's
shit!
like it's hard to trust someone like that.
You can't. You can't. By the way, Heather Holman says she has the answer, that Trump's neck is a curling iron burn. Thank you, Heather. Because we all know Trump wanted to curl his hair. That's or he got into a real big fight with Melania. And Melania, I can imagine that. It's kind of like W Jr. Remember when W went to Iraq and a man threw his shoe at Bush Jr. and he dove with great experience. He dodged it with experience, like he experienced getting shoes thrown at him a lot, which no doubt happened in his domestic life. We can imagine every female in his life did that.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Yes, and so
I think that's when all the Indian kids started liking him, because it was like, hey, I do that every day with my mom.
Yeah. There you go. And as for what Heather mentions, yes, it was Melania. Trump, who knows? He got too close to Melania, and she just, she took the curling iron and just fucked him over. That's funny. Okay, I like that image. So that having been provided, by all means,
Like a cattle prod.
Yes. So, but Holly, don't forget, if you do drop off, and just feel free to come back on anytime you want to interject. No,
he keeps.
Okay,
he keeps
I am
talking
going to
about
drop off
mortality.
over to YouTube.
Okay. Well, we love you. Bye for now, and take
All
care
right,
of
because
yourself.
once you get rolling, I'll be listening. All right, thank
Stay
you.
safe and
Love
be
you
well.
guys. Bye.
Love you too.
All right.
So, Brendan, what were you going to say? If you would complete that
I said
thought.
he keeps talking about mortality. He said,
Interesting.
if they do anything, I've left my orders to wipe them off the face of the earth.
Oh, wow. Jesus.
So it's like they're gonna do an exit with him too.
Okay, interesting.
They gave it after 40 years of keeping the charade going. They gave it to Khomeini.
Yeah.
So they're gonna give it to Trump too.
There you go. I love it.
Because that's what they want. They realize mortality's come, so then they have to. Their ego. They want to be remembered, so they'll just say, "I want to go out in a blaze of glory."
Yeah. There you have it. It explains a lot. Trump's trying to take down the whole fucking world with him. And so's Khomeini.
That's his job. Yeah, that's his job.
Yeah,
that was their job.
Yeah, good point. Truly. So, well, anytime you feel
Good news for Spain is neutral. I don't know if you saw my communications.
Oh, I didn't have a
But
chance
Spain
to...
maintained independence, and now they're going to cut off
Yes,
all
ties.
trade to Spain.
Yes. Thank you. And good for Marina.
So maybe they can go back to a Francoist model, and you can go back in there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Marina Sarin, good for your people, good for your nation. We're proud of you. Of course, there's some compromises that have been made. I'll make allusion to that, but but thank you for bringing that up, Brendan. There was definitely conflict there, and for all the right reasons. So again, thanking Stephen Myers for 70 United States dollars. We've thanked Brooke Hagberg for her 100 United States dollars. And I have mentioned that I spoke for an hour or so with our dear Brooke Gibson, and she's much better now, having rid herself of, Meth Head Larry. We'll just call him that. And hopefully now she can recover. Her voice was shot from all the screaming over the past few years, no doubt. Okay.
That wasn't from screaming, but
Maybe Meth smoking. Yeah, meth smoking. That's that's bad. It's hard on
Don't do drugs, okay?
yeah,
Yeah.
don't do it, kids. Now, comparing her DHS, our Department of I keep thinking Department of Human Services, I mean to say Department of Homeland Security. Comparing her Department of Homeland Security leadership, if we could dignify it with that term, to the time she shot her own dog. Amid America's latest Middle East fiasco, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party senator, one of them, has called for Kristi Noem to resign. During a tense public hearing, the Republican Senator Thom Tillis called on the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to resign over her mishandling of the deadly Minneapolis immigration operation. He also blasted her for killing her dog that she had described in her memoir as untrainable, as well as a goat. Tillis pointing out that the killing of her animals is reflective of bad judgment and compared it to the Department of Homeland Security's fatal shootings of tax-paying American citizens.
Bad judgment.
Yeah.
It's just plain inhumane.
Yes, thank you. Thank
Like
you.
that bitch. Talk about a lizard. She's a lizard.
Yes. Oh, yes, worse. Yes. Lizards at least eat what they kill, okay?
Well, I just don't want to use the reptilian word because then they'll think we're talking like David Icke. But
Yeah.
she's basically reptilian.
Yeah, let's put it this way. The term reptilian, we've got to think of a better term. We don't want to use Ikean terms because, again, it's an insult to reptiles. She's basically...
Honestly, it would be cooler if they were lizards. I think
Thank you.
some very enlightened person said that. They
Yes.
said
No.
they said they just let David Icke do it because it gives them like mystique, you know?
Yes, thank you.
Like it makes them sound, it makes them sound cool when they're actually just a bunch of saggy skin bags of just no power and no nothing.
Thank you. It's
Yeah.
more like the creatures in They Live. Just grease.
Yeah.
It's more
They're
like
hideous,
that. Yeah. Grease paint and gross and imagine that underneath Kristi Noem and once her face paint melts off, and you've got a better picture.
And that's pretty much what it's. Even with the makeup, it's pretty much what you're working with.
Yes, thank you.
You don't even need the glasses.
Yeah, that's true. Look at Trump. I mean, it's all
like
melted
people
off.
were saying. Oh, we gotta re-engineer the dicyanin glasses, and it's like, look, if you can't see just like demons dripping off of everyone,
All these
without
people-
the glasses,
Thank you.
then I don't know what the fuck. Like, why do you need the glasses
Thank
to get
you.
spooked?
Yeah, seriously.
Like people are already seeing cryptids and shit. It's like, why do you need the glasses? Why do you need extra? Why do you need like?
Thank you. Seriously, honestly. Well, again, the Republican, it must be reemphasized, Mr. Thom Tillis, pointing out that the killing of her animals by Kristi Noem is reflective of, as Brendan said, far more than bad judgment, but he used that term and compared it to the Department of Homeland Security's fatal shootings of tax-paying American citizens, Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minneapolis. Over the weekend, President Donald Trump launched a war against Iran, killing Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, while providing Americans, the majority of whom do not support the conflict, no consistent, let alone coherent, explanation. According to a new NBC News poll, the majority of registered voters disapproves of how President Donald Trump is handling the situation.
They were building nukes. What do you mean?
Say it again. What's that about the nukes?
I said they were building nukes. They were almost there. Like imagine like if I was an engineer somewhere and I said, it's almost done. It's almost built for 40 years. You think they would keep me around?
Oh my God. Well, we got some great photographs from T-Tank Berry we're not going to go into, but that was pretty impressive. And that's kind of along the lines of what I think is the level of engineering by incompetent personnel that you would have in Iraq, since Putin says he's got, advisors over there. You're the one who provided me with that info, right? That Putin's saying, don't dare kill my nuclear engineers in Iran. Wasn't it you who provided me with that info?
No, I didn't send that, but it's like, that's actually funny. It's like,
yeah, I mean,
what about the thing I just sent recently?
Oh
Said,
God! I'm
why
just.
is Russia not coming to Tehran's aid? As if they gave a fuck.
Oh yes! Oh God!
In
they
fact,
got-
he came out yesterday and said,
Oh.
he said, we're diversifying our markets. So they're just going to trade with India. They don't give a fuck how many people die. He said, we'll come out stronger. We have new markets to, to tap. That's literally what he said.
Oh,
So
Putin.
that deal with India, he doesn't give a fuck who dies. It's
Yeah.
just on to the next.
Oh well, the worst
for
of
him.
it all. The worst of it all is the impoverished Indians who get sucked up into Russian recruiting. Okay, that's just unforgivable. That Modi allows that. That Modi even tolerates that. But I guess Modi doesn't give a shit either. About his
I mean,
own-
India has millions of just
True.
fighting age guys that
Yeah.
have no purpose in life, nowhere to go.
Yeah, true.
I mean, it's not a joke. Like
Yeah.
like they could field an army of like hundreds of thousands of people overnight.
Yeah.
But they just don't have very good organization. That's the problem.
Yes, thank you. And as our man Brendan has pointed out, with a lot of visual aid from Aristides, yeah, they play, what'd you call it again? Chicken with the trains? Or what is it they're doing with the trains out there? I mean, where I saw so many of them just getting hit, dodge and weave or whatever.
That's what I'm saying. That's how
Yeah.
bored these kids are.
Yeah,
They're young guys with nowhere to go, no girlfriends, no money.
yeah.
And they just jump onto trains, play
Yeah.
these games where they dodge as the train's going full speed, they're like dodging signs and shit.
Yeah. Oh.
They get hit all the time and die.
Oh.
The little kids will like jump under the tracks for fun, like lay on the tracks and then let the train go over them.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Oh.
Like
no.
in between the rails, like they'll lay
no,
in
I
between
get
the
it.
rails and see how long they can sit in there
Yeah.
for fun.
Yeah. That's thanks. It's all true. And it's horrific.
You can see videos. It's all
No, it's horrific. And I don't even
like
want to
there's
think about
YouTubers that go on the Bangladesh train and like they just
Yeah.
get like they're like, how do you guys do this? And they just laugh at them.
it. Yeah. Oh no, it's yeah. There you go. So
And they just piss on the train. Like you can't. There's no room to walk to the bathroom. You just piss where you're standing. Like,
Yeah.
There's no.
there you go. Oh, they must reek. The trains must
Yeah.
reek.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. It's no, but I remember these guys out in the middle of the fucking Sahara Desert where there was a train and they said how many people could possibly ride this train? I mean, it's empty. It's empty. I mean, there's nobody in the Sahara Desert using this as a passenger train for any regular kind of travel. But they white guys still prefer to.
Oh, you're talking about the Mauritanian Express,
Maybe it goes through the
or
Sahara
it's just
Desert.
an open top. Yeah, it's just like
Yeah,
an open,
well, it's got open top
like a coal
cars.
car.
It's got coal cars. That's what the white guys chose to ride in. They chose to ride
Yeah.
in that because they said it wasn't smelly and it was a lot more fun and you get to see the scenery. But the parts of it that are covered, what you would consider to be regular, train
Passenger, the passenger cars.
train cars, they reeked of urine, and I couldn't imagine. How could they reek of urine when nobody could possibly be regularly riding that train? It doesn't make any sense. Is that a place that people walk to just to piss for miles? It doesn't.
No, they
make...
use them for livestock. They use them for
Oh,
livestock.
okay, it's gotta be it. Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
it'll just be like some Bedouin guys,
Yeah.
or like some Tuaregs. These people,
Yes.
like those tribesmen,
makes sense.
Berbers,
Yes.
and they'll just say, "Oh my, I gotta go take these cows to my
Yeah.
family." Like, so
Got
they
it.
just get on the train with them, and
Got it. That makes sense because these
because these
urine smell would
trains,
stay. Yeah.
like these trains go back and forth for like
Yeah.
minerals and just different shit.
Yeah.
So sometimes there's no one on the train, so the train company just says it's free.
Yeah, they
Like,
don't
it
give a
just-
shit. Yeah, they don't
yeah.
give a shit. Yeah, obviously they don't give a shit because there's
So
no
instead
way
of
to
walking,
Yeah.
instead of walking through the Sahara, you take a free overnight trip.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, there's no way the company could maintain any security around that setup. There's no way.
No,
I mean,
of course.
I mean, you could, but it would be more money than it. You could theoretically do that, but it would take an enormous investment that's not worth it. So, yeah. So
You remember that bald and bankrupt guy? He went to buy tickets and they laughed at. They were like, "What?"
yeah, that was.
It was
it,
like
yeah.
a shack. It was like
Yeah.
a shack where they all gather. All the like the little tea wallas,
You
tea
mean,
sellers and
but
stuff.
was he down there? You're talking about, doesn't he only do Eastern Europe? Was this an Eastern Europe trip?
No,
or
this he
went down
went
to
to
Sahara?
Mauritania
Oh,
at
okay,
one point,
Mauritania. Okay, so there you go.
or
That-
whatever that country is called.
yeah, yeah. Well, I'm sure Mauritania was en route. Yeah, and but
It's a country in Africa that's like weird shaped and in the Sahara.
yeah, dude, they're all weird shaped because none of them are natural boundaries. They're all drawn on a
course.
coffee table, where a couple of white guys got together and said, "You take this, I'll take this." So yeah,
Yeah, like the Mali and
Yeah.
Niger, and there's like these weird sections cut out of them. Yeah.
oh, dude, yeah, it's like Africa needs to be redistricted. Let's put it that way. It needs to be rebordered seriously, and gradually that will happen. I've got my own idea about rebordering Africa, and I've shared it with to a degree with I will just have to take further photos of my atlas in which I redrew the boundaries. And
What about
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
anime style? Just make it no borders. Just
Mm,
say
yeah,
it's just Africa,
yeah, that thanks, but
and
no
then let the
thanks.
governments,
Yeah.
work it out.
Yeah, obviously that
Like
hasn't
all the
worked out.
warlords. Just let the
Basically,
warlords.
that we had that. It was called decolonization, and it didn't work. There you go. It was decolonization did not work, and so believe it or not, African nations are still very bound linguistically by their colonial languages. However, economically, that is. But obviously they're trying to overcome that, and I think it's rather stupid. But some of these countries, like Traoré, little Burkina Faso is saying like, and what's the capital again? Ooga Booga. It was like I'm not being
That's
racist
literally
here.
what it's called.
Yeah, it was something horrible like that. It was literally the capital's name is. Unfortunately not very euphonic in the English. It literally comes out sounding like Ooga Booga or something like that. Anyhow, he's saying we're going to stop speaking French, and it's like, okay, that means that you won't be able to trade with the outside world. You're not getting an influx of euros. I mean, how does that help?
Ooga Dooga.
Yeah,
Ooga Dooga.
Ooga Dooga. Thank you.
I'm not joking. It is what
Yeah,
it's called.
no, it's yes, yeah, it's there you go, people.
OUAGADOUGOU. Ugo Dugo.
Maybe it can be said with some level of dignity in the native tongue. I don't know how.
Okay, here's the pronunciation. Wagadugo. That's
Okay.
what it's called.
Wagadugo.
Wagadugu, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I apologize to anyone from Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
Wagadugu.
Yeah. It probably if they said it, they'd probably still say Ugaduga. That's when they're talking fast, guaranteed. It's like
Someone on Google, is it safe to go to Ugadugo? And the first thing that comes up, we advise do not travel due to high threats of kidnapping and terrorism. Dangerous security situation.
Oh man,
I like this part. You are subject to all local laws and penalties, which are broadly interpreted and applied harshly to Australians. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
thank you.
So I
thank
guess Australia's had some issues.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way, Troy. Don't go. Don't do it, Troy. don't do it. Yeah. Wait.
Like I said, they just must take all your money. They just say,
That's
"Fine."
if you're
And like,
lucky.
fine.
Dude,
You're like, fine for what? And they're just like, $100 fine. And you're
Yeah.
like, for what?
$100
just
my
take all
ass,
your
like
money.
you said. It's just whatever you got. Just whatever
Yeah,
you got.
shakedown. It's just
And you're
shakedown.
lucky if it's that. You're lucky if it's just that. Believe me, they'll take the skin off your bones.
Well, according to Troy, he said he invited all the Americans. He said, come
of
bring
course
your
he did.
wives, bring your
Of course
children,
he did. Of course he did.
bring
Yeah.
your money.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Traoré did that. He did do that. He invited all Americans to come. Yeah, bring what? Bring money. Yeah, that's I don't know how many people took him up on that, but people were stupid enough to take up Putin's offer. I mean, Putin didn't even offer.
Shit. Speaking of breaking news,
Yeah.
Burkina Faso offers military support to Iran.
Yes. Well, Iran's saved now.
Ibrahim Traoré
Yeah.
said he's ready to provide military assistance if requested. Holy shit.
Yeah, Iran is saved. Iran is saved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the African fact checkers are saying it's not true, but it's hard to say.
Let's put it this way. It's funny. That's all that counts. It's funny. It's kind of like when San Marino declared war on Germany in 1945. Yeah, all these chicken shit little nations did. It's like it's meaningless. But nevertheless, I could imagine Traore doing that.
I like this other YouTube thing. It says Iran's secret deal with Burkina Faso. They had a secret military pact. It's like, well, it didn't do them any good.
Yeah, that's for fucking sure. Yeah, that's there you go.
Yeah, come to our aid. It's like Lord of the Rings. Like, where was Gondor? Where was Burkina Faso when the Westfold fell? Yeah, they didn't do shit, obviously.
Oh. So yes, as everyone knows, now, at any rate, we all know by now over the weekend, Trump declared war against Iran. Well, he didn't declare war. That's the fucking problem. We're not legally at war.
Well, they gave him war powers, I thought.
The equivalent thereof, by voting down an attempt to restrain him. They gave him the equivalent of war powers. The Republicans who dominate both houses of our government effectively granted Trump unlimited powers because they refused to restrain him. However, Congress has not declared war. So we're not legally at war, but we're killing people, including Iran's supreme leader, while providing Americans, the majority of whom do not support this conflict, no consistent, let alone coherent explanation. Now, according to a new NBC News poll, the majority of registered voters disapproves of how President Trump is mishandling the situation in Iran and believes the United States should not have taken military action against that nation. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump did not decide to go to war against Iran because he had run out of diplomatic options, or because an orderly regime change had become realistic, or because military strikes would neutralize any imminent security threat. He launched another American imperial war in the Middle East, toppling a core campaign promise to his own MAGA base to advance his own personal and political interests. Iranians and people throughout the region will pay a high price, but so could Americans if Trump's lawlessness abroad advances his authoritarian ambitions at home. So, thousands of people gathered peacefully across America on Monday to protest the Israeli-orchestrated American military operation in Iran, exposing sharp divisions over the strikes. Demonstrators rallied from Boston, where speakers denounced endless immoral wars, to New York and Los Angeles, chanting "Hands off Iran" and "No war on Iran." Similar protests unfolded in Chicago, Portland, Oregon, and Madison, Wisconsin. At the same time, some Iranian Americans have openly welcomed the killing of Iran's supreme leader and are calling for regime change, reflecting deep rifts within the diaspora over this conflict. The hypocrisy of the Judeo-American war in Iran is breathtaking, yet it's hard to be furious when it's removed one of the world's most malign dictators. For his own part, Ali Khamenei most certainly welcomed the nature of his death. The power of the ideology of martyrdom will only prolong Iran's regime, and ergo, the war itself. Iranians' lives have been upended, but their domestic struggles have long predated this latest war. Despite being prohibited due to sanctions, Iranians have turned to Elon Musk's Starlink to stay online, including an Iranian hacker group called Handala, which has also used X to threaten the West with cyber attacks in retaliation for the recent strikes. Numerous cyber experts told Forbes magazine that Handala is either operated or directed by Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security, one of a number of groups operating under the guise of hacktivism, that are actually linked to the government. A lot will depend on what happens inside Iran now that Mr. Trump has decapitated its regime. In the days since Eretz Israel and its American satellite state first launched strikes against Iran, Israeli forces took out Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, over the weekend at the cost of nearly 800 Iranians, at least 10 Israelis, and over half a dozen American service members having been killed. But Iran's government isn't a one-man show. It's a system born out of a revolution, with power distributed throughout several layers. Built to sustain an attack on its leaders, that makes it harder for adversaries to topple. When he was killed by coordinated Israeli and American strikes, Iran's supreme leader was holding a meeting. He was not in a bunker, though one was available. He was at his compound. As Holly said, he sat on the X. There were already layers of secession plans embedded in place. In short, by all evidence, the hardliner chose martyrdom, and in doing so, has thereby prolonged the life of the system that he built. Exempli gratiae. Yesterday, President Trump declared that new strikes had targeted more Iranian leaders, most of whom, it turns out, were among the maladministration's own top picks to lead the country next. Yeah, there you go. Talk about government inefficiency, taken to its logical conclusion.
Yeah, why did they even have to have a meeting? It's like, that's...
Well, I'll tell you why. I just articulated the reason. Trump had said that all these guys were lined up as men he could deal with. He said, I hope this guy takes over. And he had this whole list of people who he was hoping would take over. So the Iranians got them all into a meeting. And then the Americans killed them when the, Israelis provided intelligence that it was other Iranian leaders that were there. So they eliminated their own internal opposition with American and Israeli connivance. I don't think that was intentional on the Israeli-American side. In this case, they really were suckered by the Iranians. That's the best the Iranians can do in terms of a passive resistance, but it still is indicative of a level of brilliance that one must admire to a degree.
Right. Like you think they're supportive of this other character, the son of the Shah?
The son, you mean this? Yeah. Oh, okay. Because don't forget, the Ayatollah Khamenei also has a son who's going to take over. So I'm hoping that the son...
at first they said he died, but I guess he's like still floating around somehow.
Well, apparently a lot of these claims of the people who died are either they got doubles, or the doubles got killed, or the doubles are running around.
I think they're just using old footage. Because the one of Ahmadinejad was like this grainy photo, and they said, look, he's still around.
Oh, that
he was talking to some people in the streets, and I'm like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
In the era of video, like I could see that working in the 60s, but in like video era, it's like, dude, we need what do they call it?
Higher def. Let's put it that way. Higher definition.
Higher definition. But what do they call it? Something like kind of like a welfare check. It's like, look, we need him on camera.
Yes, we need him talking on camera and answering, current topical questions. Let's put it that way. Thank you. And
like a video call, like hold up 3 fingers.
Yes, seriously, yeah, and it's just sad. It's just sad.
Yeah.
But I hope the Shah's son is ultimately reinstalled. We'll put it that way, as at least a constitutional monarchy. Honestly, if the Arabs can get away with absolute monarchies,
right? That's what I was saying.
Yeah, seriously.
But he doesn't have the stomach to say that. He was telling them we're going to be democratic, and it's like, look, we're past democracy at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the Iranians even know what to do with democracy anymore.
No, forget about it.
Yeah, at least for a while. They need a transition period where just install the son of the Shah and just let him get things working first.
Right.
Then you can worry about that. But
I mean, they're going by the Revelations model. It's going to be 10 kings. So they got to get 10 kings.
Interesting. Okay.
But we have one here that does one sector. The Europeans have a few. You know, the Arabs have a few.
Yeah.
So then what's left is East Asia. Japan's been a monarchy. That, you know, Southeast Asia has one. So that only leaves a few slots.
Yeah. Well, they're probably. I'm certain there's elements within the cabal that are thinking in that nature. But
I mean,
it's an
clear.
important point.
How much more clear can it get?
Yeah. No, I mean, I hear you. So you're
The age
counting
of
Trump.
democracy is over.
Yeah. So you're counting Trump as one of the kings, correct?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's like the clearest one.
Thank you.
He says that.
Thank you. That's
Yeah,
what
I'm not talking about the pirate king, like Luffy or something.
Don't tell
We're
people
not talking
about that.
symbolic kings.
Yeah, Luffy is now. Tell them, One Piece, as the Japanese call it. One Piece is now.
One Piece is now the most popular manga ever in all of history. It's surpassed
Superman.
Superman. Yeah,
Yes.
surpassed Superman sales.
Yes, incredible.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
And for that, Oda wrote down the secret of what the One Piece is and put it in the ocean. So it's starting the new great pirate era.
Yes, which you and I predicted. I mean, you and I said, "Oh
Yeah.
well, it's coming back." And then after that, everyone started talking about it. As a matter
Well,
of
when
fact,
stuff collapses, it'll have to do that. Yeah.
yes,
Like that'll be the norm on the high seas.
yes, and unfortunately, that's but nevertheless, there's certain positives to everything, and we'll try and take that into account. But yeah, it's just be ready for a lot of waters to become. Good God, what was that? Pirate waters. What was that? That was an interesting noise. Your mic is still on. I don't know what you were doing when that noise was made, but okay, let's check in to see if these he's still with us. Yeah, and Holly's still with us. Cool. And she's welcome to interject anytime she wishes. At any rate, in terms of the an exemplar gratiae for this. Yesterday, President Trump declared that new strikes had targeted more Iranian leaders. It turns out they were his own choice for who would lead the country next, that he mass annihilated, based on faulty intelligence that was leaked to the Israelis by the Iranians themselves. On Saturday, the Israeli directed American bombing of an all-girls elementary school in southern Iran, killed almost 1,200 people, almost every single one of them innocent children. And as the war expands with Israeli forces invading Lebanon, Trump's maladministration has yet to offer any clear plan for how long the fighting will last and what will happen to Iranians after the fighting ceases. United States officials having confirmed that airstrikes are only accelerating, and several nations have deployed forces to the Middle East to protect their interests. Israel and the United States are only stepping up attacks on Iran as the war with Iran transitions into its sixth day. At the stroke of midnight, Israeli officials and their American underlings having already signaled that their joint military operation is far from finished, with Israeli officials saying that they have launched a new broad wave of strikes targeting the country's leadership and security command centers. Indeed, Israel said it is carrying out simultaneous strikes in Tehran and Beirut, targeting Iranian military sites and the Iran-backed group Hezbollah, or Army of God. Yesterday, President Donald Trump said Iran's Air Force and Navy had been knocked out with the United States military, claiming it has destroyed 17 Iranian ships and nearly 12,000 targets, and an American-based human rights group reporting over 1,000 people, with literally hundreds of them being children, having been killed in Iran since the fighting began on Saturday. Iran, meanwhile, is retaliating by attacking neighboring American imperial allies, plunging the region.
Did you hear about the torpedo?
Tell people about
I
this.
sent you that.
I didn't get a chance to
Well, they
look at it.
torpedoed a ship in international waters. That's what they did. Obliterated everybody.
Okay.
The Sri Lankans had to rescue them.
Oh, the Americans? Oh, who got torpedoed?
Yeah. Yeah, the Americans torpedoed an Iranian destroyer in the Indian Ocean.
Okay.
And Hegseth came out and said they thought they were safe in international waters, and now they don't exist. We deleted them. That's what he said.
He's so poetic.
And he said it was a silent strike with a torpedo.
Tell people about the bombers. The Iranians sent out bombers. Tell people about it.
Oh, well, that's new. That's new. Apparently, somewhere intercepted over the UAE.
Yes.
Qatar. So all these people Qatar. Excuse me. Qatar.
Yeah, but go on.
Yeah. So but eventually they'll pierce through. If they are going to.
We don't know about that. We don't know about that. I mean, but I only imagine that their bombers must be slow as hell. They're just flying air tubes. Yeah. But go on. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're using 1970s fighters.
Yeah, left over from the fucking Shah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So those are still flying and being flown against us. But anyways, it's a miracle they were able to get parts for it.
Yeah. No kidding.
Shocking.
They had to work. That's why it took them days. It took them 5 days to get the parts together to get the bombers off the ground.
Yeah. Seriously.
But they almost made it. They said it was only minutes before they reached target that they were taken out.
I guess, yeah. I guess that. I mean, whatever Qatar's got there. I mean, you know how those people operate. You were there. It's like they're half asleep on the gun.
Yeah. Yeah, you know them too
well.
Like
you think Spanish people are bad. Look at Arabs. They take siesta. It's like beyond a siesta. They're just straight asleep. If my grandpa was still alive, he'd go off. He'd say they're a bunch of lazy idiots.
Oh,
well, nothing gets done. Yeah.
I could go into that for hours. There's just people just don't get it. It's like, for instance, just so people understand, worst case is the House of Saud. It just hands down. Nothing matches the House of Saud for just total degenerate, lazy corruption. But because the members of the royal house have to prove their manhood by being in the military, they're all officers in the military. Now, this is where it gets really tricky, because of all the branches of service, the air forces the world over are the one place where enlisted men find religion. By that I mean in any other branch of service, Marines, Army infantry, Navy, officers give the commands and the fighting man goes out and carries forth to try and make those commands a reality. And, unless you're in the Navy where the officer's aboard and he's going down with the ship, in all too many cases, Army or Marine Corps, the officers just sending men out to die. It's not really inspiring. But in Air Forces, it's the officer.
Wait, I missed that. I missed part of that story.
Yeah. Oh,
I hate to make you as heated, but.
Oh, no, just going into how in branches of service, the fighting man does all the fighting, but officers just give the orders. But in Air Forces, which is what all of the House of Saud's male family members have to be in because they're all proving that they're men, macho. And so they all are officers in the Air Force. And they all are, pilots. And in any normal scenario, the Air Forces are the one place where enlisted men respect the officers, because it's the officer that goes out and does the fighting. The enlisted man's just maintaining the plane. And so in those cases, it's usually in the Air Force of any nation, that's one place where men truly have a deep respect for their officers. And but in the House of Saud, you've got a bunch of people who are, of course, not thinking right, and they're not functioning the way you would process in a normal culture. They're
and they have so much money, they're not going to actually fight, even the lower level officers, I assume.
I guess it's just case by case basis, but it wouldn't be that they wouldn't take off and fly. It just doesn't mean that. I'll give you an example. Here's where it all fucks up. They love that glory part where, I'm going to take off, I'm going to fly. And they'll love the part of, bombing something down below, a missile strike, or going toe to toe with another fighter. I mean, that's not beyond them. Where, it is a warrior culture, but The biggest problem is beyond being a warrior culture, there's no concept of discipline or maintenance as you would have in the West or Asia. So in East Asia, I mean. So
Yeah.
when good example was I knew one mercenary who was hired to train the Arab royal family to fly in fighter jets. Now, just so people get it, I've gone over this with Brendan before. A fighter jet is astronomically expensive. When those 3 planes got shot down recently and the pilots ejected, they're glad to have the pilots back because it's so expensive to train a pilot. But nevertheless, they lost, $3 billion in that shot right there. 3 planes going down. They're like $1 billion each.
Friendly fire.
Yeah.
Under friendly fire.
Yeah. If not even worse than friendly fire, it might have been pure automated. It was like an automated system that they just ran across,
exactly.
And but with planes being that expensive, but Arabs in the House of Saud, they don't give a shit. Money's no object to them. So I knew this one mercenary was hired to train them to fly their planes. And this poor bastard it was mission impossible. He said, Ramadan comes along. And these guys, get out of their plane. They land their planes because, they're coming back to celebrate Ramadan. They land their planes onto the airfield, and then they run out of their planes, leaving the cockpits open. Now, this is in a desert. And the guy ran up to him. He was so angry, he started face punching them. He said, "Hey, you don't do that. You leave those cockpits open for just a moment. The sand gets in there." And they said, "Oh, well, we have our servants vacuum it out." It's not like that. Sand gets in those controls. There's no vacuuming it out.
Yeah.
That plane will never fly again. You're talking about a $1 billion object that will never take off because you left the cockpit open for even a minute. And then they say, "We just buy new ones." I was like, that was it.
Yeah.
That was it. It was like,
that's how they did it for years. That's how they did it they still do it like that.
Yeah.
You know that.
It's just
like during 2008 when people moved out, they just instead of having a resale market for all the Audi R8s and all the Lambos, they just threw them at the airport, just abandoned them at the airport.
Yes.
And no one came to buy them. No one came to touch them because they just all the people that live there just say, "Oh, we'll just buy a new one." It means nothing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One of my cousins was there, and he said he couldn't believe that they were just Putin's eggs and all these multi-million-dollar cars just abandoned with the keys in everything.
No, you want to cry? You want to cry?
Yeah.
It's.
And then they just get towed out to the desert and just abandoned. There's nothing. No one's buying them really. Maybe some crafty Pakistanis, but.
Yeah.
If that, and then they get imported here, but it's very rare.
Yeah, it's too rare. It's too rare. And normally
just costs too much.
It never happens. Yeah, it's just too much to retrieve it. And I'll just but you know the score. You know it all too well, and that's what we're contending with here. And obviously,
well, my grandfather worked for. Now that he's dead, we can talk about it more. He worked for the House of Saud. Yeah. And he knew princes, he knew princes, and I met them. I stayed with them many times.
And what was
to
it
them,
like?
It's a whole different dimension. I mean, it was just money was like water. It was nothing to them. That's what it was like. It just meant nothing.
Yeah, they're just in a different level of processing. They're not in our world, people, but they're not in our world, and and thank you for reinforcing that. It's an important point. Now, again, tell him, Brendan, this is the part that just breaks me. It breaks me. President Donald Trump told CNN, "The biggest surprise of the war has been Iran's strikes on Arab countries." Believe that shit? Tell me how sincere.
Oh, he thought they wouldn't dare for some reason. Because they're theoretically all part of OPEC, right? I think that's what his assumption was.
I think Iran was kicked out of OPEC, was it not? I don't know. I'll have to look that up. Is Iran still part of OPEC? It was, most certainly, during the time of the Shah. I doubt it is.
Oh, so then, So then maybe not.
Yeah,
But anyways,
still,
so
just,
I guess he just assumed that they wouldn't do it for some reason. I don't know.
because he said,
I think they might have been thinking on religious terms, like maybe thinking because it was still Ramadan that things weren't going to happen the way they did. That's my assumption.
I think we're giving him too much credit just to think he thinks it all. Yeah, but by the way, I am looking it up, and Iran. It's acknowledging that Iran is one of the 5 original founding members of OPEC, along with Venezuela. But as for, apparently it's still, part of OPEC. I guess it's still part. And I guess that's what Trump might have been thinking along the lines of, among religious and other things, because he's so ignorant, he doesn't know that, the Iranians are not the same religion as the Arabs at all. That one is Sunni and the other is Shia. And they hate each other with a passion that cannot be described. But
the people, especially people like him, they don't know the nuance.
Yeah, they don't know that. They have no fucking concept. No, not even a clue.
Just like, one wears a head wrap and the other one wears a scarf. It's like they can't tell.
Yeah, no.
That's about as deep as they get.
Yeah, if that. Yeah, it's there you go. At any rate, so Trump said, "Oh, that's the biggest surprise." Yeah, and Trump warned that the big wave of American interventionist action is still to come. The United States State Department has also ordered the departure of non-emergency personnel from the Kingdom of Jordan, Bahrain, Iraq, Qatar, and Kuwait, after urging Americans to leave the Middle East immediately, while providing no means by which they could do so. That's true. Just so people know, the Americans...
There's still people trying to escape.
Thank you.
People trying to get out.
Yes.
To the point where people chartered, some people, like, I guess, scraped up enough money to charter a commercial flight out of Beirut.
Yeah.
They're, like, in the middle of shelling.
Yes.
People have videos. They're like, why would this plane take off in the middle of shelling, being shelled by Israel? Because they had to get home. It was like, either you stay there and get bombed or you take the risk.
Yeah. Thank you.
So there's a bunch of people that took the risk, I guess.
Yeah.
At least one plane got out.
At least one plane. Yeah. No, definitely. Everything Brendan says is true. Americans have been left scrambling to evacuate as the United States closes several embassies and reduces diplomatic staff.
Yeah, I told you I got an email. We got an update from the Egyptian president. He says, "Don't cancel flights." And I said, "Fuck you, give me my money back." That's it. There's no point, I'd rather take the freaking, I'll land in Mauritania and take the train, Forget about flying there now. In fact, I might do that. In fact, I might switch it up. We'll see how it goes.
It's been the worst clusterfuck for air flights since COVID-19.
Yes.
It's
Lufthansa took 90% of its fleet out of the air. Because most of it operates over Greece and those vessels were reaching
over the Mediterranean.
Cyprus. Yeah. So
Lufthansa
canceled over, I think, 4,000 flights the first day and 5,000 flights the second day. I mean, this is they didn't want to take the risk because
good for them. I mean, but still, still it's a bitch. It's a bitch for everyone. Americans
and all these countries have gotten attacked officially. Italy, base, an Italian base was attacked.
Wow.
A joint base,
and tell
Cyprus.
It's good you brought that up. I had no idea. That's news to me.
Yeah. So I mean, the list is huge. It's Spanish troops, whoever was stationed in the Mediterranean have already been struck. So it's like, I'm surprised Europe hasn't done anything. It's very strange. They're just letting America and Israel deal with it. It's like
I understand why the Europeans are just not responding. At the same time, that's going to have to come to an end. I mean, that's only
Well, the thing is, I was like the real flashpoint is that if something really big goes down, Turkey is going to take advantage of it and strike against that thing, Greece.
Interesting.
And that's the problem. That's the problem here.
It's funny you say that because everybody's asking whether they're going to go south instead to try and reestablish the Ottoman Empire. whether they're
They
going
will.
to.
They will. Definitely.
Yeah, well, they'll try. Let's hope they fail or overextend themselves to the point where the Kurds take advantage of it. Thank God the Kurds are being armed right now, so that's a
Yeah.
good thing.
By the
Uh,
U.S.
the CIA, I believe, though probably I'm certain the Israelis are also participating. That's almost a guarantee.
Yeah, I
Again,
mean, there's a lot of astrological stuff. I don't know if you want to go off on that tangent, but
go
um,
ahead.
yeah, but yeah, Israel's in a really dangerous astrological position.
Mm-hmm.
They are in a Rahu cycle, which is the north, the head of the dragon, the north node.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually very malefic. And it basically, they're going headfirst into certain destruction.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost intentional on their part.
Interesting.
So I don't know what their astrologers are thinking, but somehow the destruction of that state is going to benefit their plan. So I don't know what the point of it is, but that's what it shows astrologically,
Okay.
is that it's in a very malefic situation where it can get destroyed.
Okay. That's
But why would they do that deliberately? That's where the question comes in.
it's perhaps they can't help themselves. It's it becomes almost compulsory. It's like I'll do my best to try and put it into some context, but there's only so far we can go. Ultimately, the supernatural or the paranormal begins to become the most explicable reason for many things that are otherwise just not making any sense from any logical standpoint. Thank you. And but definitely, as I said, Americans have been reducing diplomatic staff across the Middle East. But even though they're calling people to come home, they aren't providing any way to do it. Compounding the felony, 3 days after attacking Iran, Trump has launched military misaction in another country. Remarkably, in light of all the aforesaid tonight, while the eyes of the world are on Iran, and Trump is under fire from the Charkirk elements of MAGA world for his foreign entanglements, the president authorized yet another series of United States military strikes. Within 72 hours of instigating a war in the Middle East, Trump has launched a military operation in yet another country, opening a new front in the maladministration's efforts to curtail. Oh, I'll get there. It's opening the new front in the maladministration's efforts to curtail narco trafficking.
Last I heard, Cuba was going to capitulate. That's all I was told.
They may yet do so. With the Pentagon announcing yesterday that the United States military is now conducting operations with Ecuador, targeting DTOs, or designated terrorist organizations. Isn't that a nebulous concept in that Latin American nation?
Okay, so when does he go full, or was it Napoleon? Who was the one that overextended themselves? This is like, you can't have this many fronts open.
You would think.
I mean, doesn't that defy military logic?
Yeah, yes.
Am I too ignorant of the topic?
No, not at all. No, it's plain as day on the face of it that this man.
It's like playing chess. It's like you can't have openings on the whole board. It's like, what the hell?
Thank you. It's obvious on the face of it that this man is nuts. Yesterday, in a late night,
you would think like CENTCOM is like, you work with those people. They at least have like knowledge of military tactics.
You would think.
So
they still obey the orders of idiots. I mean, remember, by the time you get past the position of the rank of colonel, you're no longer a soldier. You're a politician in uniform. At that point, all logic goes out the window. You don't think in terms of military objectives. You're thinking in terms of political objectives, including the potential for running for office. So the officers in America do not think the way people think they think. In matter of fact, most of them don't think at all. So it's it's a joke. And America's military, the only thing they've got is technology. take the technology away, and there's very little that they have. There's very few good
Well, they
men.
also said we're
in the
running out of munitions because we were giving so much to other countries for so long.
Yeah,
Israel,
well,
Ukraine, etc. So it's like, how can we keep up with this
well,
production?
this was a point that Sammy Romero brought up, but I didn't address it when he was on with us because I didn't want to take us off on a tangent. But basically, Sammy was saying, how could they not think to store up before launching an attack? Well, everybody needs to understand that the only time Americans had a war industry going was during the time of the Vietnam conflict, when if people had any sense of memory, older people who were actually alive during the time of Vietnam, you have no idea how good it was. The world was great. It was literally, if you were a young man even, and of draft age, the world was still great. But nevertheless, people have put this false memory over it. But
Well,
this
by
is
the
what
time Nixon came in, it was toast. But yeah,
well,
that first 6
actually,
years was pretty
it was
good.
still a great world. It was still a great world. Even with Nixon, everybody was just bitching over nothing. Nixon was like nothing. There was nothing to bitch
Yeah.
about.
Well, I
with
just mean
Nixon.
economically, not
Yeah,
like whatever
yeah.
weird stuff was happening.
Economically, it was great. Yeah, economically it was great. Everybody was bitching about political stuff because they had too much time on their hands. Their life was so
Yes.
good that
Yes.
they had enough time on their hands to bitch about Nixon stealing votes. It's like, who gives a shit? I mean, compared to what they're doing today, Nixon was a motherfucking saint. He was like,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's like, but this is what it was like. Literally, when you were alive during the time of the Vietnam era conflict, the what was called the Second Indochine or Second Indochina conflict, Vietnam, as the Americans call it, whereas Vietnamese call it the American War. But in America, you could literally kill just quit a job. You could quit a job, kill your career in one trade, walk across the street, and get another job. The economy was so hopping. You have no idea. Like, for instance, in Vietnam itself, where America inextricably entangled its economy, you had 1 million fucking men in theater. 1 million men. And in Vietnam, they don't drink cold beer. Now, what does that mean? It means they needed refrigeration. Everybody was building refrigerators for the GIs overseas so they could have beer stored in a cold fucking fridge that could fit on the back of the truck when they went to war. So all of the trucks in Vietnam, whenever they could fit it in, they'd weld in a little refrigerator that they could put the cold beer into, connected it to the battery of the truck, and they could reach for that cold beer anytime they wanted. And you had refrigeration up the ass for all these GIs wherever they were in Vietnam. And that's just one example. So the entire economy was geared towards giving the GIs what they needed overseas, keep the boys happy. Everybody was making everything. All that we have today that we expended in the Gulf War was made then. Everything that we're expending now was made then. All they did was upgrade the circuitry in certain weaponry being produced. But if you're using anything in mass, including a lot of these shells made during the Reagan era, that was the tail end. When it was still a good life. When it was so good, we were using working men's drugs like cocaine. We were swimming in a snowbank of cocaine in the 80s. Doctors, lawyers, people with jobs. It's like, all that's over, and production ended with it. All because
apparently
Yeah.
Apparently, all those missile systems are not as effective as they were claimed to be.
Of course
Like the
not.
Patriots and the different Aegis.
Yeah, no, of
Like
course
they're
not.
getting penetrated every day.
Well, you know
essentially.
what a lot of that has to do with? Age. A lot of that has to do with age.
Yeah,
When-
exactly. They're
yeah.
not being maintained, or
Yeah, when
they're
I
just
was
obsolete.
yeah, when I was in the Gulf War, you could see an incoming Scud and watch it getting blown out of the sky in front of your eyes by missiles
Right.
that
Which is
never
why
fail.
these people
Yeah.
were taking films of it. They thought it was
Yeah.
like that. They were like, "Oh, we're gonna,
yeah.
show it
It's-
off."
it's
and
not
then
like that
Then
now.
it goes right past it, and then it
Yeah.
goes right past it. Yeah, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, the
Yeah.
systems are just too old. And yet, Their failure is surprising because what the Iranians are using is so primitive that you can't imagine how they could not ward that off. But, tell them about the Iranians, what they're using. Just V2s from World War II. They're using, like, souped-up V2 rockets.
Yeah, with lawnmower engines.
Thank you.
I thought they were rockets. They just had, no, they were lawnmower engines. I showed you that one video.
Yes.
Like these little two-strokes. People online were like, is that a two-stroke?
Yeah.
And they were like, yes, it is. It's a freaking little lawnmower, air-cooled thing.
Yeah, it's like...
And then all the keyboard warriors were saying, oh, but it's... but those, you're mistaking those for high-tech drones. And it's like, look, that's all they got. That's all we got. Apparently, we're making them, too, with those little lawnmower motors. It's like, good God.
Thank you. Those are the so-called
like we were
drones.
we were supposed to have like Terminator Skynet where it's all like they're all like self-propelled and shit, but no, they're lawnmower engines strapped to flying chips, Dorito shaped things.
Yes.
So forget about nothing high tech really going on.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, and before you know it, we'll be back to World War II. Yet without the mass production. That's why everything's running out. Everything we've got is used out of inventory from the Cold War. The third world conflict that is so grossly misnamed as the Cold War. Everything we got is strictly out of inventory. It was during the Gulf War where we expended all the inventory from what was supposed to be used against the Soviets. And what we've got left is the tail end of that. There's very, very little production in the United States. It cannot keep up with demands. There's nothing to store. So you start a war, you run out quick. And the Israelis are already sending feelers towards the CIA to try and find a way to help them end the war. I mean, that's how bad it is for them already in terms of what they're running out of. And but they have an endless supply of money from the Americans. But it's not like they have their own industry that could really build their own weapons systems on a massive industrial scale. Certainly not heavy weapons. They're building high tech, like those robot dogs that with the flamethrowers and all that goofy shit that's meant to exterminate Palestinians who can't fight back, but they've got nothing to really take on another country with armed forces that is a near peer in the sense of at least being able to man a field army. So, at any rate, but regardless of all that, yesterday in a late-night X-Post, the United States Southern Command announced the operations that I've spoken of, writing, on March 3rd, Ecuadorian and U.S. military forces launched operations against designated terrorist organizations in Ecuador. The operations are a powerful example of the commitment of partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to combat the scourge of narco-terrorism. The announcement appears to mark an expansion of the maladministration's Operation Southern Spear, which has already mass murdered 151 people in strikes on motorized rowboats in both the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific, sans any possible collection of evidence in narco-trafficking, as all targets have been effectively vaporized on scene or disintegrated. The Pentagon has not specified what the new operations would entail.
Man, they're still doing that too. It's like how much stuff do we have? How many boats do we have? I guess we do have a big ass navy.
Well, big enough.
I thought most of the fleet was in the Mediterranean doing all these strikes.
I guess that's why they had to go inland with Ecuador. I mean, they had to divert quite a bit.
Yeah, they had to call in the what were those guys called? FARC. They had to like get these old FARC guys out of retirement. Isn't that what it was called?
FARC was the guerrilla insurgency in Colombia, which is, oh man, that's a whole story. That's one of the most violent ongoing conflicts in Latin America. And so whatever the other group was, they had to get those guys to like help. some old like retired Americans. You mean like MacV-Sog or some shit like that? Whoever survived. Remember Trump just the other day gave a Congressional Medal of Honor to a 100-year-old California veteran just for reaching the age of 100.
Oh, cool. No, what war? He was just in all of them. He was just in every.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
You were there for all of them. You're gonna die
yeah,
looking at them. Us bombing more shit.
yeah.
Just now, they at the Congression committee, they had kicked out some guy that was like, he was tweaking out because he was like, "You guys got to stop the war, man! I fought in all these wars," and he started screaming, and they couldn't. He was so strong, this old ass veteran. He was I think he was a politician too. He could go into politics, but he was yelling. He said, "You guys got to stop!" And it took 5 cops to pull him out and shit. It was like having an episode, like a PTSD episode.
Cool.
But everyone in the comments was like, "Look, this is the one guy that's actually trying to stop the war, and you guys just kick him out. Don't let him talk."
Well, there you go. That's what Xi Jinping did to the former communist Chinese president before him, the chairman. Xi Jinping had the guy preceded him was Zhao Jindao or something. I'd have to look his name up. Zhu. I mean, I'd have to look up the name specifically.
I mean, he was in his 90s. Why did he even have to kill him or imprison him or whatever?
That guy, they just dragged him out. They dragged him out of the.
So he's probably cool. He's like,
under house arrest, no doubt, but still.
It's still something.
Yeah. I think we don't know, right? It's communist China. I mean, I haven't heard about him since he was dragged out of the room. I haven't heard about him since, but he was protesting Xi Jinping. So, this guy was like that. You can't even protest the president anymore. They'll just drag your ass out. And, but like you said, it took 5 cops to do it. So good on him. As I said, the Pentagon hasn't specified what the new operations will entail or which victims they'll focus on when it comes to whatever the fuck they're doing in Ecuador. This malpractice comes.
Seriously, like, what are bananas? I mean, come on, what's going on?
There you go. I mean,
how is that an operationally important zone?
It's your guess is as good as mine. I mean,
at this point, these are just like rhetorical questions. I don't think no one knows.
Thank you.
It's just like a whim.
Seriously, why there? I mean, good question. Why Ecuador? I mean, like you said, bananas. It's
like Panama. I get it's like a strategic point. Some of the other places I get.
Yeah.
But come
Ecuador?
On, like Ecuador. Yeah.
Oh yes. Wait a second. Ecuador, the Galapagos Islands. So it's basically Ecuador is.
And the more weird shit they do, the more it sounds like they're fighting the freaking Unterländers, because half of the shit they're going for is like territories that most people would never even get to. Like the Galapagos? Come on.
Yeah, thank you. Who the fuck? Yeah, nobody goes. Yeah, nobody goes to the Galapagos. Yeah.
This is crazy. Like,
Yes, it's no, thank you for that. It's
and all those conspiracy people are saying, "Oh, it's aliens," because of the aliens. It's like, okay, whatever, man. If only it was aliens.
Galapagos for a short period of time went communist. They were red and left as you could fucking get. They were like
who's there? Who's there though?
Yeah. It's like whoever they are, they're obviously not communist anymore. They're working with the United States. But that was where Farc.
Maybe I'm confusing it with that other island. The one in the middle of nowhere. But still, there can't be that much population.
No, there's not. And it's certainly
like Easter Island. I was thinking Easter Island, but still, I mean, might as well be that remote.
Yeah, seriously.
Because I heard Galapagos there's so much sensitive. Wildlife that you have to like shit in a bucket before you go, and they don't let you. They literally make you shit out all your seeds.
It's true.
Like, you can't eat for 24 hours. Like,
no, it's true. No, that's absolutely true. You're
and
like
you have to like bring brand new shoes. Like,
yeah,
it's very strict.
Oh yeah, and it should be. It should be. So here we are. I mean, as you can see on the screen share, there's the Galapagos Islands and Ecuador, but obviously The Galapagos is, as you said, this is extremely environmentally sensitive area. This is where those 1,000-year-old turtles live and shit. Well, they're hundreds of years old.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
Yeah, and but it's obviously a choke point off of Panama Canal Zone. But like you said, this is practically Unterland shit. When you're dealing with
Right.
that, you're
It's like cryptids. Like, it's like, why you need that?
yeah. It's so yeah, it is bizarre. And like I said, they were part for a while. They were part of ALBA, which was involved with Bolivia, Venezuela, and Cuba, and Nicaragua in this anti-American, anti-NATO alliance. That was.
Hey, what's that weird thing? State of Acre? Is that just? Oh, it's a state of Brazil.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
never even
Accra.
seen it before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Accra. Now, Acre, yeah, or Acre, as they might pronounce it. Yeah, that was once part of Peru, and they lost it in a war. Or it's just jungle. I mean, it's just deep
Yeah, it
ass
doesn't
fucking,
look like. Yeah,
yeah, it's just
the depths of the Amazon.
yeah, state of Amazonas, and all this needs to be pretty much aggregated into its own nation, or like a world preserve under United Nations, as Amazonia, and it needs to be held as a reserve for the indigenous populations by the United Nations. I mean, like with UN troops, and fuck everybody around there. They need to cede the territory. It's not their land. It needs to belong to humanity, because when they're destroying that, they're killing us all. So
Yeah.
fuck them. Brazil. As far as I'm concerned, Brazil, you don't deserve the Amazon, and none of these people do. So, but the natural outlet for the Amazon is Ecuador. So, in other words, the part that comes in from the Atlantic and the part that comes in from the Pacific, they connect through this region. So Ecuador would be like an opening point for the Amazon if it were like a giant reserve biosphere, a biosphere for humanity. But Trump's not thinking in those terms. God knows what terms he's thinking in. It's something satanic, obviously, is what I would come up with. It sounds insane to say that. Fuck it. It's just what it is. These people are not operating logically.
No.
Well,
they straight up told. I mean, I'm surprised you haven't brought this up yet, but they straight up told the truth. Like some high command, like something out of freaking, Dr. Strangelove. He said, we're starting a regional conflict to usher in the new, the holy, what is it called?
Tell them.
Like Revelations, basically.
Wasn't that Hegseth? Wasn't it Hegseth, or was it someone else
No.
who said, yeah. Oh, they cut him off. You there, Brendan? They muted him. Oh, there you go. Well, hopefully he'll return. In interim, once he articulated that, you can understand why he was intercepted. As I said, this malpractice comes as military officials are already known to be privately panicking about Trump's newly launched war against Iran spiraling out of control and depleting American aero defense supplies. Launched early Saturday into Ecuador and dubbed Operation Urgent Fury, or Epic Fury, was launched on Saturday, but this latest extension or expansion of Operation Southern Spear is launched within 72 hours of Saturday's launch of Operation Epic Fury. So I guess to refer to Operation Epic Fury, what a horrible, horrible name, that was launched early Saturday morning. Trump officials having given a flurry of contradictory statements about the objective and timeline of that war, with the president confessing it could drag on for weeks, even as military officials sound the alarm about rapidly depleted aero defense missiles in the face of Iran's retaliatory attacks, which, if anything, are, well, at least it's a form of attrition warfare in which they're breaking the bank of the American defense contractors' output and what we have in storage, so to speak. So, Brendan, if you're able to speak, please give us the, here we are. Please read this aloud for us.
Yeah, how long have I been on mute? How long have I been on mute?
Ever since
I didn't press any buttons.
The moment you said this one guy, it wasn't Hegseth, and then they cut you off. That was the moment you were choked. So, anyhow, read
There you
this
go. I
aloud
found
for
the
us.
article.
Yes, so read this aloud for us, please.
Yeah, the military. This is something out of Dr. Strangelove and how I love how I learned to love the bomb. And
Yeah.
The Military Religious Freedom Foundation says it's been inundated with hundreds of calls from members of the U.S. military regarding religious comments made by a U.S.
commanders in the plural.
On this recent war. One combat unit commander reportedly said it's part of God's divine plan, and the president has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth, which they don't say who he is. But
Interesting. Yes.
What it reminds me of is the acronym HIM. I don't know if you've ever heard that.
Oh,
HIM.
Which stands for what? I can't remember. I do remember.
His Infernal Majesty.
Yes, there we are. Thank you.
And they're implying it's Jesus, but it's not Jesus.
There we
it's
are.
Actually there's a Vedic tie-in, but I'll just leave that aside.
Yeah.
There's entities involved. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's thank you. Well, that's appreciated and important. Donald,
Basically, I mean the layman term would be Antichrist.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We are in the age of Antichrist. Donald Trump is making history.
Openly admitted.
Thank you. And rejoiced in by these people.
Yeah.
Yes, they're reveling in it.
Yeah, it's like Doctor, it literally is out of that Kubrick film, because Ripper, that's what he was saying.
Tell us.
Colonel Ripper, whatever his name
Oh,
is.
yes. The Kubrick film.
Yeah,
No,
the Dr. Strangelove, he says I'm doing this, to bring us back, and he shuts down the base and then launches all the codes and just to start nuclear war.
Yes.
And he says, because God told me to, or some shit.
Yes.
So that's what it is. Where we're at.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate we have to live through it, but anyway.
Yes. Yeah. It's this is what we're going through. It's Dr. Strangelove. It's not funny. It wasn't funny as a comedy. It's not funny now. It's
right. Who's Dr. Strangelove? Are you the German guy now? Like that's helping us?
Oh Jesus!
The funny part is he was like a perv. Like his robot hand kept trying to jack off. He had to stop, hit it all the time. And his whole plan was, I'm going to get hundreds of beautiful women and we'll just run underground.
Yes.
That was like his whole scheme.
Yes.
So that's an Unterland reference too.
Yes, it was at that time. It certainly was. How would we say it? If anything, the funny thing about that was they Germanized an individual who really represented Henry Kissinger. That was the
right
thing that was so twisted about it. But of course, you had it was directed by Stanley Kubrick. So what would you expect? It's
he was a Brit.
a what?
Right?
No, he
wasn't he British?
Oh God, no. Well, whatever he was in terms of citizenship, he was ethnically Jewish.
Oh well, yeah, of course.
And but he definitely
he lived in London at one point.
Well, I'm sure he did. But he made certain, of course, to take an ethnically German wife. He made certain to do that, and she starred in the film Damnation Alley, by the way, and which, in my opinion, for what it's worth, that was the best things Kubrick ever produced, so far as I'm concerned. Damnation Alley. And which is like his most unknown work. He put it out. He released it the same fucking year as Star Wars. It was released at exactly the same time. Everybody went to see Star Wars. Nobody went to see Damnation Alley. But Damnation Alley was far more down to earth and in its own way far more relevant. But Damnation Alley was based on a short story, not a novel, but a short story of all things, by Roger Zelazny. And Roger Zelazny's short story was much more, how would I say it? Hard hitting, really a lot harder than the film was. The film wasn't nearly as hard and didn't have nearly what Zelazny described, which was a lot more, would have required a lot more special effects. But they did okay. They did good, with the film. It wasn't unimpressive. It was still remarkably impressive, but Again, it bears watching. As far as I'm concerned, best thing ever turned out by Stanley Kubrick. It justified his whole existence, as far as I'm concerned. But aside from that, yeah, Biden's errors. Now that Donald Trump is making history sans any appreciation for its lessons, giving America a constitutional dilemma, what can Congress do now? And Biden's biggest mistakes, well, all he ever made were mistakes. So we'll say his monumental errors and his lunatic intransigence on trying to win a second midterm guaranteed Trump returning to the Oval Office, once again pledging to be a peace president, forever ending the incessant interventionism that has cost Americans trillions of dollars and thousands of lives. But instead of making any sharp break with the past, Trump 2.0 turned out to be even more trigger-happy than the presidents he used to mock. The United States has bombed at least 7 countries in his first year back in office, is energetically massacring robo-passengers in the Caribbean and the Pacific on the reflexive presumption that they simply must be shipping drugs, has kidnapped the leader of Venezuela in order to take control of that country's oil while leaving the country in the hands of a new dictatress, and has now launched his second war against Iran in less than a year, having told the world that Iran's nuclear infrastructure had been obliterated last summer. Trump now claims that the United States had to bomb it to stop imminent threats. Since launching a war in the Middle East, the president and his maladministration have come up with an array of different, even contradictory rationales for the attack.
I think I have to say it. It's like the whole reason that happened is because he pulled out of that nuclear deal from before. So it's kind of like, like at this point, it's like it used to be back in the day. You would have this evil subversive plan, but now it's just you just make the reason. Openly, right?
Yeah, well, what Brendan is referring to is, of course, the joint committee on the nuclear development that Obama had spent years putting into effect, which simply because it was an Obama-era accomplishment, Trump tore it up as soon as he was in office and said, fuck it, we're starting from square one, which invalidated everything and has come back to bite him in the ass. Or rather...
If I remember correctly, they were allowing UN inspectors into the country, which is like, so it was pretty good.
Yes. And then Trump tore all that up, of course, so that he could do what he's doing now. If anything, it was conspired by Israel so that they could bring about the destruction of Iran and, again, shall we say, the precipitation of the age of apocalypse, because this is a religious war on the part of Israel, which is under a highly extremist or a fundamentally extremist, rabid interpretation of messianism in terms of the influence on the right wing, which put Benjamin Netanyahu into power, who himself may be godless and completely atheistic, for all we know, but certainly has to placate and ultimately is controlled by a extraordinarily fanatical religious element that wants to rebuild the Second Temple on the Mount and usher in a messianic age, under a curtain of nuclear fire, under sheets of nuclear fire, as they would say, nuclear rain or fire from the sky, the terminology they themselves use. Thank you, Brendan, for reminding us. Very important point.
Yeah, I mean, without getting off track, like they definitely served something. Beings.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, most certainly. And it's when it comes to these quite contradictory rationales for the attack on Iran provided by Trump's maladministration, many of these explanations are based on either completely false premises, so false as to be obvious, while they are being relayed, and some already seem to have been abandoned. For now, Benjamin Netanyahu is the big winner from the Iran war. His puppet disruptor-in-chief, Donald Trump, wants to send a message to Zion's enemies everywhere. But can Trump win a war with Iran if he can't even explain why he fucking started it? Regardless, to avoid any confrontation with Donald John Trump, Western allies are endorsing Israeli theories of war, still begging the question, does Trump even know why the fuck he invaded Iran at all?
You remember a couple of years ago they were bringing out that stupid, that like it was like a spray painted can, and they said it's a nuclear warhead.
Yes.
It was just
yes, it was
they
like
they didn't even do that this time. It's like, come on.
Thank you. Was that the yellow cake you were talking about? This is yellow cake. Remember that shit? Yeah, that was.
No, that was even worse. No, it was like, I can't remember. It was fairly recent, like right before. I mean, things kind of blended in together. But the last time they were going all in on this shit.
Yeah.
I think it might have been during Biden even. But it was like the last time they really went all in and they were like ready to take them out. They said, oh, they have it. They have the engine, the core.
I remember that.
And it was it was like this something out of like a Fallout video game. It
Yes!
was like a can, like a green spray painted can with like a bunch of tubes. And it was like, dude, that's not a bomb.
I remember that. No, it was like they wanted it to look dangerous. So they gave it these, what do you call them? It's like, when you see these like really old Delta Wing planes that have the kind of, you don't even call them wings. There's more of aerofoils. It's like they put aerofoils on this thing to make it look like it was an inner missile of some sort. But it was reminiscent of the little boy or fat man bomb, in that it had certain like vents on it that made it look distinctly bomb-like. And so they were using that archetype to construct a model that a child would automatically identify as a bomb. But anyone
and then they were saying it was an H bomb. They were like, oh, they've finally reached hydrogen bomb levels. And it's like, there's no way that thing could do that. I mean, come on. It's just,
no.
Like,
Yes,
it wouldn't even be like a firework. That's
thank you.
Like it would just be like, come on.
No, thank you. It was sad. It was pathetic, and it was offensive. I remember now what you're talking about. Yes, I remember distinctly. Like you said, it was Fallout. It was a Fallout prop. It was basically a Fallout prop. And
they had it in a glass case, and they said, look, they were showing off their new hydrogen bomb, and it was just like, dude, that ain't gonna do nothing.
Thank you.
Where is it? And now that we're in a full-scale war, where is it? It's like, they forgot about it.
Well, of course they forgot about it, because it was all cardboard and paper mache, and it disintegrated. That just, in the Washington heat, it just wilted. That wilted in the Washington heat. It's swamp over there, after all.
Let's see here, photos. Let's see here. Yeah. It's going to get flooded out by all the old shit, but
of course,
or all the new shit. Let's see.
But as while you're looking,
what would it be called? A warhead?
Dude, how it was all shit anyway, so it had no name. It was no real name. They didn't even call it a warhead, because that would imply you could do something with it. It was simply called like you said, some stupid name that made it sound
I literally
technical.
have to type in green can to see if they can. Pathetic green can.
I doubt you're going to find it. Like you said, they've scrubbed it by now. It's going to be flooded away by all the other shit they've pulled. But like you say, they're pulling this all the time. It's to the point where people are no longer believing it. I mean, it's simply that people no longer care. But as our man Samuel Romero brought up Napoleon, let's go there. Napoleon is supposed to have defined strategy as on s'engage et puis envoyer, loosely translated as get stuck in and then see what happens. Kind of like stick your dick in there and see if you like it. Donald Trump is not normally deemed Napoleonic. Yet his approach, well, in his approach to strategy, he appears to have taken the great general's precept to heart,
Yeah, did you
launching.
hear what I said earlier? Like,
Oh, yes, tell us.
they can't send him to St. Helena. We got to pick a better
That's
island
it.
for him.
Yes. What will they
Yeah.
do? Wait, that because Sammy, you responded to Sammy saying that
Yeah.
he might go into exile. Put Trump in exile, and like you
Yeah,
said,
it's like-
we're-
Like we can't do the same. We can't send him to that beautiful island. We got to give him a better one. You know.
Oh man, it's well, Alcatraz is even attractive. Alcatraz is actually, even though it's haunted as fuck, you can tell people you've been there. It's not necessarily a bad place to live. The guards enjoyed it, that's for sure. But
Well, it's almost too good for him unless you put him like it's like a zoo. It's like a zoo. See the monkey.
yeah,
kind of.
it's all we can say is he'd like that. You don't want to do that. He'd like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like
He'd be
like
throwing his
Haiti
shit at
or
people.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he'd be throwing his shit at people and enjoying it. But yeah, God
Because
knows.
Napoleon, they couldn't kill him because the French people loved him so much they would have revolted against the
Well,
Brits.
they
so-
ultimately did kill him, but they took their time doing it. They just took their time doing it, poisoned him slowly.
Well,
the
they did
second
it
time around.
subversively. They did it
Yeah.
subversively.
The second time around. They didn't do it the first time around. But when he
Yeah.
escaped and started another war, yeah, the second time
Right.
they did it.
Well, they tried to say, yeah, I remember what you said about, but they tried to say it was like he melancholy, he just dropped dead or something.
Yeah, I can't remember what rationale they provided, but obviously nobody bought it. And his son was later put in power not too shortly thereafter and started another series of wars, only his son had no capabilities of carrying them out to any degree of success. But it just goes to show, I mean, that's, the French still love Napoleon. Such having been articulated, as for Trump, as I've said before, simply deport him along with the rest of a good deal of Red America to Greater Manchuria, where they can serve as a buffer state between the Japanese, the Russians, and the Chinese, and provide everybody a service. They could be, as I said, Yevry is right there in the heart of it. That's where, of course, the Japanese first established the Yiddish-speaking Jewish community that's still there now. They number in the thousands. Deport all the right-wingers that... who's that one guy again that's so despicable? The old right-wing Jewish conservative. Let's look him up. Right-wing Jewish conservative that is always... he was with... what's his name? Who's the guy who was on radio all the time? Do you remember him? I've bleached these people so thoroughly from my mind that let me see now. Prominent celebrity. I'm getting Ben Shapiro. That wasn't him.
Are you talking about Michael Savage?
No, it wasn't Michael Savage. He's like it's funny that you mention him. He almost doesn't count. He's so far out there.
Right.
He was, he's so far out there. But it was like, who was that white guy who was always pushing Trump and Republicanism? And he was, he was on radio conservative personality,
I mean, there's so many of them that they all.
Actually,
all
there's
like
only
that.
a few that were big names. Radio conservative personality. So Sean Hannity.
Well,
Sean
yeah,
Hannity.
Well,
was the
he's like a little Gollum now. He just does what they ask.
Yeah, but
Like
it
whatever
was,
TV show they give him, he just sucks up to them.
conservative, with Sean Hannity, and here we are. So it was
There's like Beck, the other guy. Beck and these people.
Well, originally he had a liberal with him, a hardcore liberal, but then they took that guy away. They wouldn't allow any liberal voice. But he had Sean Hannity was with this other Jewish guy forever. And that guy was like promoting Trump eventually, even though originally he was a never Trumper or something like that.
It's because he converted. I think all that conspiracy
That was
stuff about
it.
him.
That was it. Thank you. Then Trump converted to Judaism. His daughters
Yeah,
didn't.
so there was some footage. Well, not just his daughter. There was footage that came out about the, some like Christmas meal they were having, right?
Yeah.
And there was, of course, like people that were invited from the Jewish community, and they said, "What can you guys even eat here? You guys are hardcore, you know?" And he said, "Everything's kosher from top to bottom, drinks, everything."
Yeah.
So
There
all
you
the
go.
catering at the White House is completely kosher, and he had the kitchen blessed when he got in, like re-kosher certified and all that.
There you
So
go. Damn.
he's our first
Jewish president. He's our first
Ooh.
Jewish president. There you go.
Yay.
And
Not that there's anything wrong with that. I love Jewish people. And
Mark Levine.
I grew up with
That's
them.
who I'm trying to think of. Mark Levine. Mark Levine. You sent all the Mark Levines.
I don't even remember that guy.
and Michael
He's not very
Savages.
memorable.
Yeah, you send all the Mark Levines and Michael Savages over to Yevry as the heart of. They'll be the Sith Lords, and then all of the Red Americans we send over with them will be their Mandalorians. That's what I've always said.
Cool.
Yeah, and so the
It's denigrating
yeah,
the fiction, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's it is what it is. You work with what you've got, and at any rate, so we brought up Napoleon Bonaparte. Donald Trump would be sent to Greater Manchuria with all those people. He would be their bodhisattva. They'll have a bodhisattvacracy. He'll be their Buddha. And there you go. I mean, it's everybody's happy. They get their orange Buddha. Mark Levine and his ilk as their Sith Lords, and then the rest of these Red Americans from the outside of the Deep South, of course. The rest of Red America in the North and West, you take them and send them to Greater Manchuria, and they'll be the new Mandalorians.
And we really got ripped off. This is like the worst timeline we could get.
Yeah.
Like, I would have even taken the Halo timeline at this point. Said we got this shit. I was like, God damn.
Oh, we'll make the most of it. By the way, I'm only thinking of the conservative, reactionary Jewish people who supported the Republicans that should be transferred over to Greater Manchuria, along with a good deal of Red America, and send their guns with them. Of course, send their guns with them. And all the ammo, we can spare. Yes. Then let them act as the world's mercenaries fighting in brushfire wars. That's they'll be happy.
It sounds good. Yeah, it sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's an industrial wastegate over there. They can reindustrialize using the all the cheap labor from North Korea. They'll be in pig heaven. They'll love it. They'll have their guns. They'll have their the only thing I worry about is the wildlife. Have to send United Nations troops.
I'm starting to think Kim Jong-un's the good guy. He's like giving his daughter the
Oh, the power.
He's the last one.
Yeah.
He's the last one.
Yeah. Well, hopefully his daughter gets in charge. Then think of the irony. North Korea having a female leader before the United States ever did. Think of the irony. That's the U.S. will have. It'll be irredeemable.
That's what I'm saying. I hate to support the guy. I know he's done bad things to his people, but man, he's definitely ranked up a few points on my list. I'll put him just for choosing the daughter, honestly.
Yeah, seriously.
Like it's like something out of an anime. It's like you couldn't even make that up. He went to Japan for many times.
Yeah, of course he did.
That must have influenced him positively.
Of course, no doubt. I have no doubt. Yeah, it's anime come to life. That's anime come to life. So. It's
I know he watches anime actually because he has that vibe,
Yeah, of course. No, he plays video games and he watches anime.
His father, when he was younger, he deliberately had his father create fake passports so he could visit Japan.
Yeah, that
was like something that he did deliberately. Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, definitely. It was, we know that we know Japan has had
like I said, I'm not trying to support the guy, but he kind of seems like he'd be cool to hang out with.
Well, why do you think Dennis Rodman loves him? Dennis Rodman, they got a bromance going.
He did until it was his fault that the girl's name was revealed. I don't think he's allowed there anymore. I don't know if you knew about that.
Interesting.
So we wouldn't have known her name without that idiot spilling the beans, because he when he was visiting, he had saw her, he had met her multiple times.
Yeah.
and they on the on TV over there, they just say Supreme Leader's daughter, or they just give her an honorific.
Yeah.
They never revealed the name publicly, but that idiot Dennis Rodman, stoned out of his gourd, did it. Like,
Interesting. I had no idea.
And what's up with that guy? How does he get like a free pass and he has no like, how is he not a double agent? That's what I don't get. He must have Jewish blood.
No. It's just because that guy's so useless. Nobody takes him as a threat. So poor bastard, poor son of a bitch. He's like.
But it's such a privilege. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, he's just a clown, and so he's just one of these guys. Like, it's just really sad. His life story is he's pitiful. He's no double agent, and the Americans don't consider him any security threat. Like you said, if anything, he did.
No one does. Apparently, no one does. And he brings weed to North Korea when he goes.
Of course. Well, that goes without saying. I mean, he couldn't.
Or
live
whatever
without
kind of weird drugs he does.
Well, he brings it all. I'm sure he brings whatever he can carry. That's But as we were saying with the Napoleonic comparison, the parallel that was broached by Samuel Romero, Donald Trump is not normally deemed Napoleonic, yet in his approach to strategy, he appears to have taken that great general's precept to heart, launching initiatives without much forethought regarding consequences or further steps in the light of unexpected developments. When the consequences turn out to be unwelcome, he swiftly readjusts, discarding the initial scheme in favor of an alternative course of misaction, as often as not headlong retreat. Thus, the swinging Liberation Day tariff regime unveiled with much fanfare in April of 2025 being swiftly suspended in the face of crashing markets. His war against the Houthis, who proved resilient in the face of the United States Navy's bombardment and missiles, was terminated with a declaration of victory and a speedy withdrawal. Draconian tariffs inflicted on the Communist Chinese were promptly cast aside once Beijing showed who had the whip hand by cutting off supplies of critical minerals. To date, this Napoleonic approach has proved remarkably successful regardless of all the failures I've simply just now articulated. Changed courses and abandoned policies have done little to loosen Trump's grip on the Republican Party, while the attack on Venezuela...
Playing 4D chess. 4D chess. The Chinese are almost out of oil.
Oh,
they have a 100-day reserve, and then it's just like this long play to pinch or maneuver China. Maneuver.
Oh, yes. Well, all these changed...
Which, by the way, if that was actually true and they ran out of oil, the world's economy would just explode because they wouldn't be able to make all that plastic shit.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's like no more cheap toys there.
They're beyond toys now. They make everything.
Yes.
Every possible item you can imagine.
Yes. All respect must be paid to the Communist Chinese in terms of their adaptability. I said cheap toys simply because that's what matters to me. I'm not the kind of guy who can afford cars, but I can afford the cheap toys. So, yes.
Yeah.
And I love the Chinese toy soldiers when they make actual Chinese toy soldiers. Ones that are supposed to be Chinese,
right.
Is supposed to be ripoffs of other nations, which they get the molds of. But, all this having been said, when it comes to Trump's, and thank you for that, Trump's changed courses, his abandoned malpolicies. Yeah, of course, he still controls the Republican Party by a noose around its neck, even while the attack on Venezuela and the kidnapping of its presidente, an obviously high-risk initiative, passed off with a casualty-free victory. That simply cemented his legendary status.
That dude's like in level 6 of Impel Down, poor guy.
Yes. Tell people about that. We don't even hear of him anymore. He disappeared. Tell people. They buried him.
In One Piece, it's called Impel Down. There's like a fucking They have like this underwater prison that's like each level is like a different torture and shit.
Damn.
And then the X-class people get put in level 6. It's like,
Damn.
that's where they put him. He's like, you don't even see him anymore, hear about him.
God damn. Poor son of a bitch. Yeah, you feel sorry for him. You really do. But thank you for that news. I had no idea. But now that I think
Well,
about
it's kind of, I don't really feel sorry for people like that.
Yeah, of course not. Of course
It's like some of these people could have just like, you know, helped their country a little bit and retired, but instead
Seriously.
they do the full I need everything.
They can't let go. They can't let go.
Like,
Yeah, it's
do
like
what
Trumpy.
every other corrupt person does is, you know, grab a few gold bars and set your next dude up and then run. But no, they can't.
Yeah, no, it's like Trump is just like that. He can't let go. It's like, dude, he's got all the money he needs. You know, how many truffles can you fucking eat? You know, what the fuck? Why are you doing
He's too invested. He's too invested.
It's not only why are you doing this to yourself, more importantly, why are you doing this to me? Is what I would say to Trump or Maduro or...
Well, because he's contracted by...
Yeah.
You know, let's not go in cosmic.
They're bound.
But anyway,
they're bound.
They're bound by these entities to do that.
Yeah.
Whatever deal they made, they have to. Yeah. If they don't follow through, it's fate worse than death, kind of thing. Or they think, okay, here's what it is. They think they're going to be allowed to go to these lower planes with higher technology, but they're not actually going to be allowed that.
Thank you.
They're just lied to. Like those entities just say, yeah, you can come here. You know.
Oh yeah.
We'll give you. You know, you'll be in high society down here and shit, and then you find out you're just like a peon. Yeah.
Yeah, they feel they'll rule in hell. That's what they feel.
Yeah.
And
well, he even said it recently. He said, "I'm not going to heaven," and he keeps saying it over and over. I'm not going to heaven.
He has said that. Trump has said
so
that.
They told him, like, look, you can go down there, but you're not going to be told what you get.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he obviously thinks it's not going to be that bad. Or maybe he does, and that's why he doesn't care, and he's taking us all down with him.
Well, basically, they have the spiritual technology they can like short circuit the system to get you out of falling to hell, but it doesn't mean you're going to be in a good spot.
There we are.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
You just go to a different plane that's not, still not good.
Thank you. But as for Trump,
like I wouldn't want to go to Svartalfan. Like,
fuck, we're there now.
Sketchy.
Yeah, fuck, we're there now. What the hell?
Oh, wait, I mean, it's much more dense. Like
True.
Yeah.
True. By the way, if you ever do want to experience it, which I don't recommend to anyone, the Bermuda Triangle truly is the portal there. Svartalfan, the portal it's under the Bermuda Triangle. And that manifested right after Eldridge Day, right after the Philadelphia experiment, is when they really began quantifying the measurements of that. But that's for another time. No, Trump, as I said, with a criminal of that magnitude, there's no point in trying to seek punishment or exile, other than like what I said about Greater Manchuria. He can be the Buddha of his red people. Trump himself having announced that his Iranian war could last 4 or 5 weeks, maybe less, maybe more, or, in his own words, whatever it takes, but with no explanation of what it might be, leaving plenty of room for a definition adjusted to match current realities. There has been much unkind commentary about the grab bag of justifications proffered for this war, ranging from the threat of a chimerical Iranian nuke, which our man Brendan Zogit was looking for the image thereof, and it's since been scrubbed because it was so laughable, or the mullah's alleged intercontinental ballistic missile program, or the Islamo-ICBM, the ICBM standing for Islamic Continental Ballistic Missile, or purported Iranian interference in the 2024 election, or a desire to relieve the Iranian people from the yoke of clerical oppression. It is not clear whether Trump himself believes any of these, or even cares if they are true. The point is to provoke a reaction, as with the fictitious statistics he likes to reel off in his rally speeches. Pronouncements are gauged by the effects they produce on the audience. Asked by a visitor whether he really intended to run for a third term in 2028, a possibility that evokes furious denunciation from Democrats, Trump replied, "Of course not." Why then, asked the visitor, did he keep bringing it up? The chief executive happily chortled, "It gets them so excited." Since the truth is unimportant, facts can be discarded at will. Big lies, "no more foreign wars," are more useful than small ones. Comparisons between Trump and mine own biological father, Adolf Hitler, are apocalyptically overdone. They certainly dignify Trump while denigrating Hitler. But putting that aside for the moment, should the 47th president have ever taken down the White House copy of Mein Kampf, and there is one, for some bedtime reading, he may well have underlined this specific passage. "In the big lie, there is always a certain force of credibility, because the broad masses of a nation are always more easily corrupted in the deeper strata of their emotional nature than consciously or voluntarily, and thus in the primitive simplicity of their minds, they more readily fall victims to the big lie than to the small lie, since they themselves often tell small lies in little matters, but would be ashamed to resort to large-scale falsehoods. It would never come into their heads to fabricate colossal untruths, and they would not believe that others could have the impudence to distort the truth so infamously." That's my biological father, Adolf Hitler, talking at you. A succinct explanation of why the MAGA faithful so blithely ignore Trump's serial falsehoods. But the war Trump has now launched in the Middle East looks likely to have consequences impervious to mendacity, however gross. The anti-war Republican right is already furious at the flouting of erstwhile pledges to avoid any and all such misadventures. The current war has already yielded some unpleasant surprises for the Oval Office. The ferocity of Iranian retaliation against America's Gulf allies, and its unwillingness, or rather its own willingness Iran's willingness, to cut the jugular of global oil flows by closing the Straits of Hormuz, as well as the determination of the regime itself to continue functioning and fighting despite...
Which, by the way, did they ever close the strait? Because
They
kept saying,
did.
"We're closing it."
No, they've effectively done it. They've effectively done it. I'll get to that.
I heard the companies just voluntarily didn't cross the line. It's not like
there's that
under force, right?
No, there's an element of that, but that means, in effect, the Iranians succeeded by the very nature of people not willing to test them. Does that make sense? So, in other words, their threats have effectively closed the Straits of Hormuz.
Right.
So, such having been articulated, the regime continues functioning and fighting despite the massacre of its upper ranks.
Trump all the keyboard warriors online are saying,
what are they saying?
"Oh, we can take them out in 2 minutes. Take them out in 2 minutes." So we have yet to see that.
How could they even say that? How could they even say that in light of what we're seeing?
They believe the propaganda. They believe in the propaganda.
Yeah, these are people who are pro-American or pro-Iranian. You're talking about pro-American saying
pro-American.
Yeah, saying we could take out Iran in 2 minutes. I mean, obviously that hasn't been the case. I mean, that's so it's mind-blowing.
Well, I mean, they think it's like some kind of grand plan, like, oh, they're not just throwing all their eggs at it.
They're saying that, oh, we're holding back. Probably then they're in their demented minds thinking for humanitarian reasons when they clearly don't care about killing children, slaughtering them in the hundreds. So it's again, the mania of the American internet and the minds, well, they're not minds, but these what would you call them? These gnomes, these gnomes that slither within
Sycophants.
between the circuits. It's no words.
Trolls. They're just
Yeah,
trolls.
thank you. Now,
Oh, here it is. Evacuation flights have been ramping up. There you go.
Well,
First
yeah,
German evacuation flights departs from Oman, which is interesting.
yeah.
Qatar evacuates residents near the embassy. A tanker anchored off of Kuwait reports explosions and leaks. Australia, Canada is urging de-escalation immediately. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, thank you for that. Important updates. But as for the massacre,
This is what the
yeah,
Canadian guy, Carney, said.
yeah.
We cannot stress enough that unless we're in a position that is 100% sure, I'm paraphrasing, of Iran's ability to acquire a nuclear weapon, develop it, and export terrorism, now that we know that it's ended, we must process these leads and outcomes.
What does that even mean? I've never heard such a incredible jumble of spaghetti word verbiage in my life. That is like
That's what he said.
That's
So that
indecipherable.
processes must lead to these outcomes. I
Uh,
don't know.
It's like, is he just talking for the sake of hearing his own voice? What he's saying certainly makes no sense. At any rate,
Well, they got to earn their paycheck. I think that's all it is.
yeah, that's
They
what
just go out there and they just go
Yeah.
blah. You know, they can't just do Charlie Brown voice.
Yeah,
You know, the parents are just a trumpet,
yeah. I hear you. I hear
so
you.
they have to just go blah blah blah. De-escalate.
I get it. They have to blather. Thank you. That was
The Japanese will have better info.
yes.
You know,
Well, I mean,
it says the United Nations probe says that these U.S.-Israeli attacks run counter to UN charters. No shit.
there you go. Yeah. Well,
guess-
that's like saying shit stinks. I mean, no point in belaboring the obvious. Well, while I was referencing the massacre of Iran's upper ranks, Trump himself told a reporter that the attack that killed Ayatollah Khamenei was so successful, it also killed all of the officials he had planned to install as rulers of a post-war Iran, indicating that Trump actually believed his bombers would deliver as neat and painless a resolution as the kidnap team had in Venezuela. That, of course, having been staged, which I went into in depth in a past episode that I recommend everyone review and upvote whenever they find the opportunity
Wait, what was
to do
staged?
so. The Maduro abduction was completely staged in cooperation with the Venezuelans who desperately wanted to get rid of the son of a bitch. So, they obviously just...
they just rolled up and he got kicked. They threw him and his wife out with their suitcases. It was like comical.
Thank you.
It's like, here you go. Like,
no, thank
airlift
you.
them out.
Yeah, no, they rolled them out, basically strapped down to wheelchairs.
Like onto the helipad, practically.
Yeah,
like
they
on
tied
the
them
roof.
onto the helipad in wheelchairs for the Americans to pick up. Yes, seriously. Honestly, that was the episode, I believe, of that I spoke about. It was Wednesday, as dated February 11th. So everybody check the February 11th episode, and I spoke about...
Damn, this almost feels like it happened last year, but no, I guess not.
Yeah.
Been an eventful couple months.
No, it happened in the first weekend of January, but it feels like 100 years ago by now because, Trump won't stop. Trump is like, you got to give him...
Well, he's dying. He's dying.
Yeah.
Do it
Thank
all
you.
quick.
Yeah. Thank you. That's true. That's what, you and Sammy are in total agreement that this guy, he sees the other side.
Well, I mean,
already.
even if he lasts 3 years, it's like you can only do so much.
Well, he's trying to do a lot more. Let's put it this way. He's doing his best to take us all down in flames. Now, absent the unlikely eventuality of the Iranians offering something that can be dressed up as a Trump cultic victory, it seems apparent that events will continue to spiral out of control, inexorably heading toward Trump's own Waterloo. There's a Napoleonic parallel as brought up by Sammy Romero, but I've simply, shall we say, contextualized it. Obviously, a great gamble is underway in Iran. The stakes are daunting for the Iranian people, the wider Middle East, and the world. There may be many losers, starting with ordinary Iranians. Netanyahu's Trump war puts Putin into an Iranian dilemma, with a prepositioned Kremlin partner helping to kill a Kremlin ally, only feeding the Russian tyrant's paranoia. In these uncertain first days, an early winner stands out, of course. Israel! The Iran campaign overwhelmingly relies on American firepower, but to a striking degree, it overarchingly is shaped by Israeli theories of war. Israel's rules for victory can be summarized as surprise attack without warning under cover of negotiations, abuse overwhelming forces, and do not scruple to mass assassinate an enemy's leaders, no matter the quantities and qualities of civilians collaterally in zone. Of course, the apartheid state's politicians and diplomats insist that Israel believes in international law. But as a small democracy in a dangerous neighborhood, Israel must put security first. Israeli officials argue that they observe the rules of war, in contrast to the terrorists, who deserve no tears or pity. In spite of this, the long campaign and enormous death toll in the Gaza have left Israel increasingly isolated, even among once supportive Western governments. Suddenly, however, many democratic leaders sound more accepting of Israeli-style arguments. When Israel and its subordinate state America jointly attacked Iran on February 28th, key elements of the operation reflected an Israeli logic, starting with the killing of Iran's top leaders. That marks a change for America. In his first midterm, a risk-averse President Donald Trump disagreed when Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urged him to seek regime change in Iran. Now calling for a popular uprising against tyranny strikes Mr. Trump as at least a good look. When Mr. Trump urges ordinary Iranians to rise up, he is echoing long-standing Netanyahu talking points, even if, just as often, America's president presents himself open to cutting a deal with any mass murderous turncoat or traitor from Iran's ruling elite. Soon after events, we should say attacks on Iran began, Mr. Trump's Pentagon chief, Pete Hegseth, praised Israel as a capable partner that brought a clear mission to the Iran fight. In his own words, unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hamming and hawing about the use of force. And not for the first time, Mr. Hegseth, a preening culture warrior himself, is missing the bigger picture. True, a few American partners have been wary of joining the Iran operation. Great Britain's Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, initially declined to let America use British bases. He has since allowed British bases to be abused for defensive strikes against Iranian forces that menace neighboring countries. Sir Keir is a former human rights attorney and, as it happens, an inveterate hand-wringer. To his credit, he has voiced his government's principled opposition to the notion of regime change from the skies. Yet his brief defiance of Mr. Trump is best explained by his tenuous hold on the leadership of the Labour Party, which is full of leftists and Israel critics who have never forgiven Tony Blair for joining America's invasion of Iraq in 2003. The fragility of España's left-leaning coalition government also helps explain why that country has barred American jets from abusing Spanish bases to reach Iran. Mr. Trump has now threatened a complete and total ban on all American trade with España. These local dramas are but a sideshow. It is more revealing to ask why other Western governments say they back Mr. Trump's fight with Iran. Daïnīppō in Deutschland, the new United Germany, and its Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, offered a masterclass in bleak, well, we'll call it bleak realism, on March 1st, calling it pointless to debate the legality of strikes that killed Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and other higher-ups. Mr. Merz, or Herr Merz, catalogued reasons not to mourn their regime of terror, from its oppression of Iran's people to its support for Hamas and Hezbollah and its nuclear and ballistic missile programs, however notional those might be. Herr Merz conceded that regime change is risky, but Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, will not criticize Israel's American strikes. For one thing, der Kanzler so noted, European governments spent years condemning Iran for breaking international laws, well, rules really, but failed to back those judgments with military force. For another, Merz still insists that Europe needs America's help to defend Ukraine, himself declaring, "Therefore, it is not the time to lecture our partners and allies. Despite our reservations, we share many of their goals without being able to actually achieve them ourselves." Der Deutschen Bundeskanzler's admission follows another that he made last summer after Israel and America bombed Iranian nuclear sites, himself suggesting back then that Israel deserves thanks. Danke for doing the world's, well, all the world's dirty work. The governments of Australia, Canada, and New Zealand do not sink that low, but all have obsequiously offered sycophantic support for strikes on Iran, with Anthony Albanese, Australia's Prime Minister, implying that Khamenei's passing will not be mourned. At first, France expressed concerns about the operation in Iran and called for the United Nations Security Council to weigh in. The tone in Paris hardened after Iranian drones hit a French base in the Gulf. In a joint statement with Great Britain and the United Germany, France now pledges to help destroy Iran's missile and drone capabilities. You see, checks and balances are vanishing. Nor is it the first sighting of allies attempting to rationalize an upside in a Trumpista, or should I say Trumpanista, intervention. After America captured Nicolás Maduro, the Venezuelan despot, in January, the French President Emmanuel Macron said that his country did not support the method used, but dubbed Mr. Maduro a dictator whose departure was good news for Venezuelans. From Iran to Venezuela, big precedents are being set without much debate. Communist China on the Asian mainland, for instance, considers any democratically elected Taiwanese politicians to be criminal separatists. Are they now all fair game for killing or capture? The American imperial presence in Pacific Asia is now suboptimal. The widening Iran conflict has diverted American imperial military resources from Pacific Asia, further marginalizing the China hawks in the White House and unsettling regional allies, including South Korea, the Empire of Japan, and my Taiwan. It's worth remembering that even the most alarming Chi-Com, our Chinese Communist contingency, an invasion of my Taiwan, would have weeks or months of warning and military buildup. An amphibious landing of that scale cannot be launched suddenly, and the United States naval resources could be repositioned back to the region if necessary. But if war in the Middle East sparks a wider drawdown of United States missile defense assets, it could jeopardize relations with South Korea, which endured years of communist Chinese retaliation after agreeing to deploy a United States missile defense system in 2016. Most fortunately, Communist China on the Asian mainland is fumbling under fallout from their own internal military purge. The Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's military purge reaches further than previously understood. A new report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies estimates that more than half of PLA, or People's Liberation Army, leadership has been affected. That figure rises dramatically for 3-star generals or above. Of the 47 people who have held such roles since 2022, 41 have reportedly been removed, including those who were purged after retirement. This has created a significant leadership vacuum in the PLA, with only 11 of 52 key positions, draconic positions in the sense of Die Deutschensprech, the master Schlüssel, or master key positions currently occupied. You've only got 11 slots filled out of 52 empty military spaces in high command. Xi Jinping hasn't maneuvered to even begin to fill these vacancies, perhaps because he was caught off guard by the level of corruption among his own appointees and is uncertain of whom to trust. More likely, he's afraid that one pissed-off general with a loaded machine gun can walk into that hospice care facility that they call the Central Committee and kill the entire communist leadership under 60 seconds. Therefore, deprive the PLA of leadership in toto. Later this week, the monolithic communist Chinese superstate will officially release its 15th five-year plan for 2026 through to 2030. In the Red Empire's state-led economy, these plans are critical vehicles for setting the policy agenda. In its top-down political system, they also establish an important incentive structure for lower-level officials. Given Xi Jinping's standing as the preeminent figure in recent Red Chinese history, he will abuse this plan to solidify his vision for postmodernizing mainland China's economy. Meanwhile, China's ice-cold calculus over Iran has manifested in a predictable impotence play. In the Middle East, it is an economic force, but a political weakling. As war erupts in the Middle East again, Communist China on the Asian mainland is again keeping its distance, offering rhetorical condemnation, but not much direct support for Iran after Israeli and American strikes began over the weekend. Some analysts have predictably attempted to frame the war in Iran as part of a coherent American imperial grand strategy toward the communist Chinese empire of the East. These were the clowns that our friend Brendan Zogit was referring to. This commentary is driven by, well, more by careerism than any serious analyses, but it reflects a broader misunderstanding of the forces that shape Zhonghua Danu Ren, or mainland Chinese attitudes. The truth is that Zhonghua Ren Min Gonghe Guo, the People's Republic of China, is an unentangled superpower, in contrast to the United States and the former Greater Soviet Union. It has only one formal mutual defense pact, albeit a troublesome one, with North Korea. Beijing is less willing to commit to permanent relationships, especially when it comes to defense, and more comfortable cutting its losses than Washington. Still, American analysts sometimes seem desperate to portray countries such as Iran or Venezuela as pillars of market Leninist Chinese grand strategy, or imagine scenarios in which market socialist model China becomes mired in a quagmire like the war in Afghanistan. The centralized single-party state capitalist China lacks entanglements in part because it also lacks the persistent foreign lobbying that dominates American politics. Commu-Chinese politics are overwhelmingly domestic. Suspicion of foreign influence runs deep. And the inner workings of the Chinese Communist Party are opaque to outsiders. Instead, Beijing has an intense internal lobbying presence by both private and state-owned firms, as well as by provincial governments. Furthermore, nothing in Beijing compares to Washington's dense ecosystem of think tanks and advocacy institutions, which help sustain long-term foreign lobbying efforts. At best, foreign governments may benefit from an experienced and well-placed Commu-Chinese official with personal affinities for a region, such as the diplomat Chu Jiaoqi, who has long served in Latin America. None of this means Communist China on the Asian mainland is indifferent to foreign conflicts. It has real materiel and geopolitical interests at stake in the Iran war. Roughly 50% to 60% of Chi-Com oil imports comest from the Gulf. In theory, Hongzhonghua, or Red China, could use its influence in Yemen to pressure the Houthis to curb attacks on shipping, at least for Chi-Com vessels. But the collapse of the Islamic Republic or a prolonged war would likely make the Strait of Hormuz dangerous for all traffic. The Communist Chinese Empire's substantial oil stockpile offers it some cushion, but it's hardly a permanent solution. One area of the conflict where People's China may look to score points is in protecting its citizens. The successful mass evacuation of Commu-Chinese nationals from Libya in 2011, the year of my latent sainted Cyruses, or my womb matrons, or mother's murder, for instance, was a domestic triumph. According to United States President Donald Trump, the biggest surprise of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East has been Tehran's drone and missile attacks on countries such as Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Key transport hubs in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha have shut down, strangling a significant part of global aviation, tourism, and trade. Yesterday, as Iran increased its retaliatory strikes on American imperial assets and allied Gulf states, including their oil refineries, the United States State Department finally ordered the mass evacuation of non-emergency diplomatic staffers from 6 Middle Eastern countries and temporarily shut down operations at the Kuwait embassy. According to one of Red China's major grind organs, the Global Times, as of yesterday, Zhonghua had evacuated most mainland Chinese citizens from Iran. Beijing may aim for a larger regional mass evacuation, a stark contrast with the United States messaging towards its citizens in the Gulf, what with Trump abandoning thousands in the war zone and some influencers doing a better job of evacuating United States citizenry from the Gulf than the United States State Department is. Chi-Com strategists have long assumed that a distracted Washington is good for Beijing. The United States' mass expenditure of munitions in the opening phases of attack is already straining our supply lines. If market socialist model China wanted to raise the pressure further, it could tighten controls on rare earth exports yet again. But such a maneuver is unlikely given the current Sino-American diplomatic thaw, and since a sharp escalation might accelerate American efforts to reshore its critical mineral supply, ultimately weakening Communist Chinese leverage, for now the Communist Chinese Empire appears content to wait and see just how big of a mess the United States has gotten itself into. Terrible arguments divided the West before the invasion of Iraq in 2003. At least they were born of attempts by President George W. Bush to secure United Nations backing for his war. Today's America seeks no such mandates before it misacts. A might makes right order is taking shape. one which Bibi Netanyahu and his Donny Boy Trump navigate with both impunity and immunity. Most Western allies never wished for this world. Now that it is arriving, they are having to adapt to its rules. But we're all off the cliff now. Donald Trump has taken America into war with a country whose population is approximately the size of Iraq's and Afghanistan's combined. He has done this without making any case to the American people and without approval of any kind from their elected representatives. His launching of hostilities, with the embarrassingly bro-themed name Operation Epic Fury, man, is the culmination of decades of expanding presidential powers over national security issues, and Trump has now taken that expansion to its extreme conclusion, launching wars and abusing military power as he sees fit. Many of his critics are focused on the claim that the war is illegal under both United States and international law, and they are obviously right about that. But Trump has already floored the accelerator and driven off the cliff, with all of us as passengers. What are the options for Congress and the American people, the majority of whom do not support this conflict, to regain some control over a president conducting a war as if he were a medieval prince? Unfortunately, the few legal options available are laden with their own risks. Congress could decide to cut off funding for the war, which at this point could be as reckless an act as starting one. Men and women overseas did not choose to go, and they should at least be allowed to conduct their operations without worrying that Congress will simply turn off all funding, leaving them effectively in the lurch. Stranded with, well, imagine this, entire mechanized columns unable to advance for want of fuel. It could, the U.S. government, not talking Trump, but, Congress, could pass a resolution demanding an immediate end to hostilities, also a risky move. Congress does have a less dramatic option. It could invoke the 1973 War Powers Resolution, a law often discussed but rarely understood by the public. I have my own skepticism about using this law, rooted in my own deployment, along with that of many others, during the first Bush War, properly referenced as Gulf War II. As I've explained many times, Gulf War I being the Iran-Iraq War. I'll come back to that. Not the Iran-Iraq War, but, well, the War Powers Resolution. Meanwhile, here's where the law came from and what it actually says. The War Powers Resolution was adopted in 1973 during the waning days of the Vietnam War. The resolution imposes these limits on the power of presidents to wage war, as I shall read. The constitutional powers of the President as Commander-in-Chief to introduce United States armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances are exercised only pursuant to 1. A declaration of war, 2. Specific statutory authorization, or 3. A national emergency created by attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. Now, this all seems simple enough. Unless Congress declares war or passes some law, or the United States itself is attacked, the president cannot send United States forces into harm's way. Simple, but irrelevant. Presidents have gotten around this by abusing that last part about national emergencies to justify the abuse of force. Multiple commanders-in-chief have also, rightly, noted that they may use military power in support of existing treaties, which are the law of our land, if an ally calls for American help. Nearly a decade before the War Powers Resolution existed, President Lyndon Baines Johnson ramped up American involvement in Vietnam by claiming self-defense. He said that United States ships had been fired upon in the Gulf of Tonkin by the North Vietnamese, and the need to honor a treaty commitment to South Vietnam. Congress rewarded him with the open-ended Tonkin Gulf Resolution, empowering him as Commander-in-Chief to take all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the forces of the United States and to prevent further aggression. Many in Congress regretted issuing LBJ, this blank check, and by 1973, American legislators realized that maybe handing out all necessary measures passes to presidents might not be a great idea. So they repealed Tonkin Gulf in 1971 after it was proven that it had all been a hoax, literally a Pearl Harbor setup based on the original Habana Bay model of sinking one's own ship, and later passed the War Powers Resolution. President Richard Mulhouse Nixon vetoed the resolution on multiple grounds of constitutionality and prudence, but the Congress of 1973 was in no mood for lectures from Richard Nixon, and it overrode his veto. The problem being that the War Powers Resolution is both too weak and too strong. On the one hand, it requires that the president consult Congress only if possible. On the other hand, the resolution sets a firm clock on military action. Within 60 days of notifying Congress, the president shall terminate any use of United States armed forces with respect to which such report was submitted. So unless Congress declares war, extends the deadline, or cannot meet because of an enemy attack, that's a World War III/Cold War provision. Congress can't meet and approve military action if it's been vaporized by a nuclear strike. This law, drawn up half a century ago to stop a future LBJ or Richard Nixon, is poorly written, and even now members of Congress argue over its meaning. On Monday, for example, the Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut admonished the Representative Mike Lawler of New York for cherry-picking some of this law's language. Assuming that Congress does not pass a law ending the operation, Trump, in theory, has almost 12 more months to continue the fight. Now, this time limit, in and of itself, is, in general, a bad idea. It's a signal to the enemy that the United States has only 12 months to fight before its legislative and executive branches possibly go into conflict with each other. In any case, competent strategists do not put expiration dates on their operations, such limits giving the opponent an incentive to negotiate in bad faith, to engage in information operations against American voters, or perhaps to up the level of violence and hope that congressional nerves are shaken so badly that even the steeliest president cannot keep a wartime political coalition together. At the time of my short span of military service, the late Senator John Hines and a small group of Republican senators wanted to invoke the War Powers Resolution as President George H.W. Bush was heading toward war against Iraq. Hines supported Bush's intentions, and he wanted to avert a challenge to Bush's authority. The War Powers Resolution is the law of the land, so wouldn't it help Bush if Congress did its duty and invoked it? Of course, we were all a lot less concerned about rogue presidents back then. But some were very concerned about time-limiting a war to dislodge Iraq from Kuwait. Senator Hines passed away 35 years ago, so I'm not spilling any secrets here. The resolution was of dubious constitutionality, but even more to the point, Hines asked whether he was willing, or he was asked, whether he was willing to have a floor fight to extend Bush's authority 12 months after the war had started. At the time, the Republicans were the minority in Congress, and they cross-consulted about what such a messy political brawl might look like in the middle of a fucking war. Heinz and the other Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party senators dropped the idea. In the end, it didn't matter, because actually the senior Bush was our original rogue president. You see, one day after lunch with Bush, Heinz informed a confidant that Bush was determined to eject Saddam Hussein from Kuwait, even if it meant his eventual impeachment, no matter what Congress said in the meantime. Yet Bush did go to Congress, and he got resolutions of support from both houses just before combat operations began in January of 1991, albeit on the most spurious of grounds. Right now, Trump has no such worries of impeachment. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party controls both houses of Congress, and he has an iron grip on his Red Party, at least until November. But the question remains of whether Congress has any ability to restrain Trump, who has abused force more times, in more places, in just 1 year than any of his predecessors. At the least, Congress could use the threat of the War Powers Resolution clock to demand hearings and some explanations. Trump and his people have so far explained almost nothing about the rationale for the war. The Secretary of Defense, meanwhile, delivered a briefing yesterday that amounted to a lot of chest-thumping nonsense about fighting to win without being bound by stupid rules of engagement. And invoking the War Powers Resolution would be far less dangerous now that Iran's military has largely been beaten and Israel and their American empire have complete control over Iran's skies. Congress is now set to debate, was set to debate the War Powers Resolution earlier today, but the fact that this debate was needed at all is a reminder of how much the exercise of American democracy has historically been predicated not on black-letter law, but on trust, norms, and basic decency. Congress should not have to argue over whether to trigger the War Powers Resolution, and certainly not in the midst of conflict. Better presidents, even when they have abused their authority, have obviated such a fight by going to Congress, speaking to the American people, and building a consensus for action. Trump, instead, has thrown United States service persons into combat and dared everyone to stop him. For now, Congress can try, at least, to use the law to rein in Trump and force him to answer questions about a war he started on his own. But Operation Epic Fury should also impel legislators to think about future ways to place presidential war powers back within the limits of a deliberative, constitutional republic. Yet as the Mideast crisis expands, Senate Republicans have blocked war powers limits. Decades of theorizing about the consequences of war between Iran and the American empire tended to circle around the same fear. The world's most famous choke point for fossil fuels, the Strait of Hormuz, would become a battlefield. Today, that fear came true. By the 5th day of the Israeli-American war with Iran, shipping has effectively stopped in the crucial channel. And less than a day after President Donald Trump spraketh of escorting and ensuring shipping through the strait, a container vessel there was attacked and disabled. It now floats abandoned in the waterway. The death toll in the Iran war is near 1,000 people, with the dead mostly Iranians, including 168 who were killed when Israel directed the United States to destroy an elementary school for girls. The United States claims it's investigating. Today, the Pentagon chief Pete Hegseth said that Israel and its United States are close to controlling Iranian aerospace, which he says will allow them to deliver even more. His words, "Death and destruction from the sky all day long, man!" Since the first attack Saturday, another expected consequence of a Western conflict with Iran has come to pass. Oil prices are up 12%, and American consumers are witnessing record jumps in gasoline prices. If the Strait of Hormuz stays closed for much longer, the pain is only expected to spread, and fast. But late today, Senate Republicans rejected a bill to stop this war. The measure would have restricted President Trump's power to wage war against Iran sans congressional authorization. What's going on here? Since 1992, a series of presidents representing both parties have run for office, vowing to be peacemakers and to avoid their predecessors' excesses and mistakes. Yet once they're in office, we always find that the United States is still addicted to war. And while we're all awaiting the big one, Trump's words, Donald Trump himself has refused to put an end date on the war because shares in American defense firms are rising. But the maths only make sense if the drumbeat of war persists, yet is not so loud that governments crimp the firm's ability to generate profits. Ipso facto, war isn't always good for defense stocks. They win only if governments want just enough weapons, but not too many. Regardless, Wall Street's reaction to conflict in the Middle East was originally muted, even as President Donald Trump suggested Monday, opening our work week, that the fighting will only intensify. In the first day of trading, since Israel ordered the United States to launch strikes against Iran, the S&P 500 was mostly flat, though the travel sector suffered as aerospace closures in region forced carriers to cancel thousands of flights. Trump's war is taking a toll on aviation, with the $8 trillion aerofreight industry facing enormous challenges due to the war in the Middle East. Irregardless, Trump told CNN, "The big one is coming soon," while he has refused to rule out boots on the ground. With LPL Financial's head of macro strategy, Christian Kerr, writing, "The more intense and prolonged the geopolitical shock, the larger the likely market impact. It is, a longer war means a harsher global economic fallout. These American attacks could continue to escalate, as Trump said on Monday that his military campaign is expected to last 4 to 5 weeks, but could go far longer than that. Well, the war risk is already hitting Wall Street. Gas prices are rising and stocks are sinking as war in the Middle East intensifies, as the market's AI-fueled optimism has just collided with the hard reality of geopolitical risk. The nightmare Iran energy scenario becoming reality segues to the economic toll of the war in Iran, accelerating the rise of the polynational corporation. But first, let's discuss the war dollar. A sell-off in global equity markets intensified yesterday as the second-order impacts of Israel's proxy Amero state war against Iran came into clearer view. energy prices are rising, as are shipping costs and war risk insurance premiums, costs that will at least partly be passed on to consumers in the form of higher inflation. And the longer the conflict drags on, the steeper the economic toll will be. Yesterday's morning sell-off in stocks moderated in the afternoon, and a surge in Treasury yields eased as the war in Iran continued to spur wild moves across asset classes. An announcement from the Trump maladministration that the United States military will help secure shipping lanes may have helped pare what had been a 9% surge in oil. Following an earlier 2.5% plunge in the S&P 500, the index initially recovered to being down less than 1%. To quoteist Fawad Razakzada at Forex.com, "For now, markets are trading headline to headline. Much will depend on whether tensions stabilize or whether this proves to be the start of a more prolonged disruption to global supply." Now, after weeks of shrugging off global tensions, Wall Street is finally pricing in the escalating conflict between the American empire and Iran. President Donald Trump's vow that the United States could fight forever sent a shockwave through markets, hoping for a swift resolution. The Nasdaq plummeted 2.2%, and the S&P 500 fell over 2% at yesterday's open, erasing recent gains. The most immediate pain point is energy. With Iran's critical Strait of Hormuz closed, Brent crude has surged past $83 a barrel, a 14% jump in just 1 month, threatening a new wave of global inflation. This is a stress test for the digital economy. The fallout extends far beyond the gas pump. The conflict exposes the fragile physical infrastructure, maritime choke points, and energy grids that underpins our increasingly virtual world. Billions in planned AI and semiconductor investments, which rely on stable global supply chains and predictable energy costs, are now subject to the whims of an old world power struggle. For an economy betting its future on automated systems and frictionless commerce, this is a stark reminder that geopolitical leverage remains the ultimate off switch. The postmodern frontier is still vulnerable to ancient chokeholds. Thus, the Israeli and Zio-American war in Iran continues to disrupt shipments and push up fuel costs. Soaring prices for diesel used in freight, power, and heating will add to the cost of transportation, a key component of inflation. Gas prices are already soaring, while oil is jumping as the Iran war pushes down global stock markets. Yet the widening conflict has also made one thing clear. At a time when investors are rushing to safety, the dollar remains the premier asset of choice. Yes, the almighty United States dollar. As stocks swoon and even gold and treasuries tumble, the United States dollar's rise stands out. Since Israel and its American empire first attacked Iran on Saturday, the United States currency has staged its biggest trois-day rally in nearly a year. Crude oil benchmarks are up 20 to 25% since the start of what is already being miscalled the third Gulf War. In reality, it's the fourth. Iran-Iraq, Bush Wars 1 and 2, and that's the third Gulf War was Operation Iraqi Freedom. This is Gulf War 4. That in turn is translating into higher refined fuel prices around the world. Just in these United States, the average nationwide gasoline price jumped by around 12 cents overnight, the largest single-day increase since the fourth day in March of 2022. To be sure, both crude and retail gasoline prices are still well within historical norms, but the rate of the increase may still cause some sticker shock for Western consumers who are already price-sensitive following recent bouts of high inflation in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. Depending on how things unfold, we could also very well see further spikes in international crude prices. American consumers are already feeling the impacts of the Iran war at the pump, as average gas prices hit $3 for the first time since November. Costs are expected to increase as the week goes on, as crude oil prices continue to spike, with the Brent crude futures index already hitting a new 12-month high. Though Iran produces less than 5% of the world's oil, it has major influence over the Strait of Hormuz, and more than 20% of the world's daily oil supply is transported through that sea passage, or was. To reiterate, two of energy analysts' fears have come true at once: Iran lashing out at its oil-rich neighbors and a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, though through which these massive quantities of oil and gas are shipped. Asian buyers will be the first to feel the pain, but European prices will soon catch up. America will get off more lightly, even though it started the war under Zionist occupational governance. But amid hell and mined waters, it's a gas shock, not an oil shock, from the Iran war that looks more threatening. Europe and Asia will take an economic hit if the supply of Qatari LNG, our liquefied natural gas, is halted by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The price of oil grabs most of the energy-related attention during conflicts in the Middle East for understandable reasons. Oil is the commodity on which the world still runs, and analysts have roughly reliable models for what every $10 per barrel increase in cost does to global growth and inflation. So, on that front, one can say we're still a long way from oil shock territory. Monday's rise to $79 a barrel, up 9% since the end of last week, is sizable, especially as the price was $62 at the start of this year. But remember that $125 was seen shortly after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and $100 plus was then sustained for 3 months. A gas shock, however, looks a real and present threat. European wholesale gas prices rose 50% as Qatar Energy, the world's largest producer of LNG, liquid natural gas, halted production after being targeted by Iranian drone strikes. That is 20% of the world's LNG going offline at a stroke, which would be a fundamental change in the market if sustained for a long period. And the key point is that the draconic point here, the Deutschensprech for the Meisterschlüssel, our master key point, is that Qatari LNG cannot be diverted via pipeline, as Saudi oil can be to a degree. It has to go through the pinch point of the Strait of Hormuz, where shipping has more or less stopped. A Goldman Sachs analyst said the price rise for gas in Europe could hit 130% if flows through Hormuz are disrupted for an entire month. To quoteist, a threshold that triggered large natural gas demand responses during the 2022 European energy crises. Stifel's analyst puts it more bluntly: attempting regime change in Iran risks a repeat of Europe's 2022 energy crises, just worse the second time around. Europe and Asia are indeed in the eye of the LNG storm because they are the big buyers of the frozen gas. About a quarter of Europe's gas supply came as LNG in 2025, and according to government statistics, Great Britain's average has been 21% over the past 5 years. Meanwhile, gas storage levels in Europe are low after such a cold winter. The United States, by contrast, sits pretty as an LNG exporter after its, our shale gas revolution over the past couple of decades. For the United Kingdom, there is a small consolation in being less reliant on Qatari LNG than in 2022, with the energy analyst Cornwall Insight confirming that Qatar supplied about 6.5% of United Kingdom liquid natural gas imports over the past year, compared with about 69% from these United States since 2023. LNG, liquid natural gas, however, is also a global market in which it is not unknown, especially at times of crises, for cargoes to be diverted mid-transit from Asia to Europe or vice versa, because they can get better price on the other side of the world. As in 2022, higher wholesale prices for gas quickly translate into higher consumer bills. The key variables, of course, will be how long Qatari production is shut and how long our Hormuz is effectively closed. Even the difference between a week and a month matters. In terms of numbers, UK gas was 75 pence a therm, that's a unit of heat energy, last Friday, and hit 114 pence on Monday. It would still have to go 250 pence and stay there for a while to match the intensity of the 2022 crises. But suddenly, it is not unimaginable, as Stifel warns, that household energy bills could spike again, causing a fresh set of problems for a government, like the last one, that has placed the reliability and affordability of LNG at the heart of its energy policy. In its Security of Supply report last year, the British government highlighted declining domestic North Sea production of gas, but said, over the next 4 years specifically, we expect this changing supply mix to coincide with a robust, oversupplied global LNG market. That market looked neither robust nor oversupplied on Monday. Of course, the fallout from conflict in the Gulf will be much bigger than just oil. Relevantly, the Iran war is a jolt to Dubai's business model. It is the Iran war spread to Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar is jeopardizing the entire global economy. On Sunday, a fire broke out at a data center in Dubai belonging to Amazon Web Services. The facility was struck by an object, likely shrapnel from an Iranian drone intercepted by the United Arab Emirates aero defenses. The incident, which may mark the first time in history that a major company's cloud data center was damaged in a war, is emblematic of the unprecedented nature of the conflict now unfolding in the Middle East. Far from just another war in the Persian Gulf, this is the first conflict since the Second World War to directly impact cities and facilities that serve as hubs in the globalized economy. When Israeli leaders and their American levies launched military operations against Iran last week, they expected a forceful response. But Iran quickly moved beyond retaliation against Israeli and American forces and opted to externalize the pain of the war by hitting civilian targets across all 6 of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council states. Over the past few days, Iranian drones and ballistic missiles have hit oil platforms, refineries, aeroports, seaports, hotels, and commercial vessels. In selecting these targets, Iran has made a bold gamble. It has used its asymmetric capabilities, cheap drones and abundant ballistic missiles, to attack the countries that had been the most effective boosters of diplomacy since the United States President Donald Trump took office. Gulf leaders repeatedly, really, tried to use their unique influence in the Oval Office to steer the United States away from a war of choice against Iran and toward a new nuclear deal. Gulf leaders have condemned Iran's attacks. Anwar Gargash, a key architect of UAE, or United Arab Emirates, foreign policy, warned that the targeting of Gulf states has confirmed, in his words, that the narrative of those who see Iran as the primary source of danger in the region and its missile program as a constant driver of instability. He urged Iran to return to its senses before the region was thrust into a deeper crisis. Iran's attacks could push the Gulf states to enter the conflict, opening their aerospace to United States forces and even joining operations against targets in Iran itself. For now, reports suggest that Gulf leaders, unable to tolerate the mounting economic disruptions, are pushing the Trump maladministration to pursue a ceasefire. Over the past quarter century, the Gulf states have emerged as the economic powerhouses of the Middle East and significant players in the global economy. They were able to do so in large part because of the stability and security promised by their rulers and underwritten by the American empire, which maintains military bases in every Gulf state apart from Oman. But when the first Iranian drones penetrated Gulf aero defenses, they shattered the facade of the region's security. Under Zionist occupational misgovernance, the United States has instigated a war that undermines the security of all our partners in region and remains seemingly unable to protect the Gulf states from the blowback. This leaves Trump begging a war-torn country for help in Iran. Yea, so Donald Trump is turning to the war-ravaged Ukraine for help in his sneak attack on Iran. This eventide, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said in his nightly address that the United States, along with other allied countries, is seeking Kiev's assistance in defending against Iranian drones. To quote Zelensky, "Partners are turning to us, to Ukraine, asking for help in defending against Iranian-designed Shahed drones, with expertise and real operational experience. There have also been requests from the American side." Trump's request could lead to a dire shortage of United States aero defense missiles in Ukraine at a moment when the Ukraine's war effort is stretching into its 5th year. 12 European diplomats told Reuters there is mounting concern that Ukraine will become increasingly vulnerable as Trump drags on his bombardment of Iran. The appeal also comes as Trump has pressed Zelensky and Ukrainian officials to strike a swift peace deal with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, with whom Trump has long maintained an infamously hot and sexy relationship. Whereas Trump has frequently sparred with Zelensky, whom he called P.T. Barnum in a Truth Social post just yesterday. During their Oval Office meeting in February of 2025, Trump made fun of the Ukrainian leader's clothing, saying upon their greeting, "Ooh, you're all dressed up! He's all dressed up for today!" Vice President J.D. Vance also berated Zelensky for not being grateful enough to Trump, who has called the Ukrainian president a dictator the week before. Just last month, British intelligence officials shared intercepted calls and messages with their United States counterparts in which senior Kremlin figures mocked Trump's self-evident willingness to take Putin at his word over the invasion of Ukraine. In February, a senior UK official, a security official, told The Spectator, "We have continually shown them intelligence that shows the Russians are lying. The Russians are privately mocking Trump over his naivete about Putin's intentions. Putin doesn't want to end the war. Trump, however, has a long history of giving Putin whatever he wants. The president rolled out the red carpet for his Russian counterpart just months ago for a much-hyped summit in Alaska, that ultimately fizzled. A photograph of the 79-year-old president walking side by side with his Russian counterpart now hangs prominently in the Palm Room connecting the West Wing to the executive residence. On the campaign trail more than a year ago, the MAGA leader pledged he would secure a ceasefire in the Russo-Ukrainian war within 24 hours of taking office. Instead, his focus has shifted to the Middle East, where even Trump has admitted he doesn't know how long the conflict he himself started will last. Oh, I'm getting a question from email. A listener asks, well then, should Europe simply declare war upon Russia? What would be the point? The United Kingdom military alone could wipe the floor with the Russians, in the air, and on, and under the seas, all by themselves. They would need to increase their ground forces, but probably not even that if the rest of Europe joined them. Ukraine.
According to Nigel Farage, the Royal Navy is defunct. That's what he claims. It's basically useless.
Oh, in a sense, he's right. But against the Russians? Give me a break. That would be the equivalent of what the Americans are doing to rowboats in the Caribbean, Brendan.
I'm not defending him. Just that's what he said. Yeah.
But you get what I'm saying too, right? Like I said, look.
Well, that's what we're doing. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're doing in the Caribbean. Yeah. Blasting shit.
Yeah, well, that's what the Brits could do to the Russians.
I mean, I don't know if you believe the online people. It's like you're underestimating Russia. They could have some kind of power or secret power.
Oh, yeah. Hypersonic subs. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Missiles that burrow under the ground.
I'm still waiting for the hypersonics. Not that I want it to happen, but it's like every couple minutes they say, these are the hypersonics, and then they show a video of like a slow-ass rocket.
Tell people about that! Tell people about that! The video was like, tell them about the commentary. What the commentators were saying, just reviewing that shit.
Oh, I almost forgot. Well, which one?
Oh,
the one where it was
rocket's just rising slowly into the air, so slowly you think it's going to fall back to the ground.
Yeah, they were like hyper snail rockets and shit, because it was just like, I mean, even a normal rocket wouldn't be that slow. It was like pathetic. It was like, we're launching. It's like it's something out of like Monty Python. They're launching, and you just kind of see like a smoke thing, and it like just keeps going up and up and up, and you're like, what the fuck,
Yeah, thank you.
Like, is this supposed to be scary?
Thank you.
Like theoretically, if it was really hypersonic, you wouldn't see it. It would just be like,
thank you,
and then it lands. Just
yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah, I guess
like, and you would hear the mock, what is it called, the sonic boom and all that shit. But I haven't seen one
seriously,
yet.
Seriously. If it were hypersonic, the sonic boom alone, depending on how fast it accelerated to hypersonic velocity, the sonic boom alone would conceivably destroy its launch pad. In other words, which could, if you were in a bad enough situation, you wouldn't even care. They would sacrifice that. But, this isn't like what's happening. This is just...
stuff, according to Putin, they're so fast that nothing in the West or in Western Europe can defend against.
That's, there you go. I mean, it's...
Do you remember when they said they used them in Ukraine and it was like that dude still had power?
Tell him! It was like a paintball splatter. It looked like a giant paintball gun had splattered the side of
we don't know what happened, but they said the first hypersonic weapon fielded and
deployed
against Kiev. And it was like
Yeah.
It was like an apartment building where there was like a hole taken out of it, and then everyone else still had power. They were like looking out their windows and stuff, like it was just a normal day. Like, what the fuck? So I guess it's not as strong. I mean, it's
dude,
it's like
it's a
fast but does nothing. You know,
dude,
it's
if
just
it were that
it's
fast, the speed alone would be the weapon. Something going that
right.
fast at, multiple Machs would just demolish the buildings by the
Well,
sound wave. So that's
right.
yeah,
But then
yeah.
how do you explain those those SpaceX rockets where it shows where it's like hitting the firmament and shit, and you could see all those it's like hitting the ionosphere and it makes those colors and shit.
It's well,
Is that
scientists
just some kind of HARP illusion?
no,
Like,
scientists themselves are still puzzling over that. There's a lot we can't explain when it comes to the Earth's firmament. You know that. And
well, no, I'm saying the missiles that were fielded, they were saying, oh, we have this new technology, and it was like those SpaceX rockets where you could see the blue bubble,
well,
emerge, the
that's
plasma
people have
bubble.
talked about that. People have said that there were literally holes ripped in the sky, certain parts of the atmosphere that kind of
Yeah,
made
there's videos of it. There's videos of
yeah, the night sky visible beyond the atmosphere where it shouldn't be. That sort of thing. It's well,
it.
basically,
But I
yeah.
just don't see them being used operationally.
If
they
well,
have them, they're certainly not using them.
well, certainly not the Russians. But as for Elon Musk, he's just doing his damnedest to try and tear holes in the sky so he can unleash more volatile rays onto the public and bring about the end
Yeah,
of the world.
do you ever remember that series, The Golden Compass? Do you remember that?
Barely. What about it? What did they? What was the?
So it was like the Golden Compass series is they were like, it was like these different factions. One of them was the Russians, or like it was like a fictional version of Russia versus like some other countries, like kind of English kind of. I don't remember exactly, but the premise was they were trying to shoot these experiments into the Northern Lights, and eventually they used like the Golden Compass and these different technologies to basically open up a portal to like this entire different dimension through the Northern Lights. And that was the whole premise of the Golden Compass. But
Damn.
Russia was like the big thing in that, because they were like bear people and shit. Like when they went to that city, when they went to the city, it was like an inversion of our world, but it was like the Russian group was ruled by bear people.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's
Yeah,
cute.
it was a good story. Like the book was good, but they didn't execute it with like the films or whatever they were making.
Interesting. Well, I'm looking at it in terms of just the promotional post. It says it was originally an official video game. No, the video game must have been based off the film, which must have been based off novels, a series of children's novels.
Yeah, it was a novel.
Yeah, and but it was released
Like a young adult type novel.
I know nothing about it because it was released in the year that my father died, so I was too busy with everything that was going on then, and that wiped me out.
Yeah, does it give you the plot?
It's precocious orphan Lyra trades her carefree existence roaming the halls of Jordan College for an otherworldly adventure in the far north. That's what's that's cute.
Oh wow. So it's censored.
Yeah, okay.
Basically.
So there you go. But
they don't tell you the actual story in that book, yeah.
Okay. Well, I do want people.
Let me see if I can find it.
When I talk about tearing holes in the sky, that's quite serious. It's Musk is doing his best to destroy the ozone. And he's definitely suicidal, and he wants to take us all with him because, Brendan, tell him he's not afraid of death, and he's not afraid of everyone else dying because of his ketamine. Tell him about the ketamine. Is so
at this point, he's so dissociated. I don't think he knows that there are other people.
Yeah.
It's just,
thank you.
It's just him. He feels like he has the death note and shit. Yeah. That's like, to him, AI is the death note. He just can do whatever he wants, but, there you go.
Thank you. As for Ukraine, with help from the rest of the world, except that wank badgering cockwomble in the Oval Office, they just need to keep up the drone strikes. And yeah, I've got someone responding to it. Seriously? They're saying, seriously? Yes, keep hitting infrastructure, power stations, oil refineries / pipelines, and pretty soon Putin will be defenestrated. Just keep helping Ukraine doing what it's doing. But how do you like that? How Trump went begging to, Zelensky after calling him P.T. Barnum the day before, no less, then begging him for drones to help protect his Gulf buddies from the Iranians and their drones. Oh, isn't that ironic?
I
Pathetic.
mean, it's going to get more goofy. It's going to get more ridiculous. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. It's opening our work week this Monday in Southwest Asia, the Emirati president Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan strolled through the Dubai Grand Mall in an attempt to calm jittery residents and stranded tourists.
Yeah, I thought that was so fun.
You
It
saw
was
that,
so Arab
Thomas?
of them.
Thomas!
They said everything is normal, and they went to a mall and just sat there and had coffee.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
like, why is that? How is that going to calm people down? I don't understand.
It's you gotta admit, gotta give him points for that at least. You know, I mean, it is. You gotta admit, I myself, I could pull it off, but you know, hey, any minute a missile or a drone could come crashing through that room. I'm sorry. It's you know, give him points for that, putting on a brave face. It's but like you said,
But I'm saying
yeah.
the cultural aspect of it, like out of all the places, they didn't go to a temple or a mosque. They went to a fucking mall.
Well, but you get the point,
Because
though.
that's really how they are.
No, but you get the point, though.
That it's status quo.
Yeah, but yeah, because if he went to a mosque, it's gonna look like, oh shit, his shit's hitting the fan, right? He's calling on God. That looks bad. So
yeah,
he's got to do something that looks just totally, you know, innocuous. He's got to do the most innocuous shit. But as you said, he and his fellow Gulf leaders will need to do a lot more to reassure global companies and investors around the.
Everyone on YouTube is pulling the Dubai is cooked. All these Gen Z kids, Dubai's cooked. You guys all got scammed into buying real estate, you know. And if that's the case, like if it finally comes out that Dubai's not safe, all those people that invested.
Yeah.
Like the Tates and all these people, they all got scammed. They just took their money and ran.
I could never understand it.
No, the Tates were telling people, oh, go, you know, make as much money as you can and invest in Dubai. Invest in Dubai real estate. Oh. And there were all these companies saying like it was like a group investment. Like you and 100 people can invest in a single property and it'll get returns, crazy returns.
Oh, dude, Dick Cheney was the first to lead that. Years ago, he pioneered that during the Bush War II. It was that when he purchased.
Yeah, well, that was the good old days. That's like when the Brits were. I mean,
yeah.
If anyone made money on real estate, it was the English, the Brits, the British.
That's true. There was that was
because my grandpa. I asked my grandfather. I said, "What was Dubai like before all this bullshit?" And he said, "It was a bunch of hotels with a bunch of British people, and that's all I remember. It was just nothing. It was just nothing."
Yeah.
And they all invested big time.
Yeah. Yeah. And
they're the ones who made the money. All the Brits, the early Brits.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's but as Brendan said, the Emirati president of Dubai, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, will have to do a lot more, along with all the other Gulf leaders, to reassure global companies and investors around the continued viability of the Gulf economic model. We know that's going to change. The calculus is changing now. I don't understand how it ever was set in the first, when, for all the reasons I gave before, you had so much depleted uranium used in Iraq. Everybody there was getting radiated day by day. And, you know, we brought that up in the past, how people who vacationed there and had their babies there came back and their babies had leukemia and shit because of the depleted uranium just blowing across the bay every day from Iraq. But we're all familiar with those images. Gleaming skyscrapers in Dubai, Doha, Qatar, and Riyadh, Saudi Arabia have become familiar, but these are just the most visible examples of the economic development of the region. To understand the Gulf's importance in the global economy, one must trace the flows of commodities, goods, services, capital, and people. The impact of the war on these flows gives this conflict a truly global dimension. The most obvious impact is the interruption of energy and petrochemical exports. The Russian war on Ukraine has given traders significant experience in pricing geopolitical risk, but a protracted war in the Persian Gulf will break all the relevant models. According to an analysis by data firm Kepler around 1/3 of the world's supply of crude oil, methanol, and fertilizer, as well as around 1/5 of the world's LNG, or liquid natural gas, and natural gas derivatives such as butane and propane are exported through the Strait of Hormuz. The price shock associated with prolonged disruptions to these exports will be significant. For now, the increase in energy prices has been modest, likely reflecting that traders expect this to be a short war. Should prices remain elevated for any extended time, it will be a boon to the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, which could also expect to take market share from Gulf suppliers in its detraconic, or the Meisterschlüssel or master key energy market, the communist Chinese Empire of the East. Most ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz are not oil tankers or LNG carriers, but container ships that connect the Gulf economies to global supply chains. When the United States invaded Iraq in 2003, the annual throughput at Dubai's Jebel Ali airport, or the seaport, I mean to say, Jebel Ali, was the equivalent of around 5 million shipping containers. 2003. When the United States invaded Iraq in Bush War II. Since then, throughput has tripled, making Jebel Ali port one of the most active container ports in the world, boasting greater utilization than any single port in Europe or the United States, with connections to more than 150 ports worldwide. That port is an engine of globalization, especially as represented by the expansion of Communist Chinese exports. Today, Jebel Ali's free zone hosts more than 500,000 triple Cs, or commu-capitalist Chinese companies, a figure that has doubled in the past 5 years.
Jebel Ali.
Thank you.
That's how it's pronounced.
Jebel Ali. Is that right?
Yeah.
Jebel?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Which means
appreciate
Ali's desert, so I don't know what that's about. But
Oh, well, we all know. I mean, that's what it was originally. I mean, it was just basically, a fucking desert. But,
right.
yeah. But now, if an African manufacturer sources a piece of equipment from a Chi-Com supplier, chances are that it will be routed, as they would say, in, Bren's been there. How do they say it in UPS? Routed, right? Anyhow.
Routed. Yeah, routed.
Thank you. If an
Rerouted.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And if an African manufacturer, and believe me, more and more in the future, it's no longer going to be made in China. They're going to push their factory floor onto Black Africa. And if one of those African manufacturers today sources a piece of equipment from a Chi-Com or Chinese communist supplier, chances are that it will be routed through Jebel Ali. Alongside global shipping, the Gulf states have also emerged as a hub for global aviation. The aeroports.
You said it was a.
Yeah.
You said it was a water port. It's like a seaport.
Yeah. It's a seaport. Yeah. Can you find it on the map, or what are they showing?
I don't know. I never heard of it.
Yeah.
Is it in UAE or
Dubai? It's in Dubai, which is kind of like its own emirate at this point.
Oh, Dubai. Yeah. Dubai.
Yeah. Yeah, and,
Dubai is a city, just a city in UAE.
Yeah, it's kind of. This is true. Everything Brendan says is correct, but for all intents and purposes, let's put it this way: you're right. But functionally, it's its own world. I mean, you and I know that. That's like you take a look at the rest of the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah, and they keep releasing shit because people are freaking out. Jebel Ali terminals continuously operated, uninterrupted, and they're releasing in every language so people don't freak out.
All I can say is Brendan and I are keeping watch on one young lady in Dubai, and she's the only thing we care about. We just hope her husband gets killed.
Oh, they could zap everyone except for her, please. No offense to anyone there. It's just she's the only like you said, she's the only one that's really that I've seen that's worth keeping.
Oh,
Definitely not the Tates. The latest the brothers came out and they said they're in their bunker in Romania, literally in their bunker in Romania, and he says, I wish I could get to Dubai. I'd be out there fighting and stealing cars and blowing shit up. And it's like, dude, just stop. Just stop. Like, it's not like, it's cheesy. At this point, he knows he's trolling, but it's like, it's just getting dumb.
By the way, Amy Lightyear in chat says, she says, Douglas, in your opinion, should Britain have got involved earlier to support the U.S. in the Iran strikes? Trump says he is disappointed with the British government for lack of support. British people are angry with Starmer for not supporting their great ally, she puts in quotes. More like great Satan. But anyhow, Brendan, I'll let you answer this.
Oh, God. I mean, they threw Starmer under the bus with Mandelson. They don't give a fuck. And he's so snivelly. He's, like, disgusting. He's sitting there apologizing. I'm sorry for associating with Mandelson. And he's just making himself look worse, you know, an idiot. Fucking retard. Sorry, but it's just like, come on, man.
Well, beyond that...
It's total... You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got cut off there for a second when you said total. Total, continue with that thought, please. Oh my God. They're interdicting you. They're interdicting you. You'll have to put on a new set of...
Hello?
Yeah, there. We've got you back. Okay. So,
I said he's a total clown, that guy.
Thank you. Yeah, but beyond that...
Starmer.
Yeah, beyond that...
It's basically the reason why Trump is taking advantage of it, because it'll leave an opening for Farage to come in and take over. And then the Russians control all of Europe because Macron is also going to get voted out soon. His term is coming up.
Yeah.
So Trump is counting on all these guys to get voted out for their Russian counterparts, basically. That's my assumption.
Excellent analysis. That's profoundly astute. I couldn't agree with you more. But beyond that...
So they backstabbed Starmer by not telling him they were going to strike. Yeah. That way they could say, look, he didn't help. He fucker didn't help. But reality is Israel just was the one calling the shots. They didn't tell anybody.
Yeah. That's all true. All the way. And not
that anything wrong with Israel defending its territory. I love them.
I
buy their Zotard all the time, you know.
It's a qualifier and a disclaimer we put in reflexively to try and preserve ourselves. She says
nonsense. They have great products.
Yeah, Amy Lightyear says Starmer is regarded as the worst British prime minister in history. Okay. And
yeah, but that litmus test is fucking Churchill. Like Trump said, he's no Churchill. And then Farage took that. He said, ew, you can't even compare him to Churchill. The Navy is falling apart. Everything's falling apart because of him. But for some reason, they just glaze over that other Boris idiot because he's part of the elites. So they don't give a fuck. You know, they don't complain about the damage he did.
Well, Keir Starmer hasn't been in long enough to do damage to the British Navy. That's been decaying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they just take advantage of, like, people's, like, TikTok brain, you know?
Oh, shit.
Where they don't remember that Bojo, what's his name, Boris, was
Bojo
there.
Bojo the Clown. I called him Bojo the Clown.
And
Boris
Liz
Johnson.
Truss, like, the bitch that killed the queen, Liz Truss and shit.
Yeah, that poor bitch. Well, she was just...
Like, her aura was so foul, the queen died, like, within a minute. It was, like, horrible.
Oh, she was just sad. She was just sad. It was sad. But... look, we're not defending Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is just what he is, which, as a politician, you know what they say, you take a street walking whore and you knock the brains, the guts, and the heart out, and you're left with a politician, which is essentially a mugger in a suit. So, that's what Keir Starmer is, like all of them, and is like,
but he he just has like a you know, like aura points, like in the sense of like aura farming, you know, where people like the Gen Z call it negative aura. It's like you just look at him and it just is like pathetic and slimy, and it's like
it's all bleached out. It's like there's nothing
Yeah.
there. Yes, he's a spiritual
well,
vacuum.
even worse. I mean, even worse. It's just like it's just you want to like it's so gross. You want to like swat it with a newspaper or something.
But
You know what I'm saying?
no, I hear you. I hear you.
It's just something about his demeanor is not very. It's not even good for a politician to be like. It's very
Yes.
bad
Yes, true.
for him.
True. No,
Yeah.
no, it's well, let's put it this way. When it comes to Great Britain, however, thank God it didn't just fall into the Israel-American rut. Let's put it this way. It helps to disambiguate Great Britain from Israel. I'm sorry, what's that, Brendan?
I said whatever you say. It's like they're the ones who set that up. I mean,
True. Well, no, I get what you're saying, how the Israelis set it all up so that he would be taken out, replaced by Nigel Farage, and then the Israelis have this kind of Russian monopoly over much of Europe through the replacements for...
oh no, I mean, originally they're the ones who set up Israel, like the Disraeli and all these people.
Oh, well, of course, yeah, Disraeli. Disraeli was, of course, the prime minister who effectively ran the British Empire. He was their Henry
So
Kissinger.
Even if in like current times they say we're against what they're doing, it's like it's all their fault, in my opinion. You know?
I get it. In the ultimate schemata of things, it's a horrifying web that becomes But for the moment, let's put it this way. Here was the problem with what Britain was turning into. Britain was like the barfly whore who was just, America was like the desperate guy who didn't get any sex, was pathetic and nobody liked him, and he would go up to her and say, I'll buy you a drink if you go to war with me. And she would say, okay. And then Britain was just constantly going to war with the United States. This has been the first break in that pattern, and it's refreshing. You get what I'm saying? So this helps to disambiguate.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that at least you don't have a British-Israeli conspiracy like you had with the Suez Canal. And remember how that turned out. At the time of Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalizing the Suez Canal, the Brits and the frogs and the Israelis all got together and said, let's take the canal. And that's when Eisenhower said, no, you won't. And they all had to back down. All the allies looked like shit. They all walked back with shit on their faces. It's like, since that time, at least you haven't had a direct Anglo-Israeli front. And,
right.
So let's keep it that way.
Makes sense.
Yeah, let's keep it that way, and let's disambiguate Great Britain from Israel. Because at the time of Disraeli, there was no Israel. So it wasn't perceived like it is today. It wasn't like, not that...
Well, even into the 50s, they're the ones that set it up, the territory. They ceded the territory.
Yes, the British. Yes, all of this is correct. Yes, it was the Pike-Sykes, what is it? Sykes-Picot, help me out here. Sykes-Picot Agreement.
That thing.
Well, help
it's a terrible name for a terrible situation.
Yes, Sykes-Picot Agreement. Yes, what a name. So 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement was the secret pact between Great Britain and France, with Russian assent, to partition the Ottoman Empire's Arab territories into spheres of influence during World War I. Negotiated.
Well, I mean, even beyond that, even like into the 50s, right? Like,
yes, of course.
Like actually setting up.
Well, they lost it. They lost it in World War II when Roosevelt made the secret deal with, the House of Saud, to take it out from under the British Empire, and he fucked over Churchill, stabbed Churchill in the back, stole the House of Saud from under him. At any rate.
Well, I still maintain that the whatever secret societies run England, doesn't matter their government. They're the ones that keep the monarchies in the Middle East check. They're the ones that pay them. Because
Well,
like the Arabs have no technology. I mean, they would have never gotten that oil out without the West. I
of
mean,
course.
and they still can't. I mean, they still can't do the engineering.
No,
and shit.
no, not at all.
Like if
Not-
every company from the West pulled out and said, "You guys deal with the oil," it would go to zero overnight,
yeah.
guaranteed.
Well, let's
So
put it this
that's
way.
a fact.
Now, I've always recommended this, and everybody understand. First off, all the conservative sheikhs and sheikdoms and monarchies in England, any that have been around for a long while, and by that I mean conservative. I don't mean right wing. I simply mean monarchist, traditionalist. All of the traditionalist monarchies in the Arab world, all their children, their sons, are sent to Sandhurst Military Academy to get their military training.
Right.
Yeah. So
Which
it's
is another
yeah.
odd thing about someone we knew
yes, go on.
somehow would visit Sandhurst unmolested
You
all
remember
the
that?
time. And then he would say, "Yeah, I'm just there to fix things," and they just let me in. It's like, look, I've been there, not to Sandhurst, but I've been in area, and it's not easy to get around. Like
Thank
those
you.
compounds are locked down.
Yes, thank
And
you.
if you're just some delivery driver, you have to prove who you are. You can't just. He was making it sound like he just drove in, like
He did. He even
on a
made it sound
Tuesday.
seedy.
Yeah.
He even made it sound
Yeah.
seedy. Do you remember
Yeah.
that?
I do, yeah. See, and you just made me remember it, or like, it brought it to mind. But that's another factor that makes that situation very sketchy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that shows you how posh of an area he was in.
Yes, that he himself lives in. Yeah.
And there's no way your fucking shit was caving in. But anyways,
Yeah.
we'll
Oh
leave it
my
at that.
God.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, but just so people
And
understand.
I could feel the curses.
Oh yeah.
in me
Oh yeah.
already.
Oh dude.
Holy shit.
Yeah. No, believe me, he's flaming. He's bursting into flames right now.
Bullshit.
Yeah, with his hatred. Okay.
I'm doing the counter.
Yes. Yes.
RTS.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. And
Level 1 RTS.
love it. Yeah. We're frying you right back. Yeah, with your evil eye. We're speaking to someone we both know. We'll give people the details later.
But anyways, we'll talk about that privately, how weird that Sandhurst thing was. But yeah, all the Arabs go to England to get educated.
Yeah.
And it's usually in military and
yeah.
nothing to do with it. Petroleum engineering.
Yes,
like that.
that's right. No, it's military academy. First off, because the Arab monarchs know their sons are going to turn into total shit if they don't get some fucking discipline. So they know otherwise their sons are going to be worthless. So they send them to a military academy.
And who are experts at that? The English.
Yes.
That's why they invented cricket and all these very complex games to keep the upper class fit and intelligent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so
Believe it or not.
Yes. Seriously. And so with that in mind, understand that Britain's future was presaged by Lawrence of Arabia. And Lawrence of Arabia was one of the most important figures in British history because Britain's future lies with a United Kingdoms in the plural, a United Kingdoms in which Britain, and I mean just Britain, they could lose Scotland, they could lose Wales, but Britain, definitely its future lies with the kingdoms of Norway in the north, but also, which is not part of the European Union, at least not yet. It may become part of the European Union, but until that happens, there's still potential for royal union with England once again, which has existed in the past.
Norway was the neutral one? I thought Sweden.
No, Sweden has since joined NATO. Norway was, but Sweden was always part of European Union, and but Norway has stayed out of European Union. It's straight out, and but beyond that, the Arab world.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm having like a brain conflict. Sweden is the middle
yeah,
one.
Sweden's the one in the middle. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no.
Yeah.
The one on the left. Norway is the one with all the money and all the gas and shit.
Yeah.
That's why they can maintain their.
That's right.
Their spine. Yeah.
Yeah, and but they may not. They're seriously considering joining the European Union now. I'm going to share a screen with you, Brendan, so you can see what this young lady's saying. I don't want to advertise this guy that she's promoting, I don't know him. I don't know who he is. So, do you know this guy? Who she's recommending? And
Oh, let me check.
she says you need to get on
Was
to
it
this
Andrew
show.
Tate?
Yeah. No. Thank you, Amy Lightyear, for your recommendation. We'll let Brendan take a look at this. Who's this dude? You know who this guy is? She says, Douglas, you need to get on to this guy's show. Look into him. Okay, well, we'll do
Is
that.
it?
Can you see it? It's on the screen share.
Yeah, I see it.
Do you
No
know
idea.
this?
No clue. No clue.
Okay. So at any rate,
I'll look into it, but
okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and but thank
Yeah,
you.
I won't comment further.
Yeah, and so I'll let her know. We'll look into it. So gratis, Amy. Gratis, dear Amy. In the interim, however, I do want to say that I would like to think that Britain is severing from the United States, and that it'll stay that way. They're hoping otherwise by installing Nigel Farage. Let's hope that catastrophe doesn't happen. And if it does, it's just part of Britain's struggle towards ultimately, like I said, a United Kingdoms in which it's united, if not with Norway, most certainly with the Arab kingdoms of Morocco, and the other monarchies, such as the Kingdom of Jordan in particular, which is Hashemite and the original rulers of the Middle East that need to be reinstalled as the guardians of Al-Makkah and Al-Medina. And the Saudis put into exile. Anyway, let's see now. Gratis, my dear Amy Lightyear. Okay, Amy right there. And with that, let's put this up here. Okay, nice little thing for her. We'll look into that. Okay, that having been articulated, now, as I said, alongside global shipping, the Gulf states have also emerged as a hub for global aviation. The aeroports in region, especially Dubai and Doha, are among the busiest and best connected in the world. 2/3 of the world's population lives within the radius of an 8-hour flight of these hubs. Alongside the passenger traffic, the Gulf's aeroports are also vital connectors for air freight, handling around 10% of global volume. The increased flows of energy and goods passing through the Gulf economies required the development of the region's service sector, which now includes a globally competitive and systemically important banking sector. Total commercial bank deposits in the GCC reached $2.3 trillion last year, about the same level as total deposits in Italia. But unlike Italia, a significant portion of these deposits are held by non-residents. In Qatar, around 1/5 of deposits belong to persons outside the country. In the United Arab Emirates, that proportion is around 1/10. Dubai is also a center for non-banking financial institutions and exchange houses that process remittances, not only for expatriate workers in the Gulf, but also for migrant workers making cross-border payments between countries in Asia and Africa. The city also handles 15% of the world's gold trade. This makes Dubai systemically important for a range of underbanked economies in Africa and South Asia. The rise of sophisticated commercial banks in the GCC has also facilitated the flow of international capital throughout the region in question and beyond. While the region's capital markets remain small, cities such as Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha play an outsized role as destinations for investment by high net worth individuals from key geographies, including the wider Middle East, Europe, Central Asia, and Africa. Nothing symbolizes this unique role more than the fact that even the United States president has direct interests in Dubai real estate. The Trump International Hotel and Tower, the first of a series of developments planned by the Trump Organization in region, is under construction in Dubai. While seeking to attract foreign capital, the Gulf states have also advanced their geopolitical aims by leveraging outward direct investment. The region's 7 main sovereign wealth funds accounted for 43% of all capital invested by state-owned investors globally in 2025, tallying $126 billion in total outflows. Among last year's deals was a major investment by the Qatar Investment Authority into Jared Kushner's investment firm. The war jeopardizes all these flows. Production has been disrupted at Die Draconik, again that's the Deutschen Sprache for Meisterschlüssel, or Master Key energy facilities. Vessel traffic through the Strait of Hormuz was just 1/5 of its normal levels on Sunday. It's only gone down since then, to the point where the strait is effectively shut down. More than 70% of all flights to the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Bahrain remain canceled as of Monday. Stock prices in Qatar and Saudi Arabia have slid, while exchanges in the UAE and Kuwait suspended trading. The Dubai gold market is throttled. Now, dear Brendan has sent us something here. What's this, Brendan? Help us with this. Iran, live. Oh, there we are. So read that aloud, Brendan, if you would be so kind.
Oh, well, as you're hosting transmit, like right now as we speak, they're firing more shit back and forth. There's no end in sight to this thing. And another ship has been sunk near Sri Lanka. This is literally minutes ago. Sri Lanka's trying to save lives, in quotes, on another Iranian ship that's, yeah, there you go.
Please read it aloud.
That's all the information they have. That's the information they have.
Well, explain to people that Israel has now is in an open two-front war. Israel is fighting Lebanon, exchanging fire.
Yeah.
Well, they've invaded, actually. Southern Lebanon.
But yeah, they're telling Beirut to cede territory. I mean, it's beyond, straight up invasion.
Thank you. That's horrible. Oh my God. Well, shocking news. But the text, you can read the text aloud. Sri Lanka says trying to rescue people on another Iranian ship off its coast. Safeguard. Sri Lanka is trying to safeguard lives on another Iranian ship off its coast, the country's cabinet spokesperson has said.
Yeah,
go on.
7:36 GMT.
What? They're cutting you off.
This was 3 minutes ago, 7:36 GMT, or 5 minutes ago.
Greenwich Mean Time. Thank you. Yeah. The cabinet spokesperson.
And then the latest,
go on.
Underneath, Hegseth has told Israel to continue until the end. That's what he claims.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, let's continue to the end of Hegseth. And so spokesperson is Nalinda Jayatisa. Is that a woman? Nalinda? Is that a girl's name? Nalinda Jayatisa? Spokesperson, they say. So it's a girl. Yeah. She says, we're doing our utmost to safeguard lives in Sri Lanka. Well, all I can say is Sri Lanka seems to have gotten its act back together after that horrible period of time. I mean, what do you know about Sri Lanka now? I mean, aside from the fact that you almost volunteered to Peace Corps there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's still pretty bad, I think.
Mm.
Right. But they're doing more to help people than other countries.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And tell them about this. Read this aloud. You're on what it's saying now with the IRGC.
Oh, this is another developing literally 5 minutes ago. Iran claims preemptive operation on separatist groups plotting to breach the border. Iran's western borders are being breached by Israeli-backed separatists, which are the Kurds, basically.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
It says actually at the bottom, it added that Iranian forces are cooperating with noble Kurds to thwart the Israeli-American plan. So it's going to create like what, a civil war between them? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Well, noble Kurds would be Kurds whose families they're holding hostage. That's
Right.
what they mean by that. Or, you know, people who have been living, people who are Iran acculturated. They're, yeah, it's, the Israelis are already working to carve up Iran. But hey, I'm all for an independent Kurdistan, so let's make it happen. Whatever it takes. And that will be we'll say that'll be one of the foundations of British security in the future, will be an independent Kurdistan. Now, given the sporadic amounts of piecemeal measures, as, how would I say it, authorized by Donald Trump, there's little sign that the Trump maladministration has any plan to manage the numerous shocks on horizon, let alone a clear understanding of how those shocks will materialize should the war continue in the coming weeks. The United States Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has briefed reporters that the maladministration will take steps to mitigate against rising energy prices. He also insisted that the issue had been anticipated. The Trump maladministration announced it will be offering political risk insurance for shipping charterers, ship owners, and key maritime insurance providers through the International Development Finance Corporation. The last time the United States government mobilized insurance products to support shipping at a global scale was a program implemented by the War Shipping Administration during the Second World War. Reflecting on the rise of international trade and finance, even the worst of the first men, the former United States President Woodrow Wilson, once stated that the effects of war can no longer be confined to the areas of battle, and insisted that whatever is done to disturb the whole world's life must first be tested in the court of the whole world's opinion before it is attempted. The markets and networks that underpinned globalization were developed in a post-war environment in which military conflict always took place far away from major hubs. American imperial wars in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan never jeopardized the global economy. Today's American imperial policymakers have obviously forgotten Wilson's admonishment. I almost said astonishment while I got the new message incoming from Brendan. Brendan, what is this one? The latest? Let's help you help me set this up. So let's see if Brendan's
Apparently,
yeah.
the drone that hit the base on Cyprus,
Yeah.
the United Kingdom's base on Cyprus, somehow it didn't come from Iran. That's what they're claiming, but they're not saying where it came from.
So whoa, what the fuck? They call it Shahed-like. Obviously referring to Iran's cheaply produced signature drones, which have been deployed en masse by Russia in the Ukraine. But the British are also saying that the Royal Navy Wildcat helicopters would arrive in Cyprus in the coming days to defend the base against aerial threats. Iran, so very bizarre. What do you think's going on with that?
They haven't released any more information. It could have came from Russia. Who knows? For all we know.
Ah, interesting. So,
like, where else would it come from, right? Turkey, unless Turkey, like I said, Turkey just is trying to take advantage of it. Just
I could see that. That makes sense. But as I said,
because from the of it sounds like the Brits weren't even there. They have to like fly in helicopters.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a major military base. So what the fuck?
Right.
Yeah. That's like you said. It's like, what the fuck did they do? Vacate?
Yeah, it was like completely empty, and then they're like, "Oh shit!" It's actually getting attacked finally.
Yeah, probably. I can see that. I can actually imagine that. But to reiterate, the American imperial wars throughout the 20th century never jeopardized the global economy. They were fought far away from population centers that were the cogwheels of globalization. Today's American imperial, as in American empire policymakers, have obviously forgotten President Woodrow Wilson's admonishment. When Trump embarked on this war, he exposed his Gulf partners to unprecedented attacks, and in turn, he disturbed the flows that are the lifeblood of the global economy. Now, historically, in a region otherwise perennially plagued by conflict, Dubai once seemed to stand apart, attracting rich expats, tourists, and big companies. Iran's attacks have shaken that city's sense of safety. Its rulers are doing their best to instill confidence, but much is out of their control. A new calculus is needed for the emirate to keep people and investors coming. Thus, the attacks on Iran will accelerate the push to decentralize global companies. This year's Edelman Trust Barometer referenced the rise of the polynational, a corporate structure that invests in long-term local relationships, compartmentalizing everything from talent to supply chains in individual countries. The prospectus being that to stay ahead in a world that's shifted from globalization to national interests, companies must operate as a network of businesses with a U.S. center but a local face. It's a variation of a strategy long deployed by consumer-facing global giants like Coca-Cola and Procter & Gamble, which prioritize global experience in their leaders and connect strong regional operations. HSBC regionalized its operations at the start of last year, splitting its operations between Eastern markets and Western markets. And years of heightened tensions and tariff wars with the Communist Chinese Empire have long forced companies to alter what the Prime Minister of Singapore, or Lion City, it is Singapore, Lawrence Wong, called the invented in California, made in China strategy that helped firms like Apple to scale so profitably. By the way, I hate Apple, Brendan, because it turns out they censor all Taiwan emojis. Did you know that? Apple censors all Taiwan emojis. You can't see, like, the Taiwan flag that I have on tonight's show cannot be seen if you're on an Apple computer. Did you know that?
Well, that's not true. I see it all. I use it.
Okay, and you can see the Taiwan flag on tonight's title?
I'm about to find out. Here we go. There it is.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Good. Wait, well, I just see TW. All I see is TW. So it censored you from cutting and pasting it.
No, I sent the emoji itself.
Yeah, and all
So this is Microsoft that's censoring it.
Oh, okay, because can you see this? This is what I see. TW.
Let me see. Yeah, no, on my end, I can screen share and show you what I showed.
Okay. So I believe you. So you are seeing it on Apple, the Taiwanese flag. Okay, good. The Taiwanese flag emoji. Yeah, so that's important. Now, there are other forces disrupting the model of a centralized company. Christina Kozmowski, the CEO, Chieftainess Executrix Officier of Logic Monitor, which monitors customers' technosystems from data centers to the cloud. Yes? Be right there. Well, here, let's go take a look at what Brandon sent. See if I can. Yes, I see it. Okay, thank you.
Yes. So that's an iPhone.
Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Let me see it again. I you cut it off.
Oh, I turned it off.
Yeah, well, I saw it for a moment. That's what's important. Yes, thank you. So I appreciate that. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I don't think they would censor that. I don't know. Something must have gone wrong.
That's what I.
YouTube. It's probably YouTube because they're going to sell out.
It's. I hope not. I hope not. At any rate, as I said, there's other forces disrupting the model of a
Yeah,
centralized. What's that? I'm sorry.
I can see all your ridiculous emojis: the lantern, the flags.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. It was the Taiwanese flag that I'm worried about more than anything because I literally saw online they said, oh, Apple censors the Taiwan emoji. Yeah, and so I guess that's all, glad to find I'm wrong. Glad to find that the internet is.
It's probably like region locked. That's my assumption.
Got it. So they're doing it in China. They probably censor it in China. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I mean, damn, China's so lame. I mean, in so many ways.
But I don't understand, like, why censor a flag? I mean, that's just like even a rogue territory can have a flag. I mean, it's like not that big of a deal.
Because, well, to them it's existential. It's beyond all sanity. You know that. They're psychotic about that.
Yeah.
And
Hong Kong has that stupid flag, even though they're not independent anymore.
Yeah, I know, that's sad, but they're not allowed. They're allowed to fly that less and less. They're suppressing that more and more, I assure you. And hopefully, hopefully things change. I mean, it's so sad. It's so fucking sad. I mean, they literally killed the goose that laid the golden egg with Hong Kong. They're insane to think Taiwan wants to follow that model. So, at any rate, as I said, with other...
Well, they know.
Yeah.
They know Taiwan won't. The machines will just self-destruct. So
it's so true. Oh, believe me, I want to get into that in another episode soon about microchip manufacturing. We'll get into that in another episode soon. But it's just mind-blowing. And it's so vast a topic.
Yeah, the secret of that is the so-called Axis powers are the ones that create all the technology.
It's so true. It's so true.
The only people that can produce those machines on Earth is Denmark combined with Germany and the Netherlands.
Yeah, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark. Yeah, the Reich, essentially the core.
They're the ones that produce the optics and the discs and the lasers that can make the microchips. And the machines that Taiwan has can only be serviced there and in Denmark.
Yes.
The fact, like, and the highest tech bros know that.
Yes. Yes. Lithography. And, the Empire of Japan does make lithography machines, and it's one of the few in the world that can do that as well. So it's the Axis all the way. So... yeah, but as I said, just to wrap up my thought about the polynational corporate model, which is developing out of, well, effectively the siege of Dubai, these other forces that, let's take a look at the numbers and see whether we want to continue. Say, for instance, we got good numbers. I mean, we've maintained good numbers, but we've pretty much taken it to midnight, and we can... Brendan, don't say goodnight. I'm going to end the live stream. Let's end the live stream. And, unless, what do you think? You're going to be up for a while? Because, maybe I should tell people a few more things about, the prices and what happened with the primaries. Let me do that. I'll end the show just within the next 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Good night. And you carry on, and I will speak with you another time.
Well, I'll call you as soon as I'm ending live stream. I'm going to call you as soon as I end live stream.
Well, because of my situation, I can't really speak.
Are you sure?
Like, at the warehouse at the moment. Yeah. It'll cause an international incident. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't want me to call you as soon as I close down in about 15 minutes or so.
Yeah. I mean, give it a whirl, but yeah, I might not be able to. All right.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Blessings.
All right. Most blessed.
Have a good evening.
Yes.
Good luck.
Take his care. Thank you. And so that's Brendan. Hopefully everything goes well with him. Yeah, let's wrap up these thoughts on the how you're going to be impacted. I'll close down with talking about the primaries, so to speak, that have happened in Texas. A return of the blue. And with all that being said, to reiterate, just to get me back on mental track here, concerning the other forces disrupting the model of a centralized company, Christina Kosmowski, the CEO, or the Chieftainess Executrix Officier of Logic Monitor, which monitors customers' technosystems from data centers to the cloud, is having more conversations with CEOs about doubling down on a regional strategy to build resilience. To quote a she, when your systems go down, you can't operate. The time frame to react is just within seconds, instead of hours and days. To be sure, decentralization comes with risks, not least of which is the duplication of systems, costs, and functions that get streamlined in an inefficient corporate structure, as Novartis CEO Vas Narasimhan said last year. To navigate complexity in the external world, you have to radically take out complexity internally. That means creating a leaner and simpler organization where everyone knows who is responsible for what. It's possible to have that alongside autonomous and agile regional operations, of course, but it requires leaders whose teams are aligned on what efforts are localized and what stays the same. Back here on the American home front, your own bills are about to get higher due to Trump's Iran war. I can tell you what you'll pay more for in the coming weeks. As the conflict causes uncertainty in global markets, such volatility can extend to the price of everyday groceries and gas as well, or I should say as ill. Trump's latest decisions are expected to have wide-ranging economic fallouts for American consumers. Oil and natural gas, well, maybe I should get all into this. Let's take a look at the numbers. Oh, they're going back up, but then again, I wonder if I should talk about this along with, say, for instance, what happened in Texas, all these primaries. I guess I should go on. Yeah, and just go ahead with it. Talk a bit more about how your prices are affecting you and why this affected the primaries. Basically understand this much. Trump's latest decisions are expected to have wide-ranging economic fallouts for American consumers. Oil and natural gas prices have shot up this week as stock markets have tumbled. American shoppers have also been experiencing the effects of Trump's tariffs imposed in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling last month. Here's what you can expect to go up in your household expenses in the coming weeks and months. First off, just know this much. It's not in your head. The gas prices are going up this week, and expect them to keep rising this month. The Trump maladministration's war against Iran is likely to come with rising gas prices at the pump. About 1/5 of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz, that waterway off Iran's coast. On Monday, QatarEnergy said that it would stop producing liquefied natural gas and related products after military strikes on its sites, causing European natural gas prices to spike. Tom Closa, an independent oil analyst, said he expects gas prices to average between $3.25 or $3.25 and $3.50, $3.50 by the end of March. Half of this price increase is attributable to higher seasonal gas production costs in warmer months, and in his own words, half of it will be attributable to this war. This is going to happen very quickly. Noting that because there is now the threat of attacks, ships have decided that they can't do it and go through the strait. Patrick DeHaan, the head of petroleum analysis at the price tracking website GasBuddy, observes, so that's upending, he's saying, to read his quote, so that's upending the flow of oil into the market, and that's causing oil prices to jump. If there's escalation by either side, oil prices could continue to go up. Now, according to a AAA survey of nationwide gas stations, the average American price for a gallon of regular gas was $2.99 on Monday morning, 6 cents higher than a week ago. According to the aforecited DeHaan's live tracker on GasBuddy, it was $3.10 per gallon yesterday morning, with he himself expecting gas prices to be between $3.25 and $3.50 by the end of this month, and to keep rising on a weekly basis until mid-May. Shipping costs might rise the longer the conflict lasts. Americans are especially sensitive to fluctuating gasoline prices because they see a tangible price increase every time they fill up their cars. However, there are other possible economic costs from this war to consider. The aforecited Daïnīppō has gone on record to advise that global diesel prices are surging and that, to quote his tea, the economy runs on diesel. Your groceries get to the grocery store with diesel. The ship that brings your bananas from South America is diesel or marine oil. If it lasts more than maybe a month or two, those costs will start being funneled down the stream to the end user. It's not clear whether American shoppers will notice a difference this month, but they could in later months if the timeline for this war becomes indefinite, with the aforecited Closa concluding, in his words, "I think we're going to see the war premium for a while." And don't forget tariffs either. Certain household expenses will continue to rise. As Trump continues the campaign against Iran, his global tariffs are also expected to keep raising prices that American shoppers will see for household goods. After the Supreme Court struck down his Liberation Day tariffs last month, stating they were illegal, Trump responded by imposing a 10% tariff on imports worldwide, after initially threatening to impose 15% global tariffs on top of other national security tariffs that were unaffected by the court ruling. Trump is doing this through an executive order that enabled him to bypass Congress, but has a time limit. Under Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974, his 10% tariff can remain in place for only 150 days. The Yale Budget Lab, a nonpartisan policy research center, estimates that under the current tariff regime, American households will lose about $800 on average if the Section 122 tariffs expire after 150 days, or $1,300 if these tariffs get extended. Goods that will be hit hardest by the Trump maladministration's tariffs include metals, electronics, cars, and computers. John Rico, Associate Director of Policy Analysis for Yale Budget Lab, said consumers could also see an overall 1% increase in food prices, with goods like sugar and cereals, which are largely imported, most affected. For lower-income households, these small percentage increases add up, with Rico advising, in his own words, lower-income households, they have less money to save, which means they have to spend a higher fraction of their annual income on necessities. It's a reminder that Trump's decisions have financial costs for consumers. It remains to be seen exactly how much Americans will pay. To quote Carola Binder, an associate professores at the University of Texas at Austin School of Civic Leadership, the effects of the recent situation with Iran have a potential for really affecting gas and energy prices that might be much more noticeable to consumers than tariffs would be. It's hard to notice right away a 1% increase in the price of something, but you notice for gas. Thus, all eyes were trained on Texas last night for the first elections of the 2026 midterm cycle, wherein yesterday's high-stakes primaries were expected to offer an early snapshot of voter engagement and party momentum. The Texas primary race was not yet over the last time I looked into it, but the dream of Blue Texas rides again, and Trump wants it to stop now! President Donald Trump did not give a Texas endorsement, but said he wants the Senate primary to end soon. Incumbents are at risk as the first primaries of the midterm elections got underway, with the voters weighing in via yesterday's primaries in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas, what could deliver a verdict not just on President Trump's second midterm, but on how both parties see themselves and their futures. several marquee races were on the ballot as these three Die Draconik, that's the Deutschensprech, or German speak, literally Meisterschlüssel, or master key states, kicked off the 2026 midterm elections yesterday with primaries that will shape the battle for control of the House and the Senate, while simmering fights for control of each party could boil over as voters decide whether to discard long-time incumbents. The result in two very competitive Senate primaries have major implications in the fight for control of the chamber this fall. For the Democrats, James Tallarico, a 36-year-old state representative who has drawn praise from figures as varied as Barack Obama and Joe Rogan, defeated Yasmin Crockett, a United States representativess. On the Republican side, the incumbent John Cornyn and the state's Attorney General Ken Paxton are headed for what could be a bruising runoff in May. Will the right, directed by Trump, unite behind a candidate to keep things status quo in November? Or can Tallarico pull off the ever-elusive Blue Texas dream? What could Democrats' sky-high turnout in the Texas primary mean for November? For the first time in a generation, it appears Democrats have outpaced Republicans in turnout for a midterm primary in Texas. It's a significant achievement as the party tries to break through in the traditional Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party stronghold in November. That's why Trump is wasting no time abusing the Iran war to help federalize midterms. Which brings us back to Sammy Romero's forewarning. Now, little response here to Brendan Zungit. Here we are. Zelensky offers to save Gulf states if they stop Putin. Volodymyr Zelensky has offered to help Gulf states counter Iranian drones if they can convince Vladimir Putin to agree to a ceasefire. Well, fair trade. He knows that's not going to happen. So he's simply said, sure, you do this, I'll do that. And the end result will be absolutely nothing. Status quo in that regard. Just keep on fighting. Now,
if a full war breaks out, they're the most trained army, right, as of right now, or seasoned, I should say. They're the most seasoned army at the moment
in the world.
Yeah.
They're the most experienced combatants in the world right now. Yeah.
So there you go. So it might be worth something later if this doesn't. It doesn't look like it's stopping, by the way.
Yeah, there we go.
Trump came out just now on the newsreel. It said this is how crazy he is. He said he wants regime change without boots on the ground. That's his goal. Is obviously that's not how that works.
Thank you. Like I said, the Americans went so far in their strategic bombing campaign against Japan that they went nuclear. Japan still has an emperor.
Well, beyond that, they run the world.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
To me, One Piece, taking over the top spot,
from Superman.
Past Superman, that's the nail in the coffin.
Thank you.
The American dream or the American ideal is no longer there. Japan's the top of the cultural sphere.
Thank you. Absolutely. Now, just to close off with what Samuel Romero forewarned about.
It's an Asian century.
Yes. Yeah. We're re-entering this is the way the world always was for a millennia. The westernization of the world is an aberration. We're returning towards an Asia-centric world, which is the way it always was. That's So things are normalizing in that regard. But try to imagine what it's like to be the president of the United States of America, giving our country's military commanders the authorization to launch a war against another country very early on a Saturday morning. I picture a scene of intense focus as the orders are issued and bombs start to fall far away, and then as retaliatory strikes begin to target Americans in region. There's probably not a second for a president to spend thinking about other issues, right? Well, not if you're Donald Trump. Trump.
No, they had those like I don't know if you saw it, but the war room or the fucking little tent they put up in Mar-a-Lago, it was just a bunch of chairs with like black curtains around it. It was so stupid.
Oh shit.
I don't know if you saw those initial photos, but they said war room at Mar-a-Lago, and it was just like a bunch of like curtains on PVC, like little pipe, little PVC frames. It was like, really, this is what they did.
It was like what kids do when they pretend to be camping indoors inside the house.
Yeah, it was like a house fort. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, thank you. It was a house.
They
fort.
like pulled the coat racks out and hung a bunch of tablecloths. That's what it looked like.
Thank you.
And it's like, what's the point of hiding the position of where he was at if he was in one, everyone knows where Mar-a-Lago
in his own home.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, like you could see it from Google Earth. Come on, it's like stupid. It's so dumb.
Well, that's beyond stupid or dumb. It's insane. It's literally insane. There was no point in doing that. It was yeah, but thank you.
At that point, you might as well just sat on your dining table. It's like, why
they might as well have stacked boxes. They might as well have started stacking boxes like a cardboard fort. Yeah. It's serious.
Because they had a bunker, but he tore it down.
Yes,
the east wing.
Thank you.
So it's just like so stupid. It's
thank you.
Oh man,
yes, you've said it all.
Like what? He probably thought it was going to be done by now.
Yes, he's
and
that
then
great.
And then his master called.
Yes. There
BB said, "Oh, it's time."
Yes. Yes, BB.
The Lion of Judea.
Yes. Oh my fucking god. At any rate, Trump, who won a second.
I feel bad for the people in Tel Aviv. I mean, like those people,
Why?
They have no say in anything.
Why? Well,
because my brothers and sisters they're just getting hit.
Yeah, well,
it's like they didn't have a choice.
Oh,
they tried to, in their defense, they tried to vote out fucking BB many times.
But still, in the end, there has to be a collective responsibility. I'm sorry, because look, everyone knows just BB should not be in power. Everyone just knows that there is no sane reason to tolerate Bibi Netanyahu in power. He's been declared a war criminal on an international scale. So, just as with the Russians...
Yeah, but it's like a mob boss. You can't just get rid of him.
Look, true enough. But nevertheless, it's in the end...
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out here in a couple months.
We will. But nevertheless, there's still a collective responsibility. We will see if the people rise up, so to speak. But believe me, after October 7th, the Israelis were pretty fucking unanimous in a war of genocide. Whatever protests they had against Bibi Netanyahu was not because of Palestinian lives. It was only because of the Israeli hostages. And that's a fact. Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not defending them on any kind of personal.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Trump, who won a second midterm on a promise of ending foreign wars.
But we can see where this is going, though. It's like, don't expect to show up in November to vote. They're going to have armed guards. You won't be able to even go in. I mean, that's where I'm assuming it's going to go.
Thank you. And I think
they're going to say, emergency war power. War power. You can't vote. 2 more years.
Yeah, not only that, I think they'll also be judging people and their voting capacity on the color of their skin. But yeah, such having been stated, Trump, who won a second...
That would almost be like overkill, but
Oh, I can imagine it. I can see it happening, yeah. But like you said, they won't let anybody in, really. They're not going to let anybody in. Nobody votes, emergency war powers, like you said. Now Trump, who won a second...
Can they legally? Can they postpone an election?
If he declares martial law. If he declares martial law.
But have they done that before? No
one's ever done it before. Not even Roosevelt in World War II never even did that.
Okay.
So but Trump will do it. Yeah, it's always the first time for everything.
Well, it's my assumption. My assumption.
It's the first time for everything. Yeah.
I would just expect it.
Yeah. I mean, Roosevelt sent people into internment camps without declaring martial law. you can imagine Trump can do anything he wants without declaring martial law. You don't even need to declare it. And generations later, the
Yeah,
Supreme
that almost seems like more trouble than it's worth. Look what happened to that poor Korean bastard. He's in
Yeah.
life in prison.
Yeah.
Like he would have been better off just taking bribes and then doing some shit later. you know?
Yes, seriously, yes. That he's talking about the Korean president who wound up, trying to declare martial law. And now he's got life.
Oh,
in
they
prison.
threw the book at him. They threw the book out. They were gonna give him like 4 consecutive sentences, and that somehow he got it down to like one.
One,
But still,
geez,
it's
bad
like, come
enough.
on.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Like
God.
he ain't ever getting out. Yeah.
Poor son of a bitch.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. And do you remember that Jomali? What is his name? Jomali Somali, that fucking idiot.
that idiot in Korea. What about him? What happened to
Yeah,
him?
he got sentenced to 5 years in hard labor
Ah!
in Korea. In
Oh,
Korea,
he'll die.
he's
He'll
fucked. He's
Yeah.
fucked.
We won't be hearing from him again. That's that's
No, it's not like that Vitaly guy in the Philippines where the Russians bailed him out and he's
Yeah.
back on YouTube. It's like this guy's toast.
yeah. No, he's fucked. He's not gonna come out the same. He'll be brain damaged
No.
from all those Korean guys fucking him up the ass and shit. He'll be like, and he'll be sucking so much Korean cock. He'll like he won't remember
Shit.
what anything else tastes like.
Oh man. Well, Korean prison doesn't sound fun. I mean, they're already violent.
Yeah,
outside,
they're
yeah.
the most violent people on earth. That's like
And hard labor.
Yeah,
It's like,
hard-
damn.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, he
they'll
was
kill 'em.
running around. He was running around making fun of them, saying, "Yeah, you guys got raped by the Japanese and shit." So he deserved it.
No, of course. Well, we all know that. The Japanese didn't like him either. You remember that? They kicked his ass out of Japan, sent him back to Korea just so this could happen.
No, they sent him to Korea deliberately.
Yeah.
I believe
Yeah.
that they did it on purpose.
That's what I said.
You know.
Yeah, they sent him
Yeah.
to Korea specifically.
Or we talked about. Yeah,
Yeah.
we talked about it. It
We
was like
agreed. Yeah.
why didn't they just arrest him? They said, "Oh, we have a better, worse."
Yeah. Send him to Korea. They knew that the Koreans would really fuck his ass over.
They
knew
were
that.
hoping they would just kill him in the streets, probably.
Oh no, they were hoping for what happened now. They were hoping for what's happened to him. It's
Well, I
worse than
heard
death.
the Japanese legal system is really tough. If you're like, by the time you're arrested and if you're brought in front of a judge, the conviction rate's in the 90 percentile.
Well, beyond
So,
that, you'll be
I'm surprised they haven't done that.
You would have gone insane during the waiting period. Just the
Yeah.
waiting would have driven you insane. You won't be mentally fit by the time you're tried. And
Yeah.
in a Japanese prison they'd be hard on him, but in a Korean prison they'll kill him. I mean, he ain't getting out the same. He'll be
No, fuck
brain
no.
damaged. Like
Good.
That, like
He
that guy in
doesn't-
North Korea.
And
Yeah,
his family's crying to get him out. Let him out. It's
Oh,
like too
I
late.
don't know why. He's an embarrassment. I would be embarrassed if I were genetically related to this individual.
We'll
But
see.
we'll see what Brendan can find. But Trump, who won the second midterm on his promise of ending foreign wars and then promptly started a new war with Iran on February 28th, swiftly showed his Weltanschauung, his worldview, is always preoccupied with one particular kind.
Okay, he's facing 3 years
Hard labor.
in
They might as well
3
say
years
30. They might as
with
well say
hard
thir-
labor.
Yeah, they might as well say 30. He's gonna be
Oh,
destroyed.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's Trump. When he declares his war, he showed that his Weltanschauung, his worldview, is always preoccupied with one particular kind of fake victimhood, even as bombs were starting to fall. You see, Trump announced the war in a social media post at 2:44 a.m. on February 28th. Then, less than 12 hours into the attack, the president posted again, not with an update about the ongoing hostilities, but with a 4:35 a.m. complaint about the presidential elections in 2020 and 2024. Linking to a right-wing website story about said elections, Trump posted, Iran tried to interfere in 2020, 2024 elections to stop Trump, and now faces renewed war with the United States. Sure, Trump always tries to weave into any discussion his long deconstructed claims about Democrats always trying to rig elections to cheat him out of eternal victory, despite winning 2 of his 3 presidential elections. But why whine about it at the very beginning of a new war you've just started? I think I know why. Trump has been shopping for emergency to federalize midterms. Trump and his election-denying allies have been on the hunt for some sort of emergency to exploit so he can try to federalize the midterm elections in November. Democrats stand a strong chance to win control of the United States House and likely the United States Senate too. Trump has been warning his supporters of that for months because he openly fears the oversight Democrats could bring to his maladministration. That's why he wants to seize control ahead of the midterms, despite the United States Constitution clearly giving authority to run elections to the states. On February 2nd, Trump repeated his call for the midterms to be federalized. On February 26th, the Washington Post reported that some of his favorite election-denying conspiracy theorists were pushing for him to sign an executive order to declare an emergency and require voters to present identification to vote in November and to ban mail ballots. Then on February 28th, the news website ProPublica reported that several high-ranking federal election officials had attended a recent summit organized by election deniers who are pushing for Trump to declare a national emergency to seize control of the midterm elections. After he read the 17-page proposed executive order, David Becker, a former Department of Justice lawyer who founded the Center for Election Innovation and Research, held a media briefing on March 3rd about the proposed emergency declaration. Becker split the issue this way. There are things Trump might try to do, but there are also things he has no power to do. But just because it's illegal doesn't mean Trump won't try. Could Trump declare an emergency? Well, sure. He's constantly looking for ways to expand his power as president. And he's conducted acts of war against Venezuela and now Iran without approval from Congress, as required by our Constitution. Thus comparing it to the Supreme Court's ruling on February 20th that Trump's trade war tariffs are illegal, and ergo predicting that federal courts, from the district level to the United States Supreme Court, will strike down such an attempt, the aforecited Becker confirms, in his own words, the president might try. He might sign a piece of paper, as he did in March of 2025, that attempts to dictate election policy in the states. He might sign a piece of paper that says, I have emergency powers. But the Constitution is very clear that he does not when it comes to elections. If the president is so worried about electoral interference from countries like Iran, then why has he abused his second midterm to slash all federal programs specifically set up to protect America from that very angle of attack? The answer being obvious. To Trump, American voters are the emergency, not any foreign adversaries. And that's a problem, because there are plenty of countries eager to meddle in our elections. In September of 2024, while Joe Biden was president, the United States Department of Justice indicted 3 members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps for hacking the emails of some of Trump's campaign staff and then offering the information to Biden's campaign before making it public. And in a report declassified in March of 2021, the National Intelligence Council assessed with high confidence that Iran carried out an influence campaign to undercut the re-election prospects of former President Trump with social media posts and emails. Same report also qualifying that Iran did not attempt to interfere with American electoral infrastructure like voter registration, voting machines, or ballot counts. The intelligence report found the same about other countries that attempted to influence the 2020 election, including Cuba, Venezuela, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, and Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China. All of them interfered with influence campaigns and undercut the entire process with social media and emails. But no one's ever touched our mail-in ballots. It's simply too complicated to try and interdict the U.S. Post Office. So that's the area Trump is attacking because it's the most reliable voting system that we've got. Mail-in ballots. If Trump were really concerned with foreign countries attempting to influence our elections, he would be beefing up security, not scaling it back on the cyber front. The only emergency here for Trump is the potential for a strong midterm performance by Democrats in Congress. With that, we end our live stream. Support us and spread the word. Okay, ending live